Welcome back to Sleep Storyteller, where every night is a new adventure, and every story is a journey into the unknown. I'm so glad you're here, ready to relax, unwind, and let the gentle sound of rain guide you into a peaceful slumber. As we begin tonight's story, I invite you to close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the world outside fade away. Remember, this is your space, a place to let go, to dream, and to find the calm you need. If you're ready for tonight's story, go ahead and hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment below sharing what helps you relax most at night. Now, let's begin. The crystal moon, the night sky stretched endlessly above the vast, frozen expanse of the silver tundra. A million stars glistened like tiny gemstones scattered across an ocean of black velvet, their pale light illuminating the icy world below. The tundra was silent, save for the occasional whisper of wind weaving through the crystalline structures that dotted the landscape, tall, jagged formations of ice that reflected the starlight in eerie, shifting patterns. Standing at the edge of a frozen lake, Lyra pulled her heavy cloak tighter around her shoulders. The cold bit through the thick fabric, seeping into her bones, but she barely noticed. Her breath rose in soft clouds, vanishing into the frigid air as she stared up at the sky. Searching, tonight was the night. She had waited for this moment for years, guided only by the legends passed down through generations, the stories of the crystal moon. "Do you see anything?" came a quiet voice behind her. Lyra turned to see Elias, his dark eyes scanning the heavens with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. His gloved hands clutched a worn leather journal, its pages filled with notes and calculations. He had been skeptical at first, reluctant to chase what he had deemed a myth, but Lyra had convinced him. She had to. "It's not time yet," she murmured, glancing at the intricate map she had drawn in the snow. But soon, Elias sighed, rubbing his hands together for warmth. "I still don't understand why this night is different from any other. The moon has been full before. The stars have aligned." Lyra smiled faintly, her gaze drifting back to the sky. "Because tonight, it shines in the right place." Elias frowned but said nothing. He had learned long ago that arguing with Lyra when she was certain of something was a battle not worth fighting. Instead, he followed her gaze, watching as the first sliver of moonlight broke over the distant peaks. A sharp gust of wind rushed across the frozen lake, carrying with it a sound that did not belong, a faint hum, almost like music, drifting through the air. Lyra stiffened, her heart pounding. "It's starting." She whispered. The hum grew louder, resonating through the ice, vibrating beneath their feet. The surface of the lake shimmered, as if something beneath it was waking. Then, slowly, impossibly, the moon itself began to change. The pale silver glow deepened, shifting into a radiant shade of blue, casting an otherworldly light over the tundra. It was breathtaking, unnatural, and exactly what she had been waiting for. Elias took a step back, his breath hitching. "Lyra, what is this?" She didn't answer. She couldn't, because at that moment, the ice cracked, a jagged line spread across the lake's surface, splitting the frozen expanse in two. The light from the moon intensified, pouring down in shimmering beams that struck the ice, refracting into 1,000 scattered fragments, and then, the world shifted. For a single, heart-stopping moment, Lyra felt weightless, as if reality itself had unraveled. The sky twisted, the stars blurred, and the ground beneath her feet vanished. When she could finally breathe again, she found herself somewhere else entirely. The tundra was gone. She stood on a platform of smooth, crystalline stone, suspended in an abyss of endless night. The sky above was still filled with stars, but they were different, brighter, closer, pulsing with a strange energy. The moon hung low, massive and radiant, its glow washing over the platform like liquid light. Elias was beside her, wide-eyed and speechless. "Where are we?" Lyra swallowed hard, steadying herself. She had dreamed of this moment, had imagined what it might be like, but nothing had prepared her for the sheer enormity of it. "We found it," she said breathlessly. The crystal moon. But before Elias could respond, a voice echoed through the vast emptiness around them, soft, melodic, and ancient beyond comprehension. "You should not have come." The words sent a chill down Lyra's spine, colder than the wind of the tundra. She turned slowly, her pulse hammering in her ears. A figure stood at the edge of the platform, barely more than a silhouette against the glow of the moon. Their form shimmered, shifting like mist, their eyes twin points of silver light. There was no hostility in their voice, no anger, only a deep, sorrowful certainty. Lyra's fingers curled into fists. "Who are you?" The figure tilted their head slightly, as if considering the question. Then, they raised one hand, and the space around them rippled, like a stone dropped into a still pond. Suddenly, the platform beneath them trembled, the stars flickered. The air grew heavy, dense with something unseen but powerful. And Lyra knew, in that instant, that they had not just discovered the crystal moon, they had awakened something within it, something that had been waiting. The platform trembled beneath Lyra's feet. The smooth crystalline surface pulsing faintly with an energy she could neither see nor fully understand. The figure standing before them, an ethereal being wrapped in shifting mist and silver light, remained still, watching them with an unreadable expression. "You should not have come." The words still echoed in Lyra's mind, cold and final, as if they carried the weight of countless years. Elias took an uneasy step back, his fingers tightening around the leather-bound journal at his side. His breath was shallow, his usually sharp gaze darting between the figure and the vast abyss surrounding them. "Lyra," he said, his voice low, urgent. "We need to leave. Now." But Lyra didn't move. She had spent too many years chasing this legend, deciphering the hidden clues left behind in ancient texts and whispered myths. She had followed the signs, endured the bitter cold of the tundra, all for this moment. And now that she was here, standing in the heart of the unknown, she refused to run. "We didn't come here by accident," she said, forcing steel into her voice. "We were meant to find this place." The figure remained silent, their luminous gaze unwavering. Then, after a long pause, they raised a hand. The air between them shimmered, distorting like ripples in water. "You do not understand what you have awakened." Before Lyra could ask what that meant, the space around them twisted. The stars overhead flickered violently, their light bending into spirals that made her stomach churn. The platform beneath them shifted, the once smooth stone fracturing into intricate patterns that pulsed with a deep blue glow. And then, the visions came. A cascade of images flooded Lyra's mind, flashes of a world she had never seen yet somehow recognized. Towers of translucent crystal rising into a sky filled with twin moons. Rivers of liquid light weaving through endless silver forests. And at the heart of it all, an immense structure, the crystal moon itself, floating above an ocean of darkness, humming with an energy older than time. But the vision did not end there. Suddenly, shadows crept in, spreading like cracks in glass. The radiant cities withered, their towers collapsing into dust. The silver forests burned, their light snuffed out by an encroaching darkness. And at the center of it all, a figure, shrouded in an aura of void-like energy, stood before the fractured crystal moon, their hands outstretched as the very sky split apart. Lyra gasped, the vision snapping away like a shattered dream. She stumbled, barely catching herself as her knees buckled beneath her. Elias was beside her in an instant, his hand gripping her arm. "Lyra. What happened? What did you see?" She couldn't answer. Her heart pounded in her chest, her breath coming in short. Ragged bursts. The images still lingered, burned into her mind like an afterimage of a lightning strike. The figure before them lowered their hand, their silver eyes dimming. "Now do you see?" Lyra swallowed hard, trying to steady herself. "That was the past," she said, though the words felt uncertain even as they left her lips. "Wasn't it?" The figure inclined their head ever so slightly. It was a warning. The platform pulsed again, and Lyra felt the weight of the being's words settle deep in her chest. Elias exhaled sharply. "Okay, that's enough cryptic warnings for one night. What exactly are you trying to tell us? What is this place? Who are you?" The figure's gaze shifted toward him. Their presence both weightless and immense, like a force of nature that had taken shape. "I am the last keeper of the moon's light," they said. "And you stand at the edge of something far greater than you understand." The words sent a shiver through Lyra, though she wasn't sure if it was from fear or something else, something deeper. "You mean, the crystal moon?" she asked. The figure hesitated. "The crystal moon is more than a legend. It is a key. A beacon. A force that once kept the balance between worlds," Elias muttered under his breath. "Of course it is." Lyra ignored him. "What happened to it?" The figure's luminous gaze darkened slightly, the mist around them shifting like storm clouds. "It was broken." A heavy silence fell between them. Lyra clenched her fists, frustration bubbling up inside her. "Then can it be fixed?" Another long pause. Then, at last, the figure spoke again. "Perhaps. But not without a price." The words sent an uneasy chill through her. Elias took a step closer, his voice more cautious now. "And what price would that be?" The figure turned their gaze to the horizon, if one could even call it that. The endless night surrounding them seemed to stir, the stars shifting in slow, deliberate movements. "The path to restoration is not one of light. You will have to walk through the remnants of what was lost. And the shadows will follow." The meaning behind the words was unclear, but the weight of them was undeniable. Lyra took a steadying breath. "If there's a way to restore the crystal moon, I'll do whatever it takes." Elias shot her a sharp look. "Lyra," she held up a hand, silencing him. "This is why we came here, Elias. We didn't just stumble into this place. We were meant to find it." The figure studied her for a long moment, then slowly extended their hand. The space around them shifted once more, and from the air itself, a small crystal materialized. It hovered between them, glowing with a soft, internal light. Lyra hesitated only briefly before reaching out. The moment her fingers brushed the surface, a pulse of energy shot through her, searing into her very being. She gasped, staggering back, but she did not let go. The crystal pulsed once, then dimmed slightly, settling into her palm like it had always belonged there. The figure's voice was softer now, almost distant. The journey has already begun. Do not let the darkness take you. Then, before Lyra could ask anything more, the figure vanished. The stars blurred, the ground trembled, and in a sudden rush of light, Lyra and Elias were pulled back. The next thing she knew, she was lying on the frozen lake, the bitter cold of the tundra biting into her skin. The crystal moon still glowed above, but its blue light had begun to fade. Elias groaned beside her, sitting up slowly. "Please tell me that was a dream," he muttered. Lyra stared at the small, glowing crystal in her hand. "No," she whispered. It was real, and whatever they had started, it had only just begun. The cold was the first thing Lyra felt. The frozen lake beneath her was solid, unyielding, its chill seeping into her bones even through her thick cloak. For a long moment, she lay still, trying to slow her racing heartbeat. The vision, the figure, the crystal, none of it had been a dream. She slowly sat up, the weight of the small, glowing shard still warm in her palm. The light it emitted was faint now, like a dying ember, but she could still feel its energy thrumming beneath her fingertips. Beside her, Elias groaned, rubbing his temples. "I feel like I just got tossed through a hurricane," he muttered. "Tell me we didn't just—" "I don't know, shift between realities," Lyra exhaled, still staring at the crystal. "I don't think we ever left." Elias glanced up at the sky, where the crystal moon still hovered, no longer pulsing with unnatural light, but still vast, still radiant. A reminder of what they had seen, of what they had awakened. "We need to talk about this," Elias said, his voice steadying. "What that thing said, the crystal moon was broken, what does that even mean? And why did they give you that?" He nodded toward the shard in her hand. Lyra tightened her grip around it. "I don't know yet. But I think this is a piece of it." Elias frowned. "Of the moon?" Lyra shook her head. "Not the physical moon we see in the sky. Something else. Something deeper." She hesitated before looking at him. "I saw things, Elias. A city of light. Towers of crystal. And then it all collapsed." Elias didn't respond right away. His analytical mind was likely running through every possibility, but Lyra knew that deep down, he had seen something too. "You said we didn't leave," he said after a long pause. "So, what was that place? That platform? That being?" Lyra hesitated, glancing around the frozen tundra. Everything looked the same as before. But she wasn't the same, I think. She chose her words carefully. "I think we were standing in something like an echo. A memory of the crystal moon. Whatever happened to it, whatever broke it, left behind pieces." She looked down at the glowing shard. "And this is one of them." Elias blew out a breath, shaking his head. "You're saying we just stumbled into the ruins of some ancient celestial power, and it, what? Gave you a piece of itself?" "Not stumbled," Lyra corrected. "We were led here. The stories, the calculations. This wasn't random, Elias." He ran a hand through his hair. "Okay. Let's assume for a second that this all makes sense. That leaves us with one big problem. What now? Lyra looked back up at the crystal moon. The sky was clear, the stars glistening like scattered diamonds, but she could feel it, the hum beneath her skin, the whisper in the air. The journey has already begun. Do not let the darkness take you. She didn't know what the warning meant. Not yet. But she knew one thing for certain, they couldn't stop now. We find the next piece, she said firmly. Elias blinked. The next piece? Lyra nodded. If the crystal moon was broken, that means there are more shards. And if we have one, then the others must still be out there. Elias gave her a long look, then sighed, rubbing his face. You're really not going to let this go, are you? Lyra smirked. Would you expect me to? Elias muttered something under his breath before standing up. Fine. But if we're doing this, we're doing it right. We need supplies, information, we need to leave the tundra, Lyra finished. And we need to move fast. The vision still lingered in her mind, especially the last part, the shadows creeping in, devouring the light. Something had destroyed the crystal moon, and if they weren't careful, it might still be watching. Hours later, the tundra stretched behind them, endless white fading into the horizon. Lyra and Elias had packed their supplies, gathered their notes, and set off toward the nearest settlement, a small outpost on the edge of the frostlands known as Kael'thir. It was an ancient place, built by traders who navigated the frozen roads. But more importantly, it was home to something Lyra needed, the Starfall Archives, a hidden library, buried beneath the permafrost, said to contain the oldest records of celestial phenomena in the world. If there was any clue about where to find the next shard, it would be there. Elias pulled his hood tighter against the biting wind. I still don't know how we're supposed to track down something like this. We don't even know what we're looking for. Lyra glanced at the shard in her hand, its glow faint but steady. I think it's going to show us the way, she murmured. Elias groaned. Great. We're following a magical rock across the tundra. This is fine. Everything is fine, Lyra chuckled. Come on, Elias. Where's your sense of adventure? Probably frozen solid back there, he muttered, nodding toward the endless snow behind them, but Lyra saw something else in his expression. Excitement. Despite his complaints, despite his skepticism, Elias had felt it too, that pull toward something bigger than them, and as they trudged through the snow toward Kael'thir, Lyra couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. Somewhere out there, the rest of the crystal moon was waiting, and she was going to find it. The wind howled through the frozen plains, cutting through Lyra's cloak like icy blades. The journey to Kael'thir had been grueling, 2 days of relentless cold. Scarce shelter, and a sky that never seemed to change. The crystal moon still hung in the heavens, watching over them like an unblinking eye. Elias pulled his scarf tighter over his mouth. Tell me again why we're doing this, Lyra smirked, adjusting the leather strap of her satchel. Because you'd be lost without me, Elias exhaled a cloud of mist. That's debatable. Kael'thir finally came into view as they crested a ridge. It was smaller than Lyra had imagined, little more than a handful of buildings clustered at the base of a jagged mountain. Smoke curled from chimneys, the scent of burning wood cutting through the crisp air, but it wasn't the town itself that interested Lyra. It was what lay beneath it, the Starfall Archives, a hidden library buried deep underground, said to contain knowledge older than any empire. The kind of knowledge that could tell them where to find the next shard of the crystal moon. As they approached the main gate, a pair of guards stepped forward, bundled in thick furs. One of them, a tall woman with ice-blue eyes, held up a hand. "Travelers." Her voice was sharp, wary. "Scholars," Lyra said quickly. "We're here to visit the Starfall archives." The woman's gaze flicked over them, lingering on the satchels and Elias's journal. Finally, she nodded. "Inside. But don't cause trouble. Kael'thur doesn't take kindly to outsiders asking too many questions." "Noted," Elias muttered as they stepped through the gates. The town was quieter than Lyra expected. People moved briskly between buildings, avoiding eye contact. Conversations were hushed. The air carried a weight of something unspoken. Elias nudged her. "This place feels off." Lyra nodded, glancing toward the center of town, where a stone archway marked the entrance to the archives. "Let's find out why." The Starfall archives. The descent into the archives was steep, the stone staircase plunging into darkness. Only the faint glow of lanterns guided their way. Elias ran a hand along the wall. "You ever wonder why ancient knowledge is always hidden in cold, creepy places?" Lyra grinned. "Keeps people like you from getting bored." At the base of the stairs, the passage opened into a vast chamber. Shelves lined the walls, crammed with books, scrolls, and artifacts. The air smelled of old parchment and dust, tinged with something metallic, like rain on stone. A lone figure sat at a wooden desk near the center, scribbling in a massive tome. He was an older man, draped in heavy robes, his silver hair tied back. Lyra approached carefully. "Excuse me. We're looking for information on the crystal moon." The man's quill stopped mid-stroke. Slowly, he lifted his gaze. "The crystal moon is a myth," he said, his voice dry as parchment. Lyra pulled the shard from her satchel. The faint blue light flickered in the dim room. The man's eyes widened. Elias crossed his arms. "Still think it's a myth?" The scholar stood abruptly, knocking over his chair. His gaze darted around, as if afraid someone might be watching. "Where did you get that?" he whispered. Lyra hesitated. "A long way from here." The man rubbed his temples. "You shouldn't have brought it here." Elias raised an eyebrow. "Why not?" The scholar sighed, gesturing for them to follow him deeper into the archives. "Because you're not the only one searching for the fragments of the crystal moon." A chill that had nothing to do with the cold ran down Lyra's spine. The dim glow of lanterns flickered along the stone walls as Lyra and Elias followed the old scholar deeper into the Starfall archives. The air smelled of aged parchment and something else, damp stone, tinged with metal. Lyra tightened her grip on the shard in her pocket. The scholar's reaction had confirmed what she already suspected. Someone else is searching for the fragments. Elias shot her a look, clearly uneasy. "I don't like this, Lyra. You never like anything," she muttered, but truthfully, she didn't like it either. The scholar stopped in front of a massive, iron-bound door. He retrieved a set of keys from his robe and hesitated before unlocking it. "This room holds records older than Kael'thur itself," he murmured. "But knowledge comes at a price. Be certain you're ready to learn what lies beyond this door." Lyra met his gaze. "We wouldn't be here if we weren't." The scholar exhaled and pushed the door open. Inside the vault, the chamber beyond was circular, its walls carved with strange symbols that seemed to shimmer under the lantern light. At the center stood a stone pedestal, covered in dust and ancient markings. Elias stepped forward, brushing off some of the dust. These look like celestial maps. Star charts, the scholar nodded. They are. Maps of the heavens from before the sundering, Lyra frowned. The sundering? I've never heard of that. The scholar glanced at the glowing shard in her hand. Because it was erased from history, a chill ran down her spine. Erased? By who? The old man turned, retrieving a heavy tome from a nearby shelf. He set it down on the pedestal and flipped through the pages, revealing a detailed illustration of a sky filled with 2 moons. Elias sucked in a breath. Wait. 2, Lyra's heart pounded. The crystal moon. It wasn't just broken. It was shattered, the scholar nodded solemnly. Once, the sky was ruled by 2 celestial bodies, the eternal moon and the crystal moon. They were not just physical objects, but sources of immense power. Until one was destroyed, Elias stared at the page. What happened to it? The scholar's expression darkened. A war. A war between those who sought to wield its power, and those who sought to keep it hidden. He turned the page, revealing a depiction of the moon cracking apart, shards scattering across the sky like falling stars. Lyra's fingers tightened around the fragment in her palm. And now someone is trying to put it back together, the scholar's jaw clenched. Or worse, claim its power for themselves. A heavy silence settled over them. Elias finally spoke. So where do we find the next shard? The scholar hesitated before pointing to an old map on the wall. Here. The ruins of Verithis. A lost city buried beneath the ice, said to hold relics from before the sundering. He looked at Lyra, his voice grave. But if you go there, you must be careful. You are not the only ones who seek what lies hidden. Lyra met his gaze and nodded. She already knew that, and she was ready. To be continued. The truth about the crystal moon begins to unfold, but danger is closer than ever. Who else is searching for the shards? And what lies hidden in the ruins of Verithis? The past is waking, and its secrets are deadly. Part 6, ChatGPT, The Crystal Moon. Part 6, the cold was sharper now. It cut through Lyra's cloak as if the fabric wasn't even there. The further they traveled from Kael'thur, the stronger the winds grew, howling across the frozen expanse. Ahead, the ice-strewn landscape stretched into a series of jagged cliffs. Somewhere beyond them lay their destination, the ruins of Verithis. Elias trudged beside her, his breath a cloud of mist. I still think this is a terrible idea, Lyra smirked. Noted. Again, Elias grumbled something under his breath but kept walking. They had left Kael'thur at dawn, armed with supplies, maps, and a warning from the scholar. You are not the only one searching. Lyra hadn't needed the reminder. She had felt it from the moment they left the archives, the sense of being watched. She pulled the shard from her pocket, watching as its faint glow pulsed in rhythm with her heartbeat. Whatever they were walking toward, the shard knew it, and it was leading them straight into the unknown, the edge of the ruins. By midday, they reached the cliffs. Below, The land opened into a vast expanse of ice and stone, broken only by jagged remnants of what had once been a city, the ruins of Varethus. Elias let out a low whistle. That doesn't look welcoming. The ruins stretched for miles, half buried beneath layers of frost. Towering structures jutted from the ice like broken bones, their surfaces worn smooth by centuries of wind. Lyra studied the map from the archives. There should be an entrance near the center, some kind of underground chamber. Elias adjusted his pack. Then let's move before the weather gets worse. They descended carefully, their boots crunching over frozen stone. Every sound seemed magnified in the eerie silence. Then, something shifted. Lyra froze. A shadow flickered between the ruins. Elias saw it too. He placed a hand on her arm, his voice barely above a whisper. "We're not alone." Lyra's fingers tightened around the shard. She could feel the energy thrumming inside it, reacting to something nearby, something waiting, the hidden chamber. They moved cautiously, weaving through the ruins until they reached what remained of a massive archway. The entrance had long since collapsed, but a narrow passage remained, leading into darkness. Elias eyed it warily. "This is the part where we make terrible decisions, isn't it?" Lyra grinned. "Always." She stepped inside, the air changed instantly. The wind outside faded, replaced by an unnatural stillness. Their lanterns cast flickering light over ancient walls, covered in glowing symbols. Lyra's breath caught. "This is it." At the center of the chamber, something gleamed, a pedestal. And resting atop it, another shard. Elias exhaled. That was easier than expected. The moment he said it, a deep rumble echoed through the chamber. Lyra grabbed his wrist. "You had to say it, didn't you?" The shadows moved. A low, inhuman growl rose from the darkness. They weren't alone, and whatever was down here had been waiting for them. The growl reverberated through the chamber, deep and unnatural. Lyra and Elias stood frozen, eyes locked on the shifting shadows. Then, movement, a shape emerged from the darkness. At first, it was little more than a flicker, a distortion of the air itself. Then it solidified, a massive figure, wrapped in tattered obsidian armor, its eyes burning with an eerie silver glow. A guardian. Elias took a slow step backward. "You know, Lyra, sometimes I really hate being right." Lyra barely heard him. Her focus was on the shard resting atop the pedestal. It pulsed faintly, responding to the fragment she already carried. They were close, so close, but the guardian stood in their way, and it wasn't going to let them pass. The guardian moved, faster than expected. It lunged, a blur of black metal and mist. Lyra barely had time to react, throwing herself to the side as a massive blade slammed into the stone where she had been standing. Elias cursed, fumbling for the dagger at his belt. "Any ideas?" Lyra rolled to her feet, heart pounding. "Working on it." The guardian turned toward her, its glowing eyes locking onto the shard in her grasp. It let out a guttural sound, not rage, not hatred. Recognition. For a split second, Lyra hesitated. That moment almost cost her everything. The guardian struck again, this time aiming directly for her. She barely managed to dodge, but the force of the attack sent her sprawling across the floor. Elias acted fast. He darted forward, slashing at the guardian's side. His blade met nothing but air, It's like trying to fight a ghost," he shouted. Lyra's mind raced. This wasn't just a creature, it was a construct. Something left behind to protect the shard, which meant, it's not attacking us. It's defending the shard, she realized. She scrambled to her feet. Elias. We need to disrupt its connection. He ducked another swing. And how exactly do we do that? Lyra's eyes flicked to the symbols on the walls. Ancient runes. Faint, but still glowing, they weren't just decoration. They were binding the guardian to this place. If we break the runes, we break its hold, she shouted. Elias didn't argue. He rushed toward the nearest inscription and drove his dagger into the stone. The effect was instant. The guardian staggered, its form flickering like a dying flame. Its silver eyes snapped toward Elias. Realizing too late what was happening, Lyra followed his lead, drawing her own blade and slashing through another rune. The glow dimmed, and the guardian let out a roar, its body unraveling at the edges. One more. She dashed toward the final rune. Just as the guardian made its last desperate attempt to strike her down, she didn't stop. Her dagger slammed into the stone. The rune shattered, its glow vanishing in an instant. The guardian let out one final, shuddering growl. Then collapsed into nothing. Silence filled the chamber. Elias let out a shaky breath. "Remind me never to question you again," Lyra grinned, wiping dust from her hands. "I'll hold you to that." She turned toward the pedestal, heart pounding. The shard was still there, its glow stronger than before. She reached out, fingers brushing the surface. The moment she touched it, everything changed. The chamber vanished. Suddenly, Lyra was somewhere else, a vast, endless sky filled with swirling lights and fractured constellations. And at the center of it all, a figure stood, watching her. Its voice echoed through the void. "You are not ready for what comes next." Then, darkness. Lyra gasped, her vision snapping back to reality. The chamber's cold stone walls reappeared around her. The shattered runes still flickering with the last remnants of their power. The shard pulsed in her grip, its glow stronger than before. Elias was at her side instantly. "Lyra. What happened? You just..." Froze. She swallowed hard, shaking off the lingering sensation of the void. I saw something." "Someone," Elias frowned. "Saw?" Lyra nodded. "A figure. Standing in the middle of the sky. They spoke to me," Elias exhaled sharply. "And let me guess, it wasn't a warm welcome." Lyra tightened her grip on the shard. "They said, 'You are not ready for what comes next.'" A heavy silence settled between them. Elias ran a hand through his hair. "That's not ominous at all." Lyra glanced around the chamber. The runes were gone. The guardian was gone. But she couldn't shake the feeling that they weren't alone. Something had changed, and they had just crossed a threshold they couldn't step back from. Escape from Verithis. They didn't linger. The ruins felt different now, less ancient, more alive. The moment they stepped outside, the wind seemed to carry whispers through the frozen air. Lyra pulled her cloak tighter. "We need to move," Elias nodded, already scanning their surroundings. "Let's get as far from here as possible before nightfall." They climbed out of the ruins, their breaths visible in the icy air. But as they reached higher ground, Lyra stopped. Something was wrong. The sky was darker than before. Not the natural fade of evening, but a heavy, unnatural gloom stretching across the horizon. Elias followed her gaze. "That's not normal, is it?" "No," Lyra said quietly. Then, they heard it, a low, rhythmic thumping in the distance. "Footsteps," Elias cursed. "Someone's coming." Lyra scanned the icy cliffs. There was no cover, nowhere to hide. If they were being pursued, they needed to move, fast. "We have to get back to Kael'thur," Elias didn't argue. They started moving, their pace quickening as the sound behind them grew louder. Whoever was following them was closing in. Then, the air shifted, a sharp, piercing whistle cut through the wind. Lyra and Elias barely had time to react before something exploded into the ground beside them, a bolt of dark energy, sending a spray of ice and stone into the air. They dove for cover, rolling behind a jagged outcrop. Lyra's heart pounded. What was that? Elias peeked over the rock, his face pale. Trouble. Lyra followed his gaze, and her blood ran cold. At the edge of the ruins, silhouetted against the darkening sky, stood 3 figures, cloaked, armored, unmoving, and at the center, a woman draped in silver robes, her hand raised toward them. Lyra didn't need to ask who they were. The Order of the Veil had found them, the hunters and the hunted. The woman stepped forward, her voice carrying across the frozen expanse. "Lyra Volcrest. Elias Kedron. You have something that belongs to us." Lyra's grip tightened around the shard. Elias muttered under his breath. "Why do they always know our names?" Lyra ignored him, stepping out from behind cover. "Funny. I don't recall stealing anything from the Veil." The woman's lips curved into a faint smile. "Ignorance does not absolve you. Hand over the shard, and we will allow you to leave unharmed." Lyra forced a laugh. "Oh, that's generous. And if we refuse?" The woman's silver eyes gleamed. "Then you will not leave at all." The figures beside her drew their weapons. Lyra's heart pounded. They were outnumbered, outmatched, and backed against an icy cliffside. Elias sighed. "Well, this just keeps getting better." Lyra braced herself. The Order had come for them, and they weren't leaving without a fight. The wind howled through the ruins, carrying the tension between them and the Order of the Veil. Lyra's fingers curled around the shard, its glow pulsing like a second heartbeat. The woman in silver robes stood unmoving, her cold gaze locked onto Lyra. Behind her, the 2 cloaked warriors gripped their weapons, waiting for the command to strike. Elias exhaled slowly. "So, any brilliant ideas?" Lyra's mind raced. Fighting them head-on would be suicide. They were outnumbered, and the Order was no ordinary enemy. But the terrain was rough, the ice unpredictable. If they could outmaneuver them, the woman took a step forward. "You are stalling." She raised her hand, and the air rippled. A shockwave blasted toward them. Lyra barely had time to throw herself to the side before it struck, sending shards of ice and stone flying through the air. Elias hit the ground beside her, coughing. "Not fair," he muttered. "Magic." Lyra didn't waste time responding. She grabbed his wrist and pulled him up. "Run." Elias didn't hesitate. They sprinted across the ice, their boots sliding on the uneven ground. Behind them, the Order moved with inhuman precision, their figures barely making a sound as they gave chase. the woman lifted her hand again. Another pulse of energy shot forward. Lyra reacted on instinct. She raised the shard, and for the briefest moment, it answered. A shimmering barrier of light flickered into existence. The attack slammed into it, sending a wave of force rippling outward. The barrier shattered, but the magic lost most of its power before reaching them. Lyra stumbled, stunned. She hadn't expected that, neither had the woman. She halted mid-step, her silver eyes narrowing. "So," she murmured, "the shards still listen to you." Lyra's stomach twisted. "Still?" Elias grabbed her arm. Less thinking, more running, they darted between the ruins, ducking beneath fallen pillars and leaping over ice-covered cracks. Lyra's mind spun. Who was this woman? And what did she mean by, "still listen"? There was no time to figure it out. A dagger of dark energy whizzed past her head, embedding itself into the ice beside her. Elias swore. Okay, that one was close. They needed to lose them. Up ahead, the ruins sloped downward into a massive, frozen ravine. If they could reach the edge, they might have a chance to disappear into the mist below, head for the cliff. Lyra shouted. Elias glanced at her. "You do realize that's a dead end? Trust me." For once, he didn't argue. They sprinted toward the ravine, the sounds of pursuit growing closer. Lyra could feel the energy in the air, a buildup of power. The woman was preparing something big. 50 feet, the cloaked warriors were gaining ground. 40 feet. A low, humming vibration filled the air. 30 feet, the temperature plummeted. Ice crystals formed on Lyra's fingertips. 20 feet, the woman whispered something. The world tilted. A wall of dark energy erupted from the ground behind them. Lyra didn't slow down. She gripped the shard, focusing on the same instinct that had saved them earlier. The glow flared. She jumped. For a split second, the world froze. Then, light exploded outward, propelling them over the edge of the ravine. They plummeted into the mist below, the wind roaring in their ears. The last thing Lyra saw before the world went dark was the woman's unreadable expression as she watched them fall into the abyss. Cold, that was the first thing Lyra registered. A deep, biting cold that wrapped around her body like a vice. Her eyes fluttered open. Darkness. A heavy mist surrounded her, swirling in slow, deliberate patterns. Where was she? Memories rushed back. The order. The chase. The fall. Elias. She pushed herself upright, scanning the gloom. Elias, a groan came from nearby. Still alive. Probably concussed, she crawled toward him, relief flooding through her as she saw his silhouette. He sat slumped against a jagged rock, rubbing his temple. "That was the dumbest thing we've ever done," he muttered. Lyra smirked. "And yet, we're still here," he sighed. Barely. They looked around. The mist made it impossible to see far, but massive shapes loomed in the distance, structures half buried in ice, too precise to be natural. Lyra shivered. This isn't just a ravine. It's something else. Elias exhaled. Wonderful. So instead of being dead, we've fallen into some lost, frozen underworld. Lyra stood, gripping the shard. Its glow was faint but steady, pointing deeper into the fog. Whatever this place was, it was calling them forward, and for better or worse, They had no choice but to answer. The mist curled around Lyra and Elias like living tendrils, shifting and whispering in a language just beyond understanding. The glow from the shard was the only light. Pulsing faintly in her grip, Elias rubbed his arms. "I hate this place already," Lyra exhaled, trying to steady her breathing. The air was thick, pressing against her skin like something unseen was watching. "We need to move," Elias gestured vaguely at the swirling fog. "Move where?" "I can't see a thing," Lyra turned, following the shard's glow. "This way," Elias groaned but followed. "I swear, if this leads us into another trap," a sound echoed through the mist. Both of them froze, a slow, deliberate scraping, like metal dragging against stone. Lyra's pulse quickened. "Did you hear that?" Elias gave her a flat look. "Oh no, must have missed it. Maybe it was just the wind." The sound came again, closer. Elias tightened his grip on his dagger. "Okay. Not the wind." Lyra strained her eyes, trying to see through the haze. The shapes around them were becoming clearer, massive pillars of ice, half-crumbled structures, remnants of a city long buried beneath the snow. Then, movement. A figure emerged from the mist. Lyra's breath caught. It was tall, unnaturally so, wrapped in ancient armor etched with glowing runes. A helm obscured its face, but deep within the shadows of its visor, two cold blue lights flickered. Elias took a sharp step back. "That is not friendly." The figure lifted a massive blade, its edge crackling with ice-bound energy. Then, it charged. The Guardian of the Abyss. Lyra barely had time to react before the Guardian swung. The air hissed as the blade cut through it, missing Elias by inches as he rolled aside. Lyra ducked, raising the shard instinctively. A barrier of light flickered into existence, absorbing the next strike, but the force of the impact sent her stumbling backward. Elias cursed. "We can't fight that," Lyra gritted her teeth. "Then we run." They turned and bolted through the ruins, weaving between fallen pillars and shattered archways. The Guardian followed, its footsteps heavy, relentless. Lyra's mind raced. This wasn't just some ancient relic, it was still alive, still active. But why? Ahead. The path split, one way leading into a narrow tunnel of ice, the other toward an open chasm with a bridge hanging over it. Lyra made a snap decision. "The bridge, go!" They sprinted toward it. The structure was old, its ropes frayed, its wooden planks coated in frost. Elias skidded to a stop. "That does not look safe. Do you have a better idea?" Behind them, the Guardian lifted its sword. A wave of freezing energy rushed forward. Lyra and Elias jumped onto the bridge just as the attack struck the ground, shattering the ice where they had stood moments before. The entire bridge lurched. Elias grabbed the ropes, eyes wide. "This thing isn't gonna hold." Lyra didn't answer. Her gaze was locked on the Guardian. It had stopped at the bridge's edge, its blue eyes locked onto hers. For a moment, neither moved. Then, it spoke, a deep, echoing voice, like 1,000 whispers layered over each other. "You carry the lost light." Lyra's breath hitched. The Guardian took a step forward, onto the bridge. The structure groaned. Elias swore. "Nope, not waiting for that." He grabbed Lyra's arm. "Move!" They ran. The bridge swayed dangerously under their weight, the ancient planks creaking with each step. The Guardian followed, unfazed, halfway across, a loud snap echoed through the air. One of the ropes had broken, the bridge tilted, sending Elias sliding downward. Lyra lunged, catching his wrist just before he went over the edge. "Hold on," she gasped, fingers straining. Elias dangled over the abyss, his eyes wild. Not really an option, Lyra. Above them, the Guardian continued forward, unshaken by the shifting bridge. The remaining rope strained, moments from snapping completely. Lyra gritted her teeth. She had one chance. With her free hand, she gripped the shard. "Please," she whispered. The glow flared. The remaining rope snapped. The bridge collapsed, and Lyra and Elias plunged into the abyss, falling into the unknown. The world spun. Lyra's stomach lurched as they fell, the air rushing past her ears. She clutched Elias's wrist. Their descent unstoppable. Then, light erupted around them, not just from the shard, but from below. A vast, glowing expanse opened beneath them, a hidden world beneath the ice. The last thing Lyra saw before the darkness swallowed them was the outline of something massive, waiting in the depths, and then, everything went black. The darkness enveloped them like a thick, suffocating blanket. Lyra felt her heart pounding in her chest as the world spun around her. She was no longer sure if she was falling or simply floating. Everything was blurred, and the air felt heavier than it had ever been before. Elias's grip on her wrist was still firm, but there was an unsettling stillness between them. She could no longer hear the rushing wind or the pounding of her own heart. It was as if time had slowed, or perhaps they had crossed into a place where time no longer mattered. Then, suddenly, the sensation of falling stopped. For a moment, there was nothing. Then, the world shattered. Light burst through the blackness, bright and blinding, a crystal glow that burned with an intensity that made Lyra blink hard, her eyes adjusting. She opened them slowly, trying to make sense of the strange, shifting landscape around her. They were no longer in the abyss. They had landed in the middle of a vast, otherworldly forest. Trees that seemed to glow faintly stood tall, their trunks shimmering with an ethereal blue light. The ground beneath them was soft and glowing, pulsing with an unnatural energy. The air smelled sweet, like honeyed fruit, but there was something about the place that felt unnervingly silent. Elias groaned beside her, rolling over onto his back. "I think my bones are going to fall apart," he muttered, sitting up with a wince. "What the hell just happened?" Lyra slowly pushed herself to her feet, staring around in awe. The forest was unlike anything she had ever seen, alive, yet not in any way that she could comprehend. The trees were too still, the air too perfect, and the soft light that bathed everything felt like it had been placed there intentionally, rather than naturally occurring. "It's beautiful," she whispered, her voice carrying in the eerie silence. "Sure," Elias grumbled. "Beautiful, but also way too weird." He glanced around, his eyes narrowing. "This place doesn't feel right, Lyra. I can feel it, this magic. It's different from anything I've ever encountered." Lyra nodded, her eyes scanning the surroundings. The shard in her hand had begun to glow more brightly, its pulsations in sync with the strange light around them. She felt the familiar hum of energy from it, but it was different this time, more distant, more disconnected. "It's almost like..." Lyra began, but she couldn't finish the thought. She wasn't sure how to explain what she was feeling. A soft whisper interrupted her. It was so faint, she almost thought it was just the wind moving through the trees. But no, It was too distinct. Welcome, travelers. Lyra froze. Elias turned sharply. Did you hear that? We have been waiting for you. The voice was softer this time, almost musical, but also ancient, as though it had echoed through the world for centuries. Lyra looked around, but there was no one in sight. The voice didn't belong to the trees, and it didn't belong to any person or creature she could see. It felt as though it came from the very air itself, surrounding them. I don't like this, Elias muttered, stepping closer to Lyra. What is this place? A figure emerged from the shadows of the glowing trees. It was tall, almost humanoid, but its features were difficult to discern. It was draped in flowing robes that seemed to blend into the mist, its skin a shimmering, translucent white. Its face was shadowed by a hood that gave it an almost ghostly appearance, but its eyes glowed a soft silver, as if reflecting the light from the shard in Lyra's hand. Who are you? Lyra asked, her voice steady despite the unease curling in her chest. The figure inclined its head, the movement so graceful it almost seemed to belong to a being not quite human. I am the keeper of the crystal forest, the figure said, its voice a smooth, melodic hum. This place is a sanctuary, a refuge from the world beyond. You have crossed into the heart of the crystal moon, the gateway to all that has been lost and all that is yet to come. Lyra blinked, trying to make sense of the words. The crystal moon, yes. The moon that shines with the light of forgotten stars, where the past and future merge, and the threads of fate intertwine. It is not a place, but a state of being, a dimension, a point in time, a piece of all that exists and all that ever will. Elias raised an eyebrow. Yeah, okay, not confusing at all. Lyra ignored him, focusing on the keeper. Why are we here? She asked, her voice demanding answers. What is this place? And why did we fall into it? The keeper stepped forward, its form becoming clearer as it did. You were called, it said, its voice low and resonant. The shard you carry is a key to unlocking the true potential of this world. It has awakened, and with it, so have you. Lyra felt a strange stirring in her chest. The shard hummed in response to the keeper's words, the light growing brighter. She knew the truth of what the keeper was saying. She had always felt it. The connection between herself and the shard was deeper than anything she had ever understood. Why me? She asked, almost in a whisper. The keeper's gaze softened, though its face was still hidden. The light chose you long ago. Child. You are its vessel, the one destined to restore balance to the world, to the crystal moon itself. Lyra's heart skipped a beat. Balance? What do you mean? The keeper lowered its head. There is corruption in the crystal moon, young one. Forces that seek to twist its power for destruction. You have been called to prevent that, to restore the shard to its rightful place before the darkness consumes all. Elias stepped forward, frowning. You're telling me this forest is the crystal moon? That it's alive, not alive, but conscious, the keeper replied. The forest is the heart of this world, its essence woven into every branch, every stone, every whisper in the air. It lives as much as it breathes. And you are now part of it. The shard you carry is the key to its survival. Lyra took a step back, the weight of the keeper's words sinking in. I don't understand. How do I restore balance? How do I use this shard? the keeper extended one hand, palm up. In time, you will know. But the path is not without its trials. The Order of the Veil will not allow you to succeed without a fight. They seek to control the light, to bend it to their will. But you must resist. The fate of the crystal moon depends on it. Lyra's heart thundered in her chest. The Order, the keeper nodded gravely. Yes. They are already on their way. You must act quickly. The keeper's words hung in the air like a heavy fog. The weight of them pressed down on Lyra's chest, and the shard in her hand pulsed with a strange rhythm, faint but undeniable. It felt almost alive, and in that moment, Lyra realized she might not be in control of this journey at all. The keeper's figure loomed before them, standing like a specter in the glow of the forest. Its eyes, still aglow with soft silver light, never wavered from Lyra. You must prepare yourself, the keeper continued, its voice unyielding. The Order of the Veil is already seeking the shard. They are relentless. If they take it before you have a chance to restore it to its rightful place, this world, and yours, will fall into shadow. Elias stepped forward. His brow furrowed. But how do we fight them? If they have the power to track us here, to chase us across realms, how are we supposed to win? The keeper's expression softened. You cannot face them with mere force. You will need to learn the ways of this world, of the crystal moon itself. Only by understanding its true nature will you have a chance to defeat the Order. Lyra clenched her fists around the shard. Where do we start? The keeper's gaze turned toward the horizon, where the light of the crystal forest seemed to shift and shimmer. The first step is to return to the heart of the moon. There, you will find the answers you seek. But beware. The path is treacherous, filled with trials designed to test your resolve. You will face dangers you cannot yet comprehend. Only by trusting in the shard will you prevail. Lyra swallowed hard. The heart of the moon. Where is that? The keeper's form shifted, and for a moment, it seemed to fade into the very air itself. When it reappeared, it stood before them, a hand extended toward the farthest edge of the forest. Follow the river of light, it said, its voice now a whisper in the wind. It will guide you. But do not stray from the path. The Order is never far behind. Lyra nodded, although a knot of unease tightened in her stomach. Thank you. The keeper tilted its head, the silver light in its eyes flickering. Remember, young one, it said as it began to fade back into the shadows of the forest. The shard will show you the way, but you must trust it. Trust yourself. With that, the keeper was gone, leaving only the echo of its words and the soft light of the glowing trees. Lyra turned to Elias, who was looking around, still wary. Well, that was a lot to take in. Elias gave her a small, almost bitter smile. Yeah, you could say that. But we don't have time to process it all, do we? He pointed toward the direction the keeper had gestured to. The river of light, huh? Looks like it's our only choice. Lyra glanced at the shard in her hand, which now seemed to glow even more brightly than before. She could feel its energy, its pull toward the path ahead. There was no more time for doubt. Let's go, Lyra said, her voice firm. The river of light, the journey through the forest was both beautiful and eerie. As they walked, the trees seemed to whisper, their branches swaying in a rhythm that felt almost deliberate. The ground beneath their feet pulsed with the same energy that hummed in the shard, but it felt like they were being watched, as if the very forest was alive with an intelligence of its own. Soon, they reached the river. It wasn't like any river Lyra had ever seen. The water shimmered with an ethereal glow, flowing upward rather than down. It moved slowly but relentlessly, like a stream of light that cut through the forest. The very air around it seemed to hum with a quiet, almost otherworldly power. Elias let out a low whistle. "This is unreal." Lyra didn't answer. She could feel the shard pulling her toward the river, as if it knew where to go. The river stretched far ahead, disappearing into the distant horizon, but Lyra knew it would lead them to the heart of the moon, the place the keeper had spoken of. There was no other choice but to follow it. They stepped into the river. The water was cool and refreshing against their feet, and as they walked, the light surrounding them seemed to intensify. It wasn't long before the trees began to fade into the distance, and the forest opened up to reveal a vast, shimmering valley. The river curved, flowing through the valley toward an immense mountain in the distance. At the base of the mountain was a shining gate, its entrance framed by stone pillars covered in glowing runes. The gate seemed to pulse with energy, its glow inviting yet ominous. Lyra's heart quickened as they approached. "This is it, isn't it?" Elias asked, his voice barely a whisper. Lyra nodded. The heart of the moon. They reached the gate, and the shard in her hand grew even warmer, as if it were responding to the energy in the air. Lyra raised the shard, and to her surprise, it began to glow more brightly. The light from the shard seemed to wrap around the gate, forming intricate patterns of light and energy. Then, the gate opened. A soft, musical hum filled the air as the gates parted, revealing the entrance to a vast cavern. Inside, the walls were lined with crystals, each glowing with a different color, casting a kaleidoscope of lights onto the floor. The air inside was cool but thick with the same strange energy that permeated everything in this world. Lyra stepped forward, her heart pounding. There was something deep inside the cavern that called to her. The deeper they ventured into the cavern, the more intense the pull became. It was as if the shard was guiding her, urging her to move forward, to reach whatever was waiting at the end. And then, at the heart of the cavern, they reached it. A massive crystal stood at the center of the chamber, its surface glimmering with all the colors of the rainbow. It was so bright that Lyra had to shield her eyes. The crystal seemed to hum, vibrating with an energy that resonated deep within her. Lyra stepped forward, her hand reaching toward it. As her fingers brushed against the crystal, a burst of light erupted from it, flooding the entire cavern, and in that light, Lyra saw something, someone, in the distance. The light from the massive crystal engulfed them both, and for a moment, Lyra felt as though she were suspended in time. It wasn't like any light she had experienced before. It was both warm and cool, a mix of sensation that filled her with an undeniable sense of belonging, as if she had always been meant to stand here, in this very moment. Within this very cavern, but then, from the depths of the light, a figure emerged. It wasn't a figure at first, just a silhouette, barely visible in the brightness. But as the light began to soften, the image became clearer. It was a woman, her form radiant, like the light itself. Her hair shimmered with the same hues as the crystals lining the walls of the cavern, and her eyes, though too bright to look at directly, exuded a sense of ancient knowledge. Lyra. The voice was soft but echoed around the cavern, as though it came from everywhere at once. It was a voice Lyra recognized, not in her mind, but deep within her soul. This wasn't the first time she had heard it. The figure stepped closer. And with each step, Lyra's heart beat faster. She felt a pull toward the woman that was both comforting and terrifying. "You've come far," the figure continued, her voice gentle but filled with an immense power that resonated within Lyra's chest. "But the path ahead will not be easy." Lyra swallowed hard, her hand instinctively gripping the shard. "Who are you?" The woman smiled, but it was not a smile of kindness. It was a smile of recognition, as though she had always known Lyra would be here. "I am the guardian of the crystal moon," she said. "And I have been waiting for you, waiting for me." Lyra's mind raced. "Why me? What do you want from me?" The guardian's eyes glowed brighter, and the air around them seemed to shimmer even more intensely. "I do not want anything from you, child," she said, her voice now calm and serene. "I only wish to show you what you must become." Lyra felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. "What do you mean, what I must become?" The guardian raised her hand, and in an instant, the cavern was filled with a vision. Lyra saw herself, older, stronger, her hands raised in front of her as if wielding the power of the very world around her. She stood in the midst of a great battle, surrounded by shadows and light, a battle she could not quite understand. The vision shifted, and Lyra saw herself holding the shard, only it had changed. It was no longer just a piece of crystal, it was a blade, glowing with the same light that now filled the cavern. "You are destined to become the protector of the moon, Lyra," the guardian said, her voice now a whisper of understanding. "You will wield the shard, the very heart of this world, to restore balance. But the path to that destiny is fraught with danger. You must face trials that will test your strength, your heart, and your very soul." Lyra's heart raced. "But I don't know if I'm ready for that. I'm just a girl from a small village." The guardian interrupted. "That is where you begin, but that is not where you will end." The light from the crystal brightened again, and Lyra was overwhelmed with a sense of connection, a connection to everything around her. The forest, the stars, the very earth itself. It was as though she could feel the pulse of the universe. "But how do I do it?" Lyra asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "How do I become what you want me to be?" The guardian's gaze softened. "You already have what you need, Lyra. The shard you carry is more than a tool, it is part of you. It is your connection to this world, to the moon, to the very force of life that binds all things together." She stepped closer. "But you must trust it. Trust yourself. Trust the shard." Lyra's hand tightened around the shard. It pulsed with an energy she could no longer ignore. The bond between them had always been there, but now it was undeniable. She felt the shard's power surging through her, a whisper of ancient magic calling her to something far greater than she had ever imagined. "How do I defeat the Order of the Veil?" Elias's voice broke through the stillness. He had been standing silently beside Lyra, his expression tense but filled with determination. "They've been hunting us, and if they get their hands on the shard, everything is lost." The guardian turned her gaze toward him, and for the first time, her smile softened. The order is not your true enemy, she said. The real enemy is the shadow that lies within your own hearts. The shadow that feeds on fear, doubt, and hatred. If you can overcome that, then you will be able to defeat the order. Elias looked skeptical. But how do we fight something like that? By becoming what you were always meant to be, the guardian replied. By embracing your true nature, your destiny. She turned back to Lyra. You will lead them. You will show them the way, and they will follow, if they trust you, and trust themselves. Lyra felt her heart thudding in her chest, her mind racing. I don't know if I can do this. I'm just a girl. The guardian's eyes softened, and for a moment, Lyra thought she saw a flash of pity in them. You are far more than that, Lyra. You are the link between two worlds. The one who can bring them back into balance. You will face trials, but you will not face them alone. You will always have the shard, and it will always guide you. The light from the crystal grew brighter once more, and Lyra could feel the warmth of it wrapping around her. She stepped forward, her hand outstretched. The shard in her grip thrummed with energy, and as her fingers brushed against the crystal, she felt a sudden surge of power. It was as though everything around her, the light, the air, the very fabric of the world, was bending to her will. For a moment, Lyra was no longer just a girl from a small village. She was something far greater. She was the protector of the moon. The one who would restore balance to the shattered world. And then, just as suddenly, the light began to dim, and the guardian's form started to fade. Go now, Lyra, the guardian's voice echoed in the cavern. Your journey is far from over. But you are ready. Trust yourself, and trust the shard. As the last of the light faded, Lyra found herself standing alone before the crystal. But she no longer felt lost. She felt empowered, filled with a sense of purpose that had once eluded her. Let's go, Lyra whispered, more to herself than to Elias. Elias nodded, his expression unreadable. But in his eyes, Lyra could see it. Trust. Together, they stepped forward into the unknown. The cavern seemed to pulse with the energy of the crystal moon as Lyra and Elias stepped away from the massive glowing crystal. The cavern's walls no longer felt ominous but welcoming, as if they had always been a part of Lyra's journey. The weight of the guardian's words still lingered in her mind. Trust yourself, trust the shard. It was as if she could feel the power of the words within her very bones, reverberating with an energy she didn't fully understand yet, but she knew deep down that they held the key to everything that was coming. Are you ready? Elias asked, his voice breaking the stillness of the cavern. Lyra turned to him, the shard now securely clasped in her hand. Its glow had softened but remained steady, like a heartbeat that belonged only to her. She wasn't sure what the future held, or if she even had the strength to face it, but one thing was clear, there was no turning back now. As ready as I'll ever be, she said, the uncertainty in her voice barely noticeable, though her heart still raced in anticipation. Together, they walked deeper into the cavern, following the path that seemed to glow faintly under their feet. It wasn't a clear-cut path, but Lyra could feel the shard guiding her. Every time she took a step, the shard's light seemed to brighten, a silent invitation to continue. The journey through the cavern felt endless, but Lyra couldn't ignore the pull inside her, a call to something beyond this world. The shard was leading her, but it was also revealing something hidden deep within her, a power that was awakening, slow but sure. She could feel the air around her vibrating with it. The world, it seemed, was waiting for her to embrace it. Finally, after what felt like hours, they emerged from the cavern and into the open air. The sky above them was a brilliant swirl of colors, the twilight hues dancing across the horizon as the crystal moon hung low in the sky, a silent guardian above the world. The world outside felt like a different place entirely. It was not the same as the forest they had walked through to get here. It was otherworldly, vibrant, and alive in ways that defied Lyra's understanding. Before them stood an enormous mountain, its peak barely visible in the distance, shrouded in mist. At the base of the mountain was a village, small and quiet, nestled between towering trees that seemed to hum with life. Lyra felt a strange connection to the place, as though this village had always been here, waiting for her arrival. "This is where the river leads," Lyra whispered, her voice filled with awe. She could feel the connection between the shard and the village, like an invisible thread linking them together. Elias glanced around, his brow furrowed. "It looks peaceful. Too peaceful." The Order of the Veil could be here at any moment, Lyra nodded, but her heart was set on the path before them. "We'll find what we need here." The answers, the strength, everything. They made their way through the village, where the few villagers who were awake barely took notice of their presence. It was as if they were invisible, an unspoken rule in a place that didn't allow intrusion. The houses were small but well kept, each one glowing faintly in the twilight. There were no sounds of chatter or activity, just the quiet hum of the night air and the soft rustle of leaves. As they walked, the quiet only seemed to deepen. Lyra felt as though they were walking through a dream, with each step taking them further into a world that had no place in the world they had once known. There was something unnerving about it, the peace that surrounded them. The stillness of the village that contrasted sharply with the urgency they felt. They reached the center of the village, where an ancient stone well stood. The well was different from anything Lyra had seen before. Its stones were covered in strange symbols, each one glowing with a soft, ethereal light. The shard in Lyra's hand pulsed again, a deep, resonating hum, as if recognizing something deep within the well. "This is it," Lyra said softly, stepping toward the well. "The source," Elias looked at her in confusion. "What do you mean, the source?" Lyra reached out, her fingers brushing the symbols carved into the stone. She felt the pull again, stronger now, and the ground beneath them trembled slightly. A soft glow began to emanate from the well, and the air around them grew heavier, thicker, like the entire village was holding its breath. The symbols on the well began to shift, slowly at first, and then faster, glowing brighter with each passing second. The air hummed with energy, and Lyra's heart raced. This was the moment. This was what she had been preparing for. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the stillness, its tone dark and foreboding. "You are too late." Lyra's body tensed, and she turned to find the source of the voice. From the shadows of the village, figures began to emerge, figures cloaked in dark robes, their faces hidden by hoods. The Order of the Veil had arrived. Elias stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of Lyra, his hand reaching for the blade at his side. "I knew it was too quiet," he muttered. Lyra held the shard tightly, feeling its power surge again. She wasn't afraid, Not anymore. The voice had called to her, warned her, but it was clear now that the battle she had been preparing for had already begun. The leader of the order stepped forward, his presence commanding. The figure was tall and imposing, his dark robe swirling with energy. His eyes gleamed from beneath his hood, and Lyra could see the glint of his hunger. He wanted the shard. He wanted her. "Give it to me, child," the figure said, his voice like ice. "The shard belongs to us. It always has. You are merely the vessel." Lyra stood tall, her hand firmly clutching the shard. The power inside her surged again, more vibrant than before. She wasn't just the vessel anymore. She was the protector, and she would not let them take what was hers. "You don't know what you're asking for," Lyra said, her voice steady despite the tension in the air. "This shard is mine to wield, and I will not let you destroy this world with it." The leader of the order smiled, but it was a cold, calculating smile. "We shall see, child. We shall see." With a single motion, the leader of the order raised his hand, and dark tendrils of shadow began to twist around him. Wrapping like chains through the air, the battle for the shard had begun. The shadows swirled around the leader of the Order of the Veil like a living thing, twisting and reaching out, as though drawn to the dark power that emanated from him. His eyes gleamed with a cold, unyielding hunger, a hunger that only grew as he watched Lyra and Elias stand their ground. Lyra gripped the shard in her hand, her fingers tingling with the pulse of its energy. She had never felt more alive, more connected to the force of the world around her. The Guardian's words echoed in her mind, urging her to trust the shard, to trust herself. She didn't fully understand the power within her, but one thing was clear: she couldn't back down now. The air between them seemed to vibrate with tension. Thick and heavy. Elias shifted beside her, his hand on the hilt of his blade, ready for whatever came next. They were outnumbered, the cloaked figures of the Order surrounding them in a tightening circle, but Lyra didn't feel fear. She felt an undeniable pull of destiny, a certainty that had only grown since she had entered this world. The leader's smile widened, his mouth twisting into a cruel sneer. "You think you can stop us, girl?" he said, his voice low and full of contempt. "You are nothing but a child, playing at power you cannot hope to understand." "I understand enough to know you won't take it from me," Lyra replied, her voice stronger than she felt. The shard pulsed in her hand. As though it was responding to her defiance, its light intensifying, the leader raised his hand, and the shadows responded, coiling into tendrils of darkness, sharp and dangerous, and lunged at them like serpents. Lyra's heart raced, and for a brief moment, doubt flickered in her mind. Could she stop this? Could she protect them both from the Order's wrath? But then, the shard's light flared, a wave of energy shot from Lyra's hand, cascading through the air with such force that it sent the shadows retreating, snapping and crackling like dry wood. The Order's figures staggered back, caught off guard by the sheer power that had erupted from the shard. The leader's eyes widened, a flicker of something unspoken crossing his face. For a moment, the power between them seemed to shift. Lyra could feel the balance teetering, the weight of her destiny pressing down on her. She wasn't just fighting for survival anymore. She was fighting for the world itself, and the very forces that sought to destroy it. "You are stronger than I thought," the leader said, his voice a mix of frustration and admiration. But you still don't understand. The shard is not just power, it is the key to control. You will never be able to wield it without becoming like us. You will fall to the same darkness that runs through all who seek its power. I won't become like you, Lyra retorted, her voice firm. I won't let darkness take me. The leader's lips curled into a cruel smile. We'll see, won't we? With a flick of his wrist, the shadows surged forward again, faster this time. But Lyra was ready. The shard responded instantly, its energy flaring out from her hand like a shield, pushing the shadows back with greater force. She could feel its power building, coiling within her, responding to her will. As the shadows retreated, she took a step forward, her voice rising with newfound strength. I'm not afraid of you. The words felt right, each syllable building the energy inside her, strengthening her resolve. The leader's smile faltered, his eyes narrowing in frustration. You are more powerful than I expected, he muttered under his breath. Then, with a violent gesture, he summoned a burst of shadow magic that ripped through the air toward Lyra. She barely had time to react, but the shard flashed in her hand, and a shield of light erupted around her, deflecting the blast of darkness. The force of the impact sent a shockwave through the air, knocking the cloaked figures back, but Lyra remained standing, her legs steady beneath her. Elias didn't hesitate. He charged forward, his blade drawn and ready. As the leader's attention shifted toward Lyra, Elias struck. His blade cleaved through one of the shadow tendrils that tried to ensnare him, slicing it clean in two. The dark magic hissed and recoiled. Unwilling to face the light of his weapon, now, Lyra. Elias shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. Lyra didn't need any more encouragement. She lifted the shard high above her head, its light intensifying, growing brighter with every passing second. The air around her crackled with energy as she focused all her will on the crystal, on the power that had always been within her, waiting to be awakened. The ground trembled beneath her feet as the shard's energy erupted outward, a wave of pure light that swept across the battlefield. The shadows recoiled, shrieking in agony as the light washed over them, burning away their forms like smoke in the wind. The leader of the order staggered back, his face twisted in rage. No, he shouted, his hands reaching out, trying to pull the shadows back together, but they were already disintegrating, scattered by the force of Lyra's power. The light from the shard continued to pulse, each beat of its energy sending the remaining cloaked figures into disarray. They couldn't withstand the purity of the light. One by one, the shadows faded, the dark figures vanishing into the night, unable to hold their ground against the overwhelming force of Lyra's power. The leader, however, did not retreat. He stood firm, his eyes burning with dark determination. You may have won this round, girl, he spat, his voice filled with venom. But the order is eternal. We will come again. And next time, you will not be so lucky. With a final glare, he turned and disappeared into the shadows, leaving the remnants of his followers to scatter into the night. Lyra stood in the midst of the now silent battlefield, her breath coming in short, ragged bursts. She could feel the shard's energy slowly ebbing, its light dimming as the danger passed. The battle was over, for now. Elias was at her side in an instant, his hand on her shoulder, grounding her in the aftermath of the chaos. You did it, he said, his voice low with awe and respect. You really did it, Lyra nodded, her head spinning from the overwhelming power she had just wielded. I don't know how. I just felt it. It just felt right. Elias gave her a tight smile. That's because you were always meant for this, Lyra. You were born to wield that power. And now, the Order knows who you are. Lyra looked down at the shard, still glowing faintly in her hand. It wasn't just a weapon. It was a part of her. And she had only just begun to understand its full potential, but one thing was certain, this battle was far from over. The Order would return, and Lyra would need to be ready. The power within her was only the beginning, and the path ahead would be fraught with danger. But for the first time, she wasn't afraid, she was ready. The silence that followed the battle was thick, almost suffocating. Lyra stood in the middle of the village square, her breath still coming in shallow, uneven gasps. The shard in her hand was now dull, its once vibrant glow faded, but it still pulsed softly with an inner rhythm that seemed to match her heartbeat. The fight was over, for now, but she could feel the weight of what had just happened pressing heavily on her chest. Elias stood beside her, his face etched with both relief and concern. He didn't speak, but his presence was a steadying force, grounding her in the aftermath. The night was quiet again, the faint hum of the village's hidden magic hanging in the air, but Lyra knew the peace wouldn't last long. The Order would return. She had no illusions about that. I didn't know I could do that, Lyra whispered, staring down at the shard. The power that had surged through her during the battle had felt overwhelming, like a force that could tear her apart if she didn't control it. But at the same time, it had felt right, like a part of her had awakened. Elias's voice was low, steady. You did more than just fight. You connected with the shard in a way I've never seen before. That power, it's part of you now. Lyra's eyes lifted to meet his. But how do I control it? How do I know when to stop? Elias's gaze softened, a hint of sympathy flickering in his eyes. That's something you'll learn as you go. The shard doesn't just give power, Lyra. It demands something from you in return. But with time, you'll learn how to use it without losing yourself. You're not alone in this. I'll help you, Lyra nodded, grateful for his words, but she couldn't shake the nagging feeling that there was still so much she didn't understand. The shard had given her power, yes, but at what cost? And what was it that the leader of the Order had said about control? Could she trust the shard completely? Or was she already walking a dangerous path towards something darker? Do you think they'll come back? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Elias didn't hesitate. They will. The Order doesn't take defeat lightly, especially not from someone like you. She nodded again, more to herself than to him. The path ahead was uncertain, but she had no choice but to keep moving forward. Turning toward the village, Lyra caught sight of the ancient stone well they had passed earlier. It stood at the center of the village, surrounded by symbols that now seemed to pulse with a faint energy of their own. The village itself seemed to hum with life, its quiet streets and homes now carrying a sense of purpose. Lyra felt the draw of the well, its pull a quiet whisper in the back of her mind. Let's go, she said, her voice firm. Elias looked at her with a raised brow but didn't question her. They made their way toward the well, the stillness of the village wrapping around them like a blanket. The closer they got to the well, the stronger the sensation became, like an invisible thread tugging at her heart. When they reached the edge, Lyra hesitated for only a moment before she stepped forward, her fingers brushing the ancient symbols that covered the stone. The symbols shifted, glowing softly beneath her touch, and the air seemed to hum with a low vibration. Something was awakening beneath the surface. Elias stepped closer, his gaze never leaving her. "What do you think it is?" he asked, his voice low. "I don't know," Lyra admitted, her breath catching in her throat. "But I think this is part of the answer." As she spoke, the well's energy surged, the ground beneath their feet trembled, and a low, melodic sound filled the air. Lyra stepped back in shock as the well began to glow, its stone walls shifting and breaking apart, revealing a hidden chamber below. It was as if the well had been a portal, waiting to be opened. The shadows of the previous battle seemed to retreat into the corners of her mind, replaced by the calm assurance that whatever lay beneath this stone, it was meant for her to find. "Is this it?" Elias asked, his voice filled with awe. "Is this the source?" Lyra nodded, her heart racing. "I think so." Without another word, they descended into the well. The air grew cooler as they went deeper, and the walls glowed with faint blue and green lights, casting long shadows around them. The path seemed to go on forever, twisting and turning as if the well itself was an endless labyrinth. But Lyra felt no fear. The shard's glow, though faint now, still guided her, leading her deeper into the earth. Finally, after what seemed like hours, they reached a large cavern. At the center of the cavern stood a pedestal, and upon it rested an enormous crystal, glowing with a soft, pulsating light. The crystal seemed to hum with an energy all its own, and Lyra knew, without a doubt, that this was the source she had been searching for. "This is it," she whispered, her voice full of awe. "This is the heart of the world." Elias stepped forward, his expression cautious but filled with wonder. "What do we do now?" Lyra's hand instinctively reached for the shard, and as soon as her fingers touched it, a surge of energy flooded through her. The crystal on the pedestal pulsed in response, its light growing brighter and brighter, until the entire cavern was filled with a blinding glow. For a moment, Lyra felt herself becoming one with the energy, the power of the shard, the crystal, and the world itself flowing through her. She could feel the ancient magic of the world, the balance of life and death, light and dark, all woven together in a delicate tapestry. It was overwhelming, yet familiar, like coming home, but just as quickly as the surge had begun, it stopped. Lyra collapsed to her knees, breathless, her body trembling from the sheer force of what she had just experienced. Elias rushed to her side, concern etched on his face. "Lyra, are you okay?" She nodded slowly, her head spinning, but a sense of peace washed over her. She had touched the heart of the world, felt its pulse, and in doing so, she had unlocked something deep within herself. The shard had become part of her, but so had this crystal, its energy, its magic. "I'm fine," she said, though her voice was shaky. I felt it. The world's magic. It's all connected. Everything is connected." Elias looked at her, his eyes wide with awe. "What does it mean? What are we supposed to do with it?" Lyra didn't have an answer, not yet. But one thing was clear, the journey ahead would be more than just a fight against the order. It would be a quest to understand the true nature of the shard, the crystal, and the balance of power that governed everything, and Lyra was ready to face whatever came next. Lyra's thoughts raced as she stood before the glowing crystal, her fingers still tingling from the surge of magic she had just experienced. The cavern was alive with an energy that seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat, the soft hum of power surrounding her. She could feel the weight of what she had just done, and yet it wasn't a burden, it was a connection, a bond forged with something far older than herself. But what now? Elias remained at her side, his gaze fixed on the crystal, his face lit by the soft glow. He was silent for a moment before he spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. "What happens now, Lyra? What are we supposed to do with this power?" Lyra didn't have an immediate answer. Her mind was still trying to process everything, the shard, the crystal, the ancient energy that now coursed through her. She had felt the magic of the world, its pulse, its rhythm. But the more she thought about it, the more she realized she didn't know what it all meant. The crystal had shown her something important, something deep, but it was shrouded in mystery, like a dream half remembered. "I don't know," she admitted, the words feeling foreign on her tongue. "I feel like I've unlocked a door, but I don't know what lies beyond it." Elias stepped closer, his eyes searching her face. "But you felt it, didn't you? The power, the connection. It's part of you now, Lyra. We can use it. We can end this war." Lyra shook her head slowly, the weight of his words sinking in. The idea of using the crystal's power was tempting, too tempting. But what if the cost was greater than she could bear? What if the power she had just touched came with a price? "I don't think it's that simple," she murmured, her voice distant. "This power, this magic, it's not just about strength or control. It's about balance. And if I tip the scales too far, if I use it recklessly, I could destroy everything." Elias's eyes darkened with concern, but he didn't argue. He understood the gravity of her words. They had both seen what happened when the power of the crystal was unleashed carelessly. The last thing they needed was for Lyra to become another weapon, another pawn in a game that was much larger than they were. "We need to find out more," Lyra said, her voice gaining strength. "We need to understand the crystal's true nature, what it really is. There's something about it, something more than just power." "I can feel it," Elias nodded. "I agree. But how do we find out? We can't just take it back to the village and hope for answers. The Order will be after us, and we need to be ready." Lyra's mind raced. There had to be more to the crystal, more to the ancient magic that had been hidden away for so long. She thought of the symbols she had seen in the village, the ones that had appeared to pulse with energy when she touched the well. There had to be a connection, a clue hidden in those markings, something that could unlock the truth about the crystal. "We need to go back," Lyra said, determination hardening her voice. "Back to the village. The answers are there, I know it." Elias gave her a sharp look. "Are you sure? The village isn't safe anymore. The Order might already be planning their next move, I'm sure." Lyra replied, her tone unwavering. "The village holds the key to understanding this power. I can feel it. And we don't have much time. The longer we wait, the more dangerous this becomes." Elias seemed to weigh her words for a moment, his gaze drifting back to the crystal. Finally, he nodded. "All right. We'll go back, but we need to be careful. We'll move under the cover of night, make our way through the forests. We don't know how many of the Order are still searching for us." With that, they began their ascent from the cavern, the crystal's soft light fading behind them as the stone walls of the well closed once more. Lyra could feel the connection to the crystal, the energy still thrumming within her. It was both exhilarating and terrifying, a reminder that her journey was only beginning. The night was quiet as Lyra and Elias made their way through the forest. The moon was a thin crescent in the sky, its pale light casting long shadows over the underbrush. The air was cool, the forest alive with the sounds of night creatures. But Lyra felt no peace. The weight of the crystal's power pressed on her, and with each step, she grew more aware of how little she truly understood. "Do you think the Order will know we're here?" Lyra asked quietly, glancing at Elias. "They may not know exactly where we are, but they will be looking," Elias replied, his voice calm but tense. "They have eyes everywhere. And their search won't stop until they find us." Lyra nodded, her hand tightening around the shard that still rested in her palm. She could feel the magic pulsing within it, and with each beat of her heart, she could almost hear the whispers of the crystal. It was calling to her, urging her forward, but it was a call that was both comforting and unnerving. They moved quickly, their footsteps silent on the forest floor, avoiding the well-worn paths that could be easily tracked. Lyra kept her senses sharp, her mind alert to every rustling branch, every snap of a twig. The last thing they needed was to run into a patrol of the Order. The forest was vast, but it was also home to many dangers, dangers that were just as deadly as the Order itself. It wasn't long before they reached the outskirts of the village, the faint outline of the stone walls visible in the distance. Lyra's heart quickened as they approached, but she knew they couldn't afford to hesitate. They had to find the answers, and the village was the only place they could search. They crept through the trees, moving as silently as shadows, until they reached the edge of the village. The houses were dark, quiet, almost too quiet. Lyra paused, her senses on high alert. The silence felt wrong, like the calm before a storm. "We need to get to the well," she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's the only place where I felt the connection. It's the key." Elias nodded, but his expression was tense. "Stay close. If anything happens, we run." They moved swiftly toward the center of the village, their footsteps light but purposeful. As they neared the well, Lyra's heart began to race, and she felt the pull of the crystal once more. It was stronger now, as if the well itself was calling her, drawing her to it. When they finally arrived at the well, Lyra's breath caught in her throat. The symbols on the stone were glowing again, faint but unmistakable. She stepped forward, her fingers reaching out to touch the markings. The instant her skin brushed the stone, a surge of energy shot through her, far stronger than before. The well seemed to come alive, the earth around them trembling as if something was waking. And in that moment, Lyra realized that the answers she sought weren't just hidden in the village, they were buried beneath it. The stone beneath Lyra's fingertips hummed with an energy so intense, it felt like a heartbeat vibrating through the earth itself. The symbols on the well's surface glowed brighter with each passing moment, as though the magic that had once been dormant was now awakening, responding to her touch. The air around her seemed to crackle, and she could feel the pulse of the crystal within her chest, as though it too was calling to the earth beneath them. Elias stood behind her, his presence a quiet reassurance. But even he could sense the shift in the atmosphere. The well, the symbols, the very ground beneath their feet seemed to be alive in a way they hadn't before. And Lyra, caught in the thrall of the energy swirling around her, knew deep down that something was about to change. Lyra, Elias's voice cut through her thoughts, urgent but quiet. We need to be careful. The order is still out there, and if they find us, I know, Lyra interrupted, her voice low and focused. She could feel Elias's worry pressing against her, but she had no time for fear now. The connection to the well, to the magic, was too strong. Something is awakening beneath us, Elias. I can feel it. He hesitated, his eyes darting around the village as if expecting the order to appear at any moment. His hand rested on the hilt of his blade, ever vigilant. We don't know what's down there, Lyra. This well, it could be dangerous. I think it's the key, she said, her fingers tracing the glowing symbols. Each mark on the stone seemed to pulse with life, and Lyra's heart quickened in response. There was no turning back now. If the well held the answers she sought, she had to uncover them. Without another word, she stepped back, pulling her cloak tightly around her shoulders. The air felt charged with energy, and she was certain the magic was rising from the depths of the well, seeking something, seeking her. I'm going to see what's down there, she said firmly, her voice resolute. Elias gave her a sharp, concerned look, but he knew better than to argue when she had made up her mind. I'll go with you, he said, his voice steady despite the growing tension. But we need to move quickly. Lyra nodded and approached the edge of the well. The stone was cold beneath her hands, yet the symbols were warm to the touch, as if the well itself was breathing. She took a deep breath, steadying herself, and then knelt down. There was no visible entrance, no obvious way to descend into the depths. But the air was thick with magic, and Lyra knew instinctively that the way would reveal itself. She closed her eyes for a moment, centering herself, letting the power of the crystal flow through her. The sensation was overwhelming, like being both weightless and heavy at the same time. She could feel the magic in the air, in the earth, beneath her feet, and it was all connected to the crystal. Slowly, she extended her hand toward the well, not knowing what she would find. She whispered a soft incantation under her breath, a phrase she had learned from the ancient texts in the village library. The magic responded immediately. The symbols on the stone shifted, rearranging themselves in a complex pattern, and the ground beneath Lyra's feet trembled. Then, with a sound like the shifting of stones, the well began to open. The earth split in front of them, revealing a narrow passage leading downward, the walls flickering with the same symbols that had glowed on the well's surface. The passage was dark, but Lyra could feel the pull of the magic, guiding her. We don't have much time, Elias said, his voice steady, though his eyes betrayed his concern. The order will be here soon. Lyra nodded, feeling the weight of his words. She took a deep breath and, without looking back, descended into the darkness. The passage was tight, the air cool and damp, but it felt alive, charged with the energy of the ancient magic that had been hidden for centuries. Elias followed closely behind, his footsteps soft but sure. The walls of the passage seemed to pulse in time with the magic, each step they took bringing them deeper into the earth's heart. The further they went, the more Lyra could feel the power intensifying. It was as if the very earth itself was waiting for them, for her. They reached the bottom of the passage, where the walls opened into a vast chamber. The floor was smooth and polished, and in the center of the room stood a pedestal, upon which rested an object covered in a layer of dust. The air was thick with ancient power, and Lyra could feel her heart racing. This was it, the heart of the magic, the source of the crystal's power. She stepped forward, her breath catching in her throat as she gazed at the object on the pedestal. It was a crystal, but not like any she had seen before. This one was larger, its surface shimmering with colors that seemed to shift and change as she looked at it. It radiated an otherworldly energy, its presence both comforting and terrifying. "This is it," Lyra whispered, her voice filled with awe and fear. "This is the source of the power." Elias stepped closer, his eyes narrowing as he studied the crystal. "What do you think it is?" Lyra hesitated, reaching out with trembling fingers. "I think it's alive. I think it's been waiting for someone to find it. Someone who can wield its power." She touched the surface of the crystal, and the moment her skin made contact, a surge of energy shot through her. Stronger than anything she had ever felt before. It was as if the entire chamber had come to life, the air crackling with magic. The crystal glowed brighter, and Lyra could feel her own magic pulsing in response, as if the two were becoming one. But just as quickly as the surge of energy came, it receded, leaving Lyra breathless, her body trembling with the aftermath of the magic's embrace. She pulled her hand back, her mind spinning with the intensity of what had just happened. What was that?" Elias asked, his voice tight with concern. Lyra swallowed, her breath still unsteady. "I think the crystal has chosen me." The words hung in the air, heavy with their implications. The crystal, the ancient magic, it had been waiting for someone to unlock its power. And now, it had found her, but what did it mean? What did this power want from her? Before she could answer, the ground beneath them shook again, stronger this time. The walls of the chamber trembled, and Lyra could feel the air growing thick with danger. "We need to leave," Elias said, his hand on her shoulder, pulling her toward the passage, but Lyra didn't move. She stood frozen, her gaze fixed on the crystal, her mind racing. There was something she hadn't understood yet, something deeper, hidden beneath the surface of the power. "I can't leave yet," she said softly, her voice filled with determination. "I have to understand it. This crystal, it's not just a weapon. It's a message." Elias looked at her with concern, but he didn't argue. He could see the resolve in her eyes, the same resolve that had driven her from the village in search of answers. "We don't have time for answers, Lyra," he urged. "We have to go. Now." But Lyra's gaze remained fixed on the crystal, the pulse of its energy vibrating through her very being. There was more to it than this. She could feel it, and just as she was about to reach out again, the sound of footsteps echoed in the distance, heavy, purposeful steps. The order was close. "I'm not leaving without the truth," Lyra whispered to herself, even as she realized the danger they were in. The crystal was the key to everything, and she wasn't about to walk away from it now. The sound of footsteps grew louder, each step like a drumbeat echoing through the narrow passage. Lyra's heart raced in her chest, but her fingers never left the surface of the crystal. It pulsed beneath her touch, warm and alive, as if it could sense the danger approaching. Elias, his hand still gripping her shoulder, gave her a look of urgent pleading, but she remained unmoving, her focus entirely on the crystal. "We don't have time for this," Elias hissed. "The order will be here any second." "I know," Lyra said, her voice low but unwavering. "But I have to understand. This crystal is the key. It's not just power, it's something more." Her eyes were fixed on the shifting colors within the crystal's depths, each one a whisper of something ancient and powerful. The symbols she had seen in the village, the strange pull of the energy, it was all connected to this. The answers she sought, the truth about the crystal and its power, were right in front of her. She just had to find the way in. Elias's grip on her shoulder tightened, his eyes flicking nervously to the narrowing tunnel that led back toward the surface. "Lyra, we can't stay here. They're too close." But Lyra felt a sudden surge of certainty, a clarity that washed over her like a wave. The crystal was not just an artifact, it was alive. A living memory of something long forgotten. It had chosen her, yes, but more than that, it had been waiting for her. The magic within it, the ancient force that had slumbered for so long, was tied to her destiny. Her fingers pressed harder into the surface, and she whispered an incantation, a word she had never spoken before but that felt familiar, like a song half remembered. The crystal responded instantly, its glow flaring brighter. The symbols on the pedestal flickered, and then, with a deafening crack, the ground beneath their feet shook violently. Elias's hand flew to his sword, but he didn't draw it. There was nothing to fight here, nothing physical to strike. The magic was rising. And there was no stopping it now. A gust of wind, impossibly strong for the underground chamber, swept through the passage. Lyra's hair whipped around her face, and she closed her eyes against the force. The crystal beneath her fingers seemed to vibrate with a sound only she could hear, a voice, distant but growing clearer. "Come to me." The words were not spoken, but felt, as though they were not from a mouth but from the very air around her. She opened her eyes, her heart thumping in her chest. The crystal was calling to her, pulling her into its depths. She felt the weight of the world pressing down on her as if the earth itself was turning to stone around her. The chamber felt smaller, constricting, until all that remained was her and the crystal, Lyra. Elias's voice broke through the haze, panic in his tone. "We have to leave now." She shook her head, her fingers gripping the crystal harder. "I can't leave. It's calling to me. I have to understand." Suddenly, the chamber went quiet, eerily so, and the wind ceased. The pressure in the air lifted, and Lyra felt a strange calm settle over her. She could hear the distant sound of footsteps again, closer now, but the presence of the crystal, the power it radiated, was more than enough to drown out any sense of fear. The world seemed to fall away until only she and the crystal remained, and then, like a great breath being taken, the crystal shifted. Its surface cracked open, revealing a swirling vortex of light and color that seemed to draw everything around it toward itself. The magic was no longer contained within its stone walls, it had broken free, spilling out into the world. For the briefest moment, Lyra felt herself being pulled into the vortex, her body weightless, her thoughts fragmented and scattered. The crystal's power enveloped her, filled her, until there was nothing left of her but the magic itself, and then, nothing. Lyra stood at the edge of a vast expanse, the ground beneath her feet soft, almost cloud-like, though the sky above was no longer the familiar blue of the world she had known. Instead, it was a swirling ocean of stars, galaxies, and nebulous clouds of light. The air was thick with a strange energy, the very atmosphere vibrating with magic. "Where am I?" she whispered to herself, her voice breaking the eerie silence. She looked around, disoriented, but there was no answer, only the vastness stretching out before her, and then she saw it, a figure, distant at first, but quickly growing closer. It was a woman, dressed in flowing robes of silver and blue, her face hidden by a hood. The woman moved with an otherworldly grace, her feet barely touching the ground. As she approached, Lyra could feel the power radiating from her like a beacon. The woman's presence was overwhelming, yet calming, as if she belonged to this strange place, this otherworldly realm. "You are here," the woman said, her voice soft but resonant, echoing through the vastness like a song. "At last, you have come." Lyra took a cautious step forward. "Who are you?" The woman paused, her head tilting as though considering the question. "I am a guardian of the crystal moon," she said simply. "I am the one who watches over the magic you seek. And you are the one it has chosen." Lyra's breath caught in her throat. "Chosen? But I don't understand. The crystal, what is it? What does it want from me?" The guardian smiled, a faint shimmer of sadness in her eyes. "The crystal is not just power, child. It is a key, a bridge between worlds, between past and future. It has been waiting for one like you to awaken it, to use its power to restore balance. But be warned, the power you seek is not easily controlled." "I don't want power," Lyra said, her voice shaky. "I just want to know the truth. Why did the crystal choose me? Why now?" "The crystal chooses those whose hearts are pure, whose souls are attuned to the magic of the moon," the guardian said, her voice growing softer. "You have the strength to wield it, but it comes at a cost. The balance of the worlds will be tipped in your hands." Lyra shook her head, trying to make sense of it all. "I don't know if I can do this. I'm not ready." The guardian stepped closer, placing a hand on Lyra's shoulder. "No one is ever ready, child. The crystal does not wait for readiness, it waits for the one who can rise to the challenge. The path ahead will be fraught with danger, but you must walk it. The fate of both your world and the one beyond rests in your hands." As Lyra looked into the guardian's eyes, she saw not just the weight of the responsibility she carried but the hope that lay in the balance. This was the beginning of something far greater than herself, something that had been set in motion long before her birth. And now, it was up to her to see it through. The guardian's voice faded, becoming a mere whisper as the stars above began to swirl around them, enveloping them both in a cocoon of light. "The crystal moon awaits you, Lyra. It is time." The stars shimmered above, swirling in patterns Lyra had never seen before, their light pulsing like a heartbeat. Her body felt weightless, suspended in this strange, celestial expanse. The air around her hummed with energy, vibrating in tune with the rhythm of the universe. It was as if the entire cosmos had come alive, responding to her presence, to the pull of the crystal's magic that flowed through her veins. The guardian's voice, once a whisper, now filled the space around her, gentle yet insistent. You stand at the threshold, Lyra. What you choose here will shape the world you return to. Lyra closed her eyes, trying to steady her breath, trying to calm the storm of emotions swirling inside her. She had never felt so small, yet so infinite. The power of the crystal, the weight of the responsibility, pressed down on her like a mountain. She had never asked for any of this. She had never wanted to be chosen, never wanted to carry the burden of an entire world in her hands. And yet, here she was. What if I'm not strong enough? She asked softly, the words escaping her before she could stop them. What if I fail? The guardian's gaze softened, her eyes filled with a knowing sorrow. Strength is not found in perfection, Lyra. It is found in the willingness to try, to stand when the world is crumbling around you. The crystal does not demand perfection, it demands courage. Lyra's heart thudded in her chest, a pang of fear gnawing at her. Courage. Was she truly courageous enough for this? Could she face the trials that awaited her, the dangers she would encounter on the path ahead? Could she wield this power without losing herself in it? Will I lose myself? She asked, her voice trembling. Will I forget who I am? The guardian's expression grew distant, as though she were gazing into a far-off future, one that Lyra could not yet comprehend. The crystal does not change who you are, but it will challenge everything you thought you knew. Your heart will be tested, and in that test, you may lose pieces of yourself. But if you hold on to what matters most, you will not lose the essence of who you are. Lyra's mind raced, her thoughts a whirlwind of doubt and uncertainty. She felt the pull of the crystal again, like an invisible thread weaving its way through her very soul. The magic was alive, vibrant, and overwhelming. But the guardian was right. If she didn't act now, if she didn't embrace this, everything she had known and loved could be lost forever. The crystal had chosen her for a reason. It had seen something in her that she had not yet seen in herself. She had to trust that reason, even if she didn't understand it fully. She had to trust in the power of the moon, in the magic that flowed through her veins, in the destiny that had called her here. Lyra took a deep breath, steadying herself. I will face it. I will face whatever comes, even if I don't know what that is yet. The guardian nodded, a faint smile touching her lips. Then step forward, Lyra. The path awaits you. Before Lyra could respond, the ground beneath her feet shifted, the stars above her swirling faster until they blurred into streaks of light. The air grew colder, and the once serene atmosphere now pulsed with a palpable tension, as if the universe itself were holding its breath. In an instant, everything changed. The world around Lyra shattered like glass, splintering into 1,000 pieces that scattered like falling stars. She was falling through endless space. Her body weightless and spinning. The crystal's power surged within her, pulling her in a direction she couldn't see, yet somehow knew. She could hear the sound of rushing wind, the echoes of voices long lost to time, The sensation was dizzying, overwhelming. The crystal had pulled her through the veil of worlds, through time and space, into a place beyond comprehension, and then, with a sudden jolt, Lyra was slammed back into reality. She gasped for air, her heart racing as she found herself standing on solid ground once more. The world around her was unfamiliar, strange, yet oddly familiar. She was no longer in the celestial expanse, but in a forest of towering trees, their trunks twisted and gnarled, their leaves shimmering with an unnatural glow. The air was thick with magic, and the ground beneath her feet hummed with energy. "Where am I?" she whispered, taking a tentative step forward. The guardian's voice rang out in her mind, calm and steady. "You are in the forest of forgotten souls, Lyra. This is where your journey begins." Lyra's eyes scanned the dark woods, the shadows stretching long across the ground as if alive. Strange creatures flickered between the trees, their forms shifting and dissolving like mist. She could feel their eyes on her, but she couldn't see them clearly, only glimpses of movement, as though the forest itself was watching her. "This place feels wrong," Lyra muttered, her senses on high alert. "The forest of forgotten souls is a place between worlds, where time is fluid and memories linger," the guardian explained. "It is both a place of refuge and a prison. The souls who dwell here are lost, caught between life and death, between reality and dreams." Lyra's hand instinctively moved to the crystal at her side, its warmth a constant reminder of the power she held. It pulsed gently, as if reassuring her. But she knew that this journey would not be easy. The forest was not a place to be taken lightly. It was a place of tests, a place where the past and present collided, and where the true nature of a person was revealed. "Why am I here?" Lyra asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "What do I have to do?" "The crystal has brought you here to face the first of many trials," the guardian said. "This is where you will confront the choices you've made, the things you've lost, and the parts of yourself you've hidden away. Only by facing them will you be able to continue." Lyra took another step forward, her resolve hardening. She had no choice now but to move forward, to face whatever lay ahead. The path was unclear, but she would not falter. She had come too far to turn back. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the trees seemed to close in around her, their twisted branches creating a canopy that blocked out the stars. The air grew colder, and the ground beneath her feet shifted, as if the forest itself was alive, breathing with her every step. And then, out of the darkness, a figure appeared, a man, tall and gaunt, his eyes hollow and distant, his form barely solid as if he were a memory made flesh. He looked at her with an expression of deep sorrow, his lips parting to speak. "You are lost," he said, his voice raspy, like the wind through dead leaves. "Just like me." Lyra stood frozen, her heart pounding in her chest as the figure before her spoke. His eyes, dark and hollow, seemed to reach deep into her soul, his words cutting through the air like a cold wind. "You are lost," he repeated, his voice filled with sorrow. "Just like me." The words echoed in Lyra's mind, but they didn't make sense. She was not lost, was she? She had come this far, through the trials of the crystal, through the celestial realms. She had faced the guardian, braved the unknown. She was here for a reason, wasn't she? She had a purpose, but as she looked into the man's eyes, something deep inside her stirred. His sorrow was not just his own, it felt like a reflection of her own fears, her own doubts, something she had buried deep within herself. A part of her wanted to turn and run, to escape the weight of his gaze, but another part felt drawn to him, to the pain he carried. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Afraid that speaking too loudly might shatter the fragile illusion around her, the man's gaze softened for a moment, the sorrow in his eyes deepening. "I was once like you," he said, taking a slow step closer. "I too was chosen, burdened with a task beyond my understanding. I thought I could handle it, that I could save the world. But in the end, I lost myself. And now, I am but a shadow, a fragment of what I once was." Lyra's chest tightened. His words resonated with her in ways she couldn't fully understand. Was this her future? Was this what awaited her on the path she had chosen? Would she, too, lose herself in the pursuit of saving the world? "No," she said, her voice trembling with uncertainty. "That won't happen. I won't lose myself." The man's lips curled into a sad smile. "You think you won't, but the forest knows better. The past, the present, and the future are all intertwined here. The trials you face will bring you closer to the truth, but they will also unravel you. The question is, what will be left of you when it is over?" Lyra's hands trembled as she reached for the crystal at her side. The warmth of its power spread through her fingertips, grounding her in the moment. She couldn't let this man's words defeat her. She couldn't let the fear of what might come take control. "I don't know what the future holds," she said, lifting her chin. "But I will face it. No matter what." The man nodded slowly, as if he had expected no less. "Then you are stronger than I was," he murmured, his gaze softening. "But remember this, strength alone will not be enough. You must learn to let go of the things you can't control. Only then will you find the peace you seek." With those words, the man began to fade, his form dissolving into the mist that clung to the forest. Lyra reached out, but it was too late. He was gone, leaving only the lingering echo of his presence behind. The forest around her seemed to exhale, the oppressive weight lifting slightly, but the air remained thick with magic. She wasn't sure how long she stood there, processing the encounter. But eventually, the silence became unbearable. The truth of the man's words lingered in her mind, like a shadow she couldn't shake. She had to press on. She couldn't allow herself to be consumed by fear or doubt. The trials were just beginning, and she would need every ounce of strength, courage, and resolve she had to face them. Lyra took a deep breath and started walking again, her eyes scanning the dark woods around her. The path ahead was unclear, the trees twisted and contorted, their branches reaching out like skeletal hands. But she could sense something in the air, something shifting, something waiting for her. She couldn't explain it, but the crystal was pulling her forward, urging her to continue. The further she walked, the more the forest seemed to change. The trees became even more bizarre, their trunks twisting in impossible shapes, their leaves glowing with a faint, eerie light. The air grew colder, and the sounds of the forest grew louder, as if the very earth itself was alive, whispering secrets just beyond her reach. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of her, a woman, tall and regal, her hair flowing like liquid silver, her eyes glowing with an ethereal light. She was dressed in a gown of shimmering white, and her presence radiated power, elegance, and serenity. Lyra stopped in her tracks, instinctively placing a hand on the crystal at her side. There was something about this woman that felt both familiar and alien, as if she were part of a dream Lyra could not fully remember. "You have come," the woman said, her voice calm and soothing, but with an undercurrent of something deeper, something ancient. "You are the one chosen by the crystal." Lyra nodded slowly. "Yes. I am Lyra." The woman's gaze softened. "I know who you are. And I know the path you must walk. But I must warn you, child, the journey ahead will be fraught with peril. The trials will test you in ways you cannot imagine." Lyra took a step forward, her resolve strengthening. "I'm ready. I have to be." The woman smiled, a hint of sadness in her eyes. "I wish it were that simple." She stepped closer to Lyra, her gaze locking with hers. "The truth you seek lies within you, but it will not be easily found. To discover it, you must first face the darkness that resides in your heart." Lyra's breath caught in her throat. She had known, deep down, that the journey would not be easy. But the idea of facing her own darkness was something she had never fully considered. What if the greatest trial she would face was herself? The woman extended her hand, a soft glow emanating from her fingertips. "Come," she said, her voice gentle. "Let me show you what lies ahead." With no words left to say, Lyra stepped forward, reaching for the woman's hand. As soon as their fingers touched, the world around them shifted, and Lyra found herself standing on the edge of a cliff, the wind whipping through her hair. Below her, the vast ocean stretched out to the horizon, its waters dark and mysterious, but there, in the distance, was a light, faint, but unmistakable. "The truth lies beyond the darkness," the woman's voice echoed in Lyra's mind. "But you must be willing to face it, no matter the cost." The wind howled around Lyra, pulling at her hair and cloak as she stood at the edge of the cliff, her gaze fixed on the distant light that shimmered like a beacon in the dark sea. The woman, who had led her here, remained at her side, silent but ever present, her gaze turned toward the horizon. The light below them was faint, but it pulsed in a rhythmic pattern, like the beat of a heart, steadily, unwaveringly. "You must go to it," the woman said softly, her voice cutting through the gusts of wind. "The truth you seek is not a simple one, and it will not be handed to you easily. But the light will guide you. It is a part of you, as much as the darkness you must face." Lyra swallowed hard, her heart racing. The vast ocean stretched out before her, an endless abyss of darkness and mystery. She had come so far, and yet the distance between her and the truth seemed insurmountable. Was the light the answer? Or was it just another illusion, another trial she had to overcome? "What if I'm not ready?" Lyra whispered, her voice barely audible over the wind. "What if I can't face the darkness inside me?" The woman turned her gaze to her, her expression filled with compassion. "It is not about being ready, Lyra. It is about the choice. You choose whether you face it or run from it. The darkness is not an enemy, it is part of who you are. To understand the truth, you must understand yourself first." Lyra's chest tightened at the woman's words. She had spent so much time running from the truth, hiding from the fears that lurked in the corners of her mind. She had ignored the doubts, the guilt, and the shame that had followed her throughout her life. But now, standing on the precipice of something much greater, she could no longer deny it. The darkness was part of her, woven into the very fabric of her being. It was time to confront it. The woman's eyes softened, as if she understood the depth of Lyra's struggle. The light is a reflection of your soul, a guide through the storm. It will not offer you the answers you seek, but it will help you find your way. It is up to you to follow it. Lyra took a deep breath, steadying herself. The wind had grown colder, and the air around her seemed charged with magic, as if the very world was holding its breath, waiting for her decision. She could feel the pull of the light, the warmth of its glow calling her, urging her forward. But the darkness still lingered, wrapping around her like a shroud, whispering fears and doubts into her ear, and yet she had no choice but to move forward. With a final glance at the woman, Lyra stepped away from the edge of the cliff, her feet finding solid ground. She took a slow, deliberate step toward the light, feeling the weight of her decision settle over her like a mantle. The journey was not just about saving the world, it was about saving herself. Facing the truth within her, no matter how painful, was the only way she would be able to truly embrace her destiny. As she walked, the air grew heavier, the weight of the forest and the ocean pressing down on her. The darkness seemed to grow more oppressive with every step, but the light ahead of her remained a constant, unwavering beacon. It was as if the very earth beneath her feet was pushing her forward, propelling her towards something greater than herself. The further she walked, the more the world around her shifted. The ground beneath her feet began to tremble, the air thickening with an energy she could not explain. The forest had given way to a rocky terrain, jagged cliffs rising on either side of her like the walls of a prison. The ocean, once calm and still, now churned violently, waves crashing against the rocks with a deafening roar, and then, in the distance, she saw it, a figure. Standing in the heart of the light, at first, it appeared to be a shadow, indistinct and hazy, but as she drew closer, the figure solidified, revealing a woman, tall and regal, her features sharp and elegant, her eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. She stood with her back to Lyra, her long hair flowing in the wind like strands of silver. Lyra's breath caught in her throat as she approached, her feet moving faster despite the heavy feeling in her chest. There was something about this woman, something familiar. She felt drawn to her, compelled to reach out, to understand who she was. The woman turned slowly, her gaze locking with Lyra's. There was no smile, no warmth, just an intense, almost haunting presence. Her eyes seemed to look straight through Lyra, into the very core of her being. "You've come," the woman said, her voice soft but powerful, resonating through the air like the sound of distant chimes. "I knew you would." Lyra stopped in her tracks, her heart racing. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Why are you here?" The woman's lips parted in a faint smile, but there was no joy in it. "I am a reflection of what you must face," she said, her gaze still fixed on Lyra. "The darkness that lives within you, the parts of yourself that you have denied. I am the truth you seek." Lyra's breath hitched in her throat. The truth. The realization hit her like a thunderclap. This woman was not a stranger, she was a part of her, a manifestation of her own fears, her own doubts, her regrets. She was the darkness that had haunted Lyra all her life, the part of her that she had never truly faced. The woman stepped closer, her presence overwhelming. You cannot hide from me anymore, Lyra. You cannot run from the darkness within you. It is you. It has always been you. Lyra stumbled back, her mind reeling. The woman's words were too much, too sharp, too raw. She had known, deep down, that she carried this darkness inside her, but hearing it spoken aloud, seeing it manifested before her, was something else entirely. Why? Lyra whispered, her voice barely audible. Why do I have to face this? Why can't I just be free of it? The woman's smile faded, replaced by a solemn expression. Because only by embracing the darkness can you embrace the light. Only by accepting the truth of who you are can you move forward. The world is not saved by perfect people, Lyra. It is saved by those who accept their flaws and learn to grow beyond them. Lyra's chest tightened, the weight of her past pressing down on her like a stone. She had spent so long running from the darkness, denying the parts of herself she hated, the parts she thought made her weak. But now, as she looked at the woman before her, she realized that running was never the answer. She could not save the world if she could not save herself first. Lyra hesitated, her voice catching in her throat. I'm scared. The woman's gaze softened, and for the first time, she stepped forward and placed a hand on Lyra's shoulder. It's okay to be scared, she said gently. You don't have to face this alone. The darkness will not define you, it will refine you. Embrace it, and you will find the strength to move forward. With a deep breath, Lyra closed her eyes, allowing the weight of the woman's words to settle within her. She was scared, yes. But she was not alone. The crystal, the light, the journey, these were all parts of her, just as much as the darkness. She could no longer hide from herself, it was time to face the truth. The light surrounding Lyra was blinding, and for a moment, she lost all sense of direction. The figure before her, the reflection of the darkness within her, seemed to fade into the light, becoming an indistinct blur. But in the heart of the light, she could still hear the woman's voice, calm and steady, guiding her through the storm of emotions and revelations swirling around her. Do not be afraid, the woman's voice echoed in Lyra's mind. The darkness does not control you. It is only a shadow of your own fear. You have the power to shape your destiny. Lyra's heart pounded in her chest as the light began to pulse, each beat sending a wave of energy through her body. Her feet moved forward instinctively, drawn toward the center of the light. Every step felt heavier than the last, as if the air itself was pushing against her, testing her resolve. She remembered the woman's words, "You must face the darkness within you." But what did that truly mean? What was she supposed to do? Could she truly accept the parts of herself that she had been running from all her life? Her mind reeled with the weight of her past, her mistakes, the people she had hurt, the promises she had broken. She had tried to bury the guilt, the shame, the fear that had shaped her into who she was. But now, as the light enveloped her, she realized that she could no longer hide. The truth was staring her in the face. And it was time to confront it, The woman had said that the darkness was a part of her, but it was not her. Lyra's fingers tightened into fists at her sides as she forced herself to take another step forward. The world around her was shifting, the boundaries of reality blurring as the light and the darkness intertwined, each fighting for dominance. In the distance, a familiar sound reached her ears, the steady beat of a drum echoing through the air like the pulse of the earth itself. It was a sound she had heard before, but never quite like this. It was as if the rhythm of the world had become one with her own heartbeat, and she could feel the vibrations deep within her soul. Lyra stopped, her breath catching in her throat. In the center of the light, the image of the woman had shifted once more, this time transforming into something else entirely. A figure, tall and imposing, stood at the heart of the light, her features sharp and regal, her eyes glowing with an intensity that sent a shiver down Lyra's spine. The figure raised her hand, and Lyra felt the pull of it, like gravity, drawing her forward. She wanted to resist, to turn away from the fear that gripped her heart, but she couldn't. The light, the woman, the figure, they were all a part of her, a reflection of the truth she had been avoiding. Do you see now? The woman's voice was no longer a whisper but a thunderous roar that filled the air. Do you understand what you must do? Lyra's body trembled with the force of the words, her mind spinning. She wanted to deny it. She wanted to turn away. But deep within her, a truth was beginning to emerge, something she had known all along but had refused to acknowledge. The darkness was not an enemy. It was not something to be fought or destroyed. It was a part of her, a necessary part of her journey. I understand, she whispered, her voice barely audible. The figure before her smiled, and for the first time, the light seemed to soften, the blinding brilliance dimming slightly as if in approval. The rhythm of the world grew louder, more insistent, and Lyra's heart began to beat in time with it. She could feel the energy building inside her, the power of the truth she had finally accepted. You are ready, the woman said, her voice now gentle, almost kind. Now, it is time to reclaim what is yours. Lyra felt a sudden surge of power, a rush of energy that coursed through her veins like wildfire. Her body seemed to glow with an inner light, and she felt as if she were floating, weightless, suspended between the earth and the stars. The darkness no longer felt like a burden, it was a force she could control, a power she could use. With newfound clarity, Lyra opened her eyes, and for the first time, she saw the world around her as it truly was. The shadows were no longer menacing. Instead, they were partners in her journey, coexisting with the light in a delicate balance. She could see the crystal moon now, glowing brightly in the sky above her, its light more radiant than ever before. It was a symbol of the harmony between light and darkness, a reminder that neither could exist without the other. She took a step forward, no longer afraid. She was no longer the woman who had run from her fears, who had buried her past in shame. She was something more now, stronger, wiser, and ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The journey was far from over, but she knew now that she could navigate it. With the light and the darkness by her side, the figure before her began to fade, her form dissolving into the light like mist in the morning sun. As she disappeared, she left behind only a single, whispered word that echoed through Lyra's mind, remember. Lyra closed her eyes, feeling the weight of the words settle deep within her soul. The journey had only just begun. There was more to discover, more to learn, more to understand. But now, she had the strength to face it. She had embraced the truth within her, and in doing so, had unlocked a power greater than anything she had ever known. The crystal moon above her shone brightly, casting its light over the world below. And as she stood there, the wind at her back and the light of the moon in her heart, Lyra knew that she was ready for whatever came next. Lyra stood in the shadow of the crystal moon, her heart still racing from the surge of power that had coursed through her moments before. The light of the moon seemed to pulse in rhythm with her heartbeat, and she felt as though she were connected to something greater than herself, something vast and timeless. She had faced her darkness, accepted it, and now, standing at the crossroads of her journey, she could sense the weight of the path that lay ahead of her. The wind howled around her, but it no longer felt threatening. It was a reminder of the world she had always known, wild, unpredictable, but also full of possibility. The light of the crystal moon bathed the world in a soft, silvery glow, illuminating the landscape in ways that felt both foreign and familiar. The cliffs, the ocean, the mountains beyond, it was all part of the same vast tapestry, woven together by the threads of fate, waiting for her to play her part. She felt a presence behind her, and she turned, expecting to see the woman, the reflection of her own darkness. But there was no one there. The air was still, the only sound the rhythmic crashing of the waves against the cliffs. For a moment, she wondered if it had all been a dream, the vision of the woman, the powerful surge of light and energy, the realization that had come with it. But the truth of it was undeniable. She could feel it deep within her. This new power, this clarity. It was hers, and it was real. Lyra closed her eyes and breathed deeply, letting the silence wash over her. She could hear the pulse of the world around her, the heartbeat of the earth, the whispers of the wind, the distant cry of a bird in the sky. Everything seemed to be in harmony, as though the universe itself was waiting for her next move. And yet, despite the peace she felt within herself, there was still a gnawing feeling at the back of her mind. What was she meant to do now? What came next? The journey had always been about more than just survival. It had been about finding the truth, about understanding the balance between light and darkness, about facing the things that terrified her the most. But the deeper she had delved into herself, the more she realized that the truth was not a single thing, it was an ever-changing landscape, a journey with no clear destination. The light and the darkness were not opposing forces, but parts of a whole, and it was her responsibility to navigate that delicate balance. The woman had said, "Now, it is time to reclaim what is yours." But what exactly had she meant by that? Lyra's gaze lifted to the sky, where the crystal moon hung high above, its light shimmering like a beacon in the night. The moon had always been a symbol of hope, a guide in the darkness, but now, it felt like something more. It was a reflection of her journey, a reminder that no matter how far she had come, there was still much left to uncover. Her feet shifted in the sand, and she began to walk again, drawn toward the moonlight that bathed the land. She didn't have all the answers, but she didn't need them. Not yet. What mattered was the next step, the decision to keep moving forward, no matter how uncertain the path ahead might be. As she walked, the air around her began to shift. The wind picked up, whipping through her hair, and the ground beneath her feet seemed to tremble with a low hum. She stopped, sensing that something was changing. The moonlight flickered, casting strange shadows across the landscape. For a brief moment, everything seemed to blur together, as though the very fabric of reality was unraveling, and then, as if from nowhere, a figure appeared before her. Lyra froze. The figure was tall and cloaked in dark robes, their face hidden in the shadows of their hood. The air around them seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly energy, and Lyra could feel the power emanating from them. The figure was no stranger to her. She had seen them before, in her dreams, in her visions, in the moments when she had been confronted by her own darkness. It was the Guardian, the being who had guided her through the most difficult moments of her journey, the one who had helped her unlock her true power. The Guardian had always been elusive, a figure shrouded in mystery, but now, standing before her, they were real, tangible, undeniable. "You have come far, Lyra," the Guardian said, their voice a low, soothing rumble. "But the path ahead is not yet clear. You have embraced the light and the darkness within you, but there are forces in this world that seek to twist that balance, to use it for their own ends." Lyra's heart skipped a beat. "What forces?" she asked, her voice steady despite the fear rising in her chest. "What do I need to do?" The Guardian's eyes glowed faintly in the shadows, and for a moment, Lyra felt as though they were peering into her soul, seeing all of her doubts, her fears, her weaknesses. But there was no judgment in their gaze, only understanding. "You must protect the balance, Lyra," the Guardian replied. "The forces that seek to disrupt it are not of this world, but they have found a way to slip through the cracks. They are creatures of the void, ancient and powerful, and they will stop at nothing to see this world consumed by darkness." Lyra felt a chill run down her spine. "What can I do? How can I stop them?" The Guardian's gaze softened, and they stepped closer to her, their presence both comforting and overwhelming. "You must journey to the heart of the void, where the barrier between worlds is weakest. It is there that you will find the source of their power. And it is there that you will have to make your final stand. But know this, your journey will not be easy. The void is not a place of light. It is a place of suffering, where the darkness feeds on your fears and doubts. You must be strong, Lyra. Stronger than you have ever been." Lyra's mind raced. The heart of the void. It sounded impossible, dangerous. But there was no choice. She had already come so far, and now the world was counting on her. She had accepted the light and the darkness within her. She had confronted her own fears. Now, she had to face the ultimate test. "I'll do it," she said, her voice resolute. The Guardian nodded, their expression unreadable. "You must. But remember, when you face the darkness, do not lose yourself to it. The balance is fragile, and it must be protected. You are not alone, Lyra. The moon, the stars, the light and the darkness, they are all with you." With those final words, the Guardian faded into the air, leaving Lyra standing alone beneath the crystal moon. The world seemed to hold its breath as the wind died down, and the landscape around her settled into stillness, but the journey was far from over. The void awaited, and Lyra knew that she had only just begun to understand the true extent of the power that lay within her. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with danger and fear. But she was ready. The moonlight would guide her, and she would face the darkness with all the strength she had gained. The winds shifted once again, this time carrying with them a chill that cut through the air like a knife. Lyra stood frozen, her eyes fixed on the horizon where the darkened sky met the shimmering sea. The Guardian's words echoed in her mind, the heart of the void, where the barrier between worlds is weakest. She was filled with a sense of urgency. Her journey had been long, and the challenges she had faced thus far had stretched her strength to its limits. But this was different. The void, a place of suffering, where fear and doubt fed the darkness, it was a realm that was alien to her, a place where even the light seemed to falter. And yet, she had no choice. The creatures of the void were growing stronger, their reach extending further, threatening the very balance of existence. As she turned away from the crystal moon, the silvery glow now a distant memory in her mind, Lyra knew that there was no turning back. She had made the decision. She had to protect the balance, no matter the cost. But first, she had to find the heart of the void, the source of their power. She couldn't help but wonder what lay waiting for her there, in that dark and twisted realm. The ocean waves crashed violently against the jagged rocks below, their sound a constant reminder of the storm that churned within her own heart. The earth beneath her feet trembled as if urging her to move, to take that first step into the unknown. She breathed deeply, gathering her resolve. The journey ahead would not be easy, but she would not falter. She had come too far to turn back now. Hours passed, and the sun began its slow descent behind the mountains. Lyra moved with purpose, her steps firm and steady despite the weight of the uncertainty pressing down on her. She had traveled for what seemed like days, her path winding through dense forests and across barren fields, the landscape growing more ominous with each passing mile. As she trekked through the wilderness, a strange sensation washed over her. The further she moved, the more disconnected she felt from the world around her. It was as if the very fabric of reality was beginning to shift, pulling away from her grasp. The moon, once so clear and bright, was now hidden behind clouds, casting an eerie shadow over the land. Something was wrong. Lyra's pulse quickened as she glanced over her shoulder, half expecting to see the familiar face of the Guardian, but there was nothing, just the empty, endless landscape. The silence was oppressive, the air thick with tension. Suddenly, a distant howl broke the stillness. A cry of anguish, twisted and unnatural. Lyra froze in place, her breath catching in her throat. She knew that sound. It was a creature of the void, one of the horrors that had escaped from the darkness and now prowled the edges of this world, feeding on fear. The howl echoed again, closer this time, and Lyra's heart raced in response. She didn't need to see the creature to know what it was capable of. The void creatures were relentless, creatures born of nightmares, twisted by the forces of the dark realm. They were drawn to fear, to the darkness within the hearts of those who walked the earth. And now, they were coming for her. Without thinking, Lyra began to run, her feet pounding against the earth as she moved through the dense undergrowth. She could feel the presence of the creature behind her, its darkness growing ever closer, a blackness that seemed to swallow everything in its path. Her mind screamed at her to keep moving, to find shelter. But she knew there was nowhere to hide. The void was everywhere. Her breath grew ragged as she pushed herself harder, her muscles burning from the exertion. The howl grew louder, closer still, and she could feel the pull of the creature's dark energy seeping into the air around her, choking the life out of the world. The trees bent unnaturally in the wind, their leaves curling and blackening as the creature's presence corrupted everything it touched. In a moment of pure instinct, Lyra turned sharply, darting off the path and into a thicket of trees, hoping to lose the creature in the dense underbrush. She couldn't outrun it, but perhaps she could outsmart it. She had done it before. She had faced the darkness within herself and emerged stronger. She could do the same now. She crouched low, pressing herself against the cold earth, her eyes scanning the darkness. The howls had stopped. Silence hung heavy in the air, broken only by the sound of her own breath. She couldn't sense the creature anymore, but the feeling of being hunted remained. It was watching her, waiting for her to make a mistake. Time seemed to stretch as she held her position, her senses sharp, every nerve on edge. She could feel the pulse of the world around her, the very air thick with the tension of the unknown. The creatures of the void were relentless, but they were not invincible. She had the light within her now, and it would guide her, but first, she needed to know where the heart of the void was. The key to stopping these creatures was to find their source, to close the rift between worlds and sever the darkness that flowed through it. Lyra knew that the Guardian had spoken the truth. She could not defeat the creatures by running. She had to face them head-on. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distance, its silhouette framed by the dim light of the moon. It was tall, its movements slow and deliberate, and as it stepped forward, Lyra's heart skipped a beat. It was another Guardian, one she had never seen before. This one was different, darker, more ominous. The figure's presence seemed to distort the very air around it. And Lyra instinctively stepped back. The figure raised its hand, and the world seemed to shudder, as if a great weight was pressing down on the land. "You cannot run, Lyra," it spoke, its voice a low rumble, like thunder in the distance. "The heart of the void lies within you. You cannot escape what you are." Lyra's breath caught in her throat. "The heart of the void lies within you." The words struck her like a blow, and she staggered back, her mind reeling. What did it mean? Was this true? Had the void been inside her all along, waiting to be unleashed? The figure stepped closer, and Lyra felt the cold embrace of the void begin to seep into her very soul. It was too much, too powerful, too overwhelming. Her legs buckled beneath her, and she collapsed to the ground, the world spinning around her. But then, a flicker of light, sharp and bright, burst from her chest. The light of the crystal moon, the power she had embraced, surged to the forefront of her being, pushing back against the darkness. The light pulsed in her veins, filling her with strength and clarity. The Snowflake Palace, the world was frozen in silence, a landscape of pristine white stretching endlessly in every direction. The air was crisp and cold, biting at the skin with an unforgiving sharpness, but it was the stillness that truly held the land captive. The snow had not fallen in days, yet the ground remained covered in a perfect, unbroken blanket of frost. There was no sound, no movement, just the endless expanse of winter stretching out like a frozen dream. Kale stood at the edge of the snow-covered plateau, his breath misting in the icy air. The Snowflake Palace was not far now. He had heard the legends, had listened to the whispers of those who had seen it, but he had never truly believed. A palace made entirely of snow and ice, hidden deep within the mountains, How could such a place exist? Yet here he was, standing on the threshold of its mystery, his mind filled with questions and wonder. He turned to Lyra, who was bundled in layers of fur, her eyes narrowed against the wind. "Do you think it's really here?" Cale asked, his voice barely audible over the howling gusts of wind. Despite the cold, there was an urgency in his voice, a sense that whatever lay ahead was something important, something that might change everything. Lyra gave a small, uncertain nod. "It's said to be hidden, only revealing itself to those who truly seek it. We've come this far. I think it's real. But what we find inside, I don't know." Arian, who had been walking silently behind them, stopped and looked out across the snow, his eyes sharp and watchful. "I've heard the stories too," he said, his voice quiet but firm. "They say the palace holds the key to ancient knowledge, the wisdom of a forgotten time. But they also say that those who enter are never the same when they leave." Cale glanced at him, his curiosity piqued. "What do you mean?" Arian looked up at the snow-covered peaks in the distance, his expression unreadable. "Some say the palace tests those who seek it. That it reveals things about a person's past, their future, their deepest fears. It forces you to confront what you've buried inside. Things you might not want to face." Lyra shivered, though not from the cold. "And we're supposed to face these tests. I don't know if we're ready for that." "We don't have a choice," Cale said, his voice steady, despite the unease gnawing at his gut. "We've come this far. We need to see this through." The trio continued on, their footsteps crunching through the thick snow, their destination hidden somewhere beyond the mist of swirling snowflakes that danced on the wind. As they traveled deeper into the frozen wilderness, the mountain's jagged edges rose up on either side, casting long shadows over the land. The path was treacherous, but they had no other choice but to push forward. They knew the dangers of the unknown, and yet, the promise of what lay ahead was too great to ignore. Hours passed as they climbed, the wind whipping relentlessly around them, biting at their faces and numbing their fingers. But despite the harsh conditions, there was a strange sense of calm within the group, as though the very land itself held its breath, waiting for something. A final step. A final decision. Finally, as the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long, cold shadows across the snow, they crested the last ridge. And there, nestled against the mountainside, standing stark against the white landscape, was the Snowflake Palace. It was more magnificent than Cale had ever imagined. The palace was a vision of crystalline beauty, its towers soaring high above them, each one shimmering with the light of the fading day. The structure seemed to be made of pure ice, yet it glowed with a soft, ethereal light, casting a warm glow over the surrounding snow. It was as if the palace itself was alive, breathing with an energy that Cale could feel in his very bones. "This is impossible," Lyra whispered, her voice filled with awe. Cale stepped forward, his heart pounding in his chest. Every step he took toward the palace felt like stepping into another world, into a place where time itself had no meaning, where the rules of nature were bent and twisted by the sheer power of the palace's presence. The air around them shimmered, the icy wind dying down as they approached the entrance. It stood before them, a massive archway carved from the same crystalline ice as the rest of the palace, its surface adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change as they looked at them. Arian's eyes darted around, wary of any hidden dangers. "This doesn't feel right," he muttered. It's too quiet. Kale ignored his unease, stepping forward to the entrance. The archway seemed to pulse with a quiet energy, as though it were alive, waiting for them. He hesitated only for a moment before crossing the threshold. As soon as they stepped inside, the world shifted. The cold that had clung to their skin, the biting wind that had followed them for miles, everything seemed to fade away, replaced by a soft warmth that enveloped them. It was disorienting, almost dreamlike, the sudden change in atmosphere leaving Kale feeling as though he had stepped into a different realm altogether. The interior of the palace was just as magnificent as the outside. The walls were made of ice, but they shimmered with the light of countless candles, casting delicate shadows that seemed to dance across the floor. The air was filled with the scent of something sweet, almost floral, as if the very atmosphere were alive with its own energy. "Where are we?" Lyra whispered, her voice echoing strangely in the vast, empty space. Arian's gaze was sharp, scanning their surroundings with caution. "I don't know. But I don't like it." They moved deeper into the palace, their footsteps echoing off the ice as they walked down long corridors that seemed to stretch endlessly in all directions. Every turn they took revealed more of the palace's intricate beauty, frozen waterfalls that sparkled like diamonds, delicate sculptures carved from ice, and rooms filled with crystal chandeliers that glowed with an ethereal light. Despite the beauty of the place, an unsettling feeling began to settle over Kale. It was as if the palace itself was watching them, waiting for something. And the deeper they ventured, the more oppressive the silence became, until it felt as though the very walls were closing in around them. At the heart of the palace, they found a grand hall, its ceiling soaring high above them, the ice pillars supporting it like frozen trees. In the center of the room was a large, crystalline throne, its surface glinting in the soft light. It was there, seated upon the throne, that they saw her, a woman, tall and graceful, with hair like spun silver and eyes as cold as the ice around them. She wore a gown that seemed to shimmer with the same ethereal light as the palace itself, her presence filling the room with an aura of power and mystery. "You have come," she said, her voice a soft whisper that carried across the room. As though the words had always been there, waiting to be spoken, Kale's heart skipped a beat. He had expected to find answers in the palace, but this was beyond anything he had imagined. The woman before them was not of this world, and Kale could feel it, the weight of her power, the weight of her gaze. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper, his heart racing. The woman smiled, a faint, knowing smile that sent a chill through Kale's very soul. "I am the keeper of the Snowflake Palace," she said, her voice like the wind through the mountains. "And you have come seeking what only the worthy may find." Kale took a step forward, his mind racing. "Worthy? What does that mean? What do we have to do?" The woman's eyes glowed with a strange light, and for a moment, Kale felt as though the very air around them was alive with her energy. "You must face your greatest fear, your deepest regret. Only then will the truth be revealed." Kale's heart pounded in his chest. This was what they had come for, the key to the ancient knowledge, the answers to the questions that had haunted them. But it came at a cost. The palace was a test, one that would force them to confront their own darkness. Kale's heart thundered in his chest as the keeper's words echoed in the vast hall. The woman seated on the throne, the ethereal being whose presence seemed to consume the very air, watched them with eyes as cold and unyielding as the ice that surrounded them. Every step Kale took toward her felt like a step deeper into the unknown, into a world where rules were distorted, and fate itself was an enigma. "You must face your greatest fear," the keeper repeated, her voice soft, yet carrying an undeniable weight. "And only then will you find the truth you seek." Kale swallowed hard, the reality of her words sinking in. He had come for answers, but the price of those answers now seemed steep. How could he face his deepest fears when they had already spent so much time running from them? How could he confront what lay buried in the darkest corners of his mind? Arian shifted beside him, his face grim, but his eyes resolute. "We didn't come this far to turn back now." Lyra, too, was silent, her expression unreadable as she stood beside them. She had heard the stories of the Snowflake Palace, the tests it posed, and the trials it demanded. But hearing it now, from the keeper herself, made the tales feel all too real. "What happens if we fail?" Kale asked, his voice quiet but tinged with the weight of fear. "What if we can't face it?" The keeper's gaze remained steady, unwavering. "The palace does not forgive those who falter. But those who succeed are granted the knowledge they seek, and the power to change the course of their fate." Arian clenched his fists, his expression hardening. "Then we'll succeed." Kale glanced at Lyra, and though she said nothing, he could see the same resolve in her eyes. They had come for a reason, an urgent need to understand the threads of fate they had woven, to restore balance, to find the key to what they had been searching for. But the path ahead was treacherous, and the palace would not give up its secrets without a price. The keeper slowly stood from her throne, her movement graceful and fluid, like the ebb and flow of the ice itself. Her silver hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall of frost. She extended her hand toward them, and a sudden coldness swept through the air, sharp and biting. The floor beneath their feet shifted, the ice beneath them groaning as if alive. "Your trial begins now," the keeper intoned. "Each of you will face the reflection of your deepest fear. You will walk through the halls of the palace, and in every room, you will encounter a version of yourself that you do not recognize. The fear you face will not be an illusion. It will be real as the snow beneath your feet." Kale felt a chill run down his spine. The idea of confronting his own fears, of seeing the person he could become in the worst of times, was almost too much to bear. But there was no turning back now. He nodded, his throat tight. The keeper stepped aside, gesturing toward the path ahead. "Choose your path," she said. "You may walk together, or separately. But remember this, the palace will show you what you need to see, not what you want." Without another word, she retreated into the shadows of the throne room, leaving them alone at the entrance of the corridor. Arian's gaze was intense, as if he was already steeling himself for what lay ahead. He didn't look at Kale or Lyra as he began to walk forward, his footsteps resolute and unyielding. "Let's get this over with," he muttered, his voice carrying through the stillness of the palace. He didn't wait for Kale or Lyra to follow, his mind was already far ahead, locked in the determination to face whatever awaited them. Kale exchanged a brief glance with Lyra before they followed Arian into the depths of the palace. As they walked, the air seemed to grow heavier, colder. The walls around them shimmered in the soft glow of light that emanated from nowhere, casting faint reflections of themselves. The deeper they moved into the palace, the more surreal everything became. The ice beneath their feet was no longer just ice, it was something else, something more. The very ground seemed to pulse with an energy, a heartbeat that resonated in their bones. Soon, they came upon a series of doors, each one an icy portal leading deeper into the unknown. The doors were tall, grand, and made of pure crystal, their surfaces etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and change as they gazed upon them. Arian reached the first door and paused, his hand resting on the cold surface. His face was unreadable, but Kale could sense the tension radiating off him. He turned to face them, his expression hardening. "This is it," Arian said, his voice low. "I'm going in." Without another word, he pushed open the door and disappeared into the room beyond. Kale and Lyra exchanged a look, both of them hesitant, unsure of what would come next. But the silence between them was enough. They knew what they had to do. Lyra nodded once, and together, they stepped toward the next door. As Kale placed his hand on the icy surface, a shiver ran down his spine. The cold seeped into his bones, but it was more than just the temperature, it was as though the palace itself was reaching into him. Probing his mind, drawing out his most buried fears, the door swung open with a quiet creak, revealing the room beyond. The space was vast, the walls stretching upward until they disappeared into an endless sky of white. In the center of the room stood a single figure, her back to Kale. The moment he saw her, his breath caught in his throat. It was her, Alina. She stood before him, her long, dark hair flowing like a shadow across the white floor, her figure slender and graceful, yet filled with an air of sadness. Her back was turned, but Kale knew it was her. He could feel it in the very air, the pull of her presence, the weight of their shared past. "Alina." Kale's voice cracked as he spoke her name, though he hadn't meant to. He stepped forward, his heart racing, every step feeling like 1,000 miles. The woman turned slowly, her eyes filled with the same emptiness he had seen in his dreams. The face was unmistakable, Alina, the woman he had loved, the one he had failed, but this was not the Alina he remembered. Her eyes were cold, empty, like two frozen pools of ice. And her expression was twisted into something unfamiliar, something dark and hollow. "You failed me," the figure of Alina whispered, her voice a haunting echo that seemed to reverberate through the palace. "You abandoned me when I needed you most." Kale felt his heart shatter at the words. The guilt, the pain that had been buried deep inside him for so long, rose to the surface, flooding his mind. His hands trembled at his sides as he struggled to speak, his voice choked. "I didn't mean to," Kale whispered. "I never meant to abandon you." Alina's cold, lifeless eyes stared at him. "It doesn't matter," she said, her voice growing louder, echoing through the vast space. "You left me. And now, you must face the consequences." The room around them seemed to grow colder, darker, the walls closing in on him. Kale felt as though he were suffocating, trapped in his own fear, in his own guilt. The Alina before him was not the woman he had known. She was a specter, a manifestation of his greatest regret. He took a step back, but the figure of Alina followed. Her movements slow but deliberate. "You abandoned me, Kale. You let me die," she said, her voice a jagged whisper that sliced through the silence. Kale couldn't breathe, couldn't move. The weight of his own failure crushed him, the guilt wrapping around him like chains, dragging him down, and then, just as quickly as the figure had appeared, it vanished, leaving Cale alone in the vast, frozen room. Cale's chest heaved as he gasped for air. The image of Alina's cold, accusing eyes still burned into his mind. The room around him seemed to pulse with an oppressive silence, the walls closing in on him, echoing with the remnants of his deepest regret. The weight of her words hung in the air like a thick fog, suffocating him. "You abandoned me. You let me die." He staggered back, his legs unsteady beneath him. The walls of the palace, once shimmering with crystalline beauty, now felt jagged and hostile. He needed to get out. He needed to breathe, but the door behind him wouldn't open. Panic surged in his chest, and his pulse raced. He slammed his fist against the icy door, but it didn't budge. The cold, unyielding surface felt like a tomb. The palace seemed to mock him with its silence. It knew. It knew his fears. It knew his guilt. And it wasn't going to let him escape until he faced them. A low voice, like a whisper in the wind, filled the room. "You cannot escape what you are, Cale. You cannot outrun the truth." Cale froze, the voice cutting through him like a blade. His mind raced, trying to make sense of it, but all he could feel was the deep, gnawing emptiness where Alina's face had once been. Her words twisted inside him, each one a reminder of his failure, but he couldn't let this consume him. Not here. Not now. With a shaky breath, Cale turned back toward the room and the cold emptiness that surrounded him. He knew what he had to do. He had to confront it. He couldn't keep running from the truth any longer. The palace had shown him his fear, his guilt, his regret, but he needed to face it head-on. If he was to move forward, "I will not let this define me," Cale thought, clenching his fists. "I will not let it break me." Meanwhile, Lyra stood at the threshold of her own room, the door before her like a wall of ice. She had watched Cale enter his trial, his face already a mask of pain, and her heart had ached for him. She couldn't imagine the weight of what he had just faced. She didn't know what her own trial would hold, but the palace was no less cruel in its promise. Her fingers trembled as she reached for the door handle. The cold seemed to seep into her bones, and despite herself, she felt a shiver crawl up her spine. She stepped through the door without looking back, the sound of it closing behind her muffled in the vast emptiness of the palace. The room was vast, just like Cale's, but instead of the sterile cold of ice, there was an oppressive warmth to it. The air was heavy, thick with the scent of something sweet, something nostalgic. She blinked, and the room seemed to shimmer before her eyes. In the center of the room was a long wooden table, covered in a white cloth, with chairs neatly arranged around it. The faint hum of a lullaby drifted through the air, and Lyra felt an unexpected pang in her chest. She knew this place. A sudden figure entered her peripheral vision, and her breath caught in her throat. It was her mother, Lyra's mother, the woman who had raised her, loved her, and protected her from the dangers of the world. Her long dark hair framed a face that was both familiar and strange, the woman who had long since passed away, lost to illness years ago. Lyra. Her mother's voice was soft and soothing, just as Lyra remembered. "I've been waiting for you." Lyra's heart ached as she took a hesitant step forward, her mind overwhelmed with memories she had long buried. Her mother's face was radiant, untouched by the sickness that had claimed her life. There was no pain in her eyes, no signs of the suffering she had endured. How can this be? Lyra whispered, her voice trembling. You're gone. Her mother smiled warmly, her eyes filled with an infinite kindness. I never left you, Lyra. You carry a piece of me in your heart. You always have. Lyra took another step closer, her feet moving slowly as though drawn to the vision before her. Every part of her wanted to reach out, to take her mother's hand, to feel the warmth of her embrace once again. The pain of her loss, so raw and recent, surged back to the surface, threatening to overwhelm her. I've missed you so much, Lyra choked out, her voice breaking. She reached for her mother, but as her fingers grazed her skin, the vision flickered, distorting. Her mother's face twisted in pain, her once calm expression now filled with sorrow. You failed me too, her mother's voice echoed, her tone growing darker, more accusing. You left me behind. You couldn't save me. You couldn't even save yourself. Lyra staggered back, her breath catching in her throat as her mother's image grew distant, her form fading into the shadows. The room around her seemed to stretch, contorting into something unfamiliar. Her surroundings blurred, and the sweet scent of nostalgia turned sour, thick with the stench of decay. Why didn't you save me, Lyra? Her mother's voice echoed, the words biting into her soul. You had the power to change things. You had the power to save me, to keep me from dying. But you didn't. You couldn't. Lyra's knees buckled beneath her, and she sank to the floor, tears blurring her vision. Her mother's voice continued to haunt her, each word digging into her heart like a shard of ice. I should have been stronger. I should have fought harder. I could have saved her. The warmth in the room was replaced by a cold emptiness, and Lyra felt a chill that went beyond the physical, a coldness that wrapped around her heart and squeezed until she could barely breathe. She had always been told that she was strong, that she could withstand anything. But in this moment, the weight of her past, the guilt, the regrets, crushed her. You're not strong enough, the voice taunted her. You couldn't even protect the ones you loved. And now, you are alone. The room seemed to close in on her, the walls pressing in tighter with each passing second, and Lyra's head spun. The face of her mother, once filled with love and care, now twisted into a mask of judgment, her eyes accusing. But then, Lyra felt something stir deep within her. It was a spark, small but fierce, igniting a warmth in her chest. She clenched her fists, the truth of her mother's words cutting deeper than any blade, but she refused to let them define her. No, Lyra whispered to the empty space. I didn't fail you. I've learned. I've grown. I'm not that scared little girl anymore. With those words, the vision of her mother shattered, her form dissolving into nothingness, leaving behind only the silence of the palace. The walls around her seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and the oppressive weight lifted. She had faced it. She had confronted the fear that had held her captive for so long, the fear of failure, of not being enough. And now, it was gone. Meanwhile, Arian was standing before his door, his hand hovering over the icy surface. He had felt the same chill, the same unease that had gripped Kale and Lyra, but he wasn't sure if he was ready to face his own trial. He wasn't like them, he wasn't haunted by the same ghosts of the past. He had long ago buried those things, buried his regrets and fears deep within, but the palace didn't care about that. The palace didn't care about what you were running from. It only cared about what you needed to confront. Arian took a deep breath and pushed open the door. Arian's hand trembled ever so slightly as it rested against the cold surface of the door. He had always prided himself on his ability to stay steady, unshaken by the world's challenges, but this place, the Snowflake Palace, was different. It was testing him in ways he hadn't anticipated. The air around him felt heavy, thick with anticipation, as though the palace itself were watching, waiting for him to make the first move. With a deep breath, he pushed the door open. The creaking sound it made was almost deafening in the silence of the hall, and a shiver ran down his spine as he stepped inside. The room was vast, much like the others, with walls that seemed to stretch endlessly upward, their icy surfaces glistening in a soft, ethereal light. But unlike the rooms Kale and Lyra had entered, this one felt warmer, almost suffocating in its stillness. There was no chill in the air, no sharp bite of the frost. Just a dense silence that pressed in on him from all sides. At the center of the room, there was a single object, a pedestal, tall and stark against the smooth whiteness of the space. Upon it lay a sword, its blade gleaming silver in the dim light. Arian's breath caught in his throat as he looked at the weapon. It was not just any sword, it was his sword. He stepped forward, his boots crunching softly on the frosty floor. The closer he got to the pedestal, the more intense the feeling of familiarity grew. He had seen that sword before, in countless dreams, in flashes of memory he had long since buried. The sword was a symbol of his past, of the blood he had spilled, of the choices he had made. As his hand hovered above the hilt, a cold voice echoed through the room. It was low, heavy, and full of accusation. "Do you think you can escape your past, Arian?" The voice asked, its tone chilling. "Do you think you can just walk away from what you've done?" Arian froze, the voice cutting through him like a blade, sharp and unforgiving. His heart raced, and for the first time in a long while, he felt the weight of guilt press down on him, suffocating him. He had spent so many years running from his past, trying to outrun the ghosts of those he had hurt, of the choices that had shaped him. But here, in the Snowflake Palace, there was no escape. He turned slowly, his eyes scanning the room. But there was no one there. The voice had come from nowhere, and yet it filled the space, reverberating off the walls. He could feel the presence of something, someone, watching him, judging him. "You think you've buried it all," the voice continued, growing louder, more insistent. "But it never goes away, does it? The blood on your hands. The people you've betrayed. They'll never forgive you. And you can never forgive yourself." Arian's fists clenched at his sides, his teeth gritting in frustration. He wasn't like Kale or Lyra. He wasn't burdened by the same kind of guilt. He had done what he had to do, had made the choices necessary to survive. He had survived the war, survived the chaos. He had made the hard calls, and he had lived with them. But as the voice continued, the memories came flooding back, and Arian felt the sting of every betrayal, every life lost because of his decisions. He thought of the villages he had raised, the innocents caught in the crossfire of his orders. He thought of the comrades he had sacrificed in the name of victory, their faces forever etched into his mind. "You were never a hero," the voice sneered. "You were just a coward, hiding behind the guise of duty. You've always been afraid of facing the truth, of confronting the monster you've become. The sword on the pedestal gleamed in the pale light, its presence now a painful reminder of the man he had been. He had always thought of himself as a warrior, as someone who fought for what was right. But deep down, he knew that he had crossed a line long ago, a line from which there was no return. Arian took a hesitant step forward, his fingers brushing against the cold steel of the sword's hilt. The moment his hand made contact, a surge of energy shot through him, a rush of memories, of pain and regret, flooding his senses. He saw the faces of those he had failed, the lives he had ruined. The blood that had stained his hands. "Pick it up," the voice urged, its tone now a whisper, a cruel suggestion. "Pick up the sword, and face what you've done. You can't run from it any longer." Arian's breath was shallow, his mind a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. He could feel the weight of the sword calling to him, urging him to take it, to wield it once again. But with that sword came the darkness, the consequences of his actions. He knew that if he picked it up, he would be bound to it forever. He would have to confront everything he had done, and everything he had become. He wanted to look away, to walk out of the room and forget about the sword, to bury his past deeper where it could never touch him again. But the words of the voice rang in his ears, relentless. "You can't hide from the truth, Arian. The sword is a part of you. It always has been." The temptation was overwhelming. His fingers twitched, and he reached out again, his hand closing around the hilt of the sword. The instant his grip tightened, the room shifted. The cold air returned, a biting frost that wrapped around him like chains. The voice whispered in his ear, its words like poison. "You are nothing without this sword," it hissed. "You are nothing without the blood you've spilled." Arian's heart pounded in his chest as he raised the sword before him, its gleaming surface reflecting the cold, twisted version of himself that now stood before him. The vision in the blade showed a man broken by his past, a man consumed by guilt and regret, his soul shattered by the choices he had made. It was a reflection of the monster he had always feared he was, and yet, as the sword's cold steel touched his skin, a new clarity washed over him. The weight of his past didn't define him. He could no longer blame the sword, nor could he blame the actions of a man he no longer was. The past was a part of him, yes, but it didn't have to control him. He could choose to let go. He could choose to move forward. With a harsh exhale, Arian dropped the sword to the ground, the clatter of metal ringing through the silence of the room. The voice screamed in fury. Its echoes fading into nothingness, Arian stood there, breathless, heart still racing, but with the strange sense of peace that only comes when one has faced their own demons and chosen to rise above them. The room around him seemed to shift once more, the ice walls softening into a warm glow. The pressure on his chest lifted, and for the first time in years, he felt free. The weight of the past had been lifted from his shoulders, and he was no longer bound by it. As he turned to leave the room, he was met by Kale and Lyra, who had both made their way back to the hallway. Their eyes met, and without a word, they nodded to one another, each of them having faced their trials, each of them having confronted the ghosts of their past. The Snowflake Palace had tested them, broken them, and yet, in the end, it had given them something more valuable than any treasure. It had given them the strength to move forward, the soft, rhythmic echo of their footsteps resonated through the icy halls of the Snowflake Palace, now a distant memory in the distance they left behind. Kale, Lyra, and Arian walked side by side, each of them weighed down by the experiences they had just endured, each trial etched deeply into their souls. They had faced their pasts, their darkest fears, and emerged from the palace more whole than they'd been before. But the journey was far from over. The air around them felt different now, freer, lighter, as if the very weight of the palace had been lifted from their shoulders. And yet, there was a quiet tension hanging between them, an unspoken understanding that whatever awaited them beyond the palace would test them once again. "I thought that place would never end," Lyra murmured, breaking the silence. Her voice was still soft, as if the trials had left her with a new awareness of the fragility of words. Arian gave a grim smile but said nothing in response. He had never been a man of many words, and the silence between them felt oddly comforting after the emotional storms they had just weathered. Kale, walking slightly ahead of the others, glanced over his shoulder at his companions. He could feel the change in them, as if the air itself had shifted. They had all confronted their fears, but there was something more in their eyes now. A resolve that hadn't been there before. "I don't think it's over," Kale said quietly, the weight of his words sinking into the space between them. "The Snowflake Palace was a trial, but there's something more we still have to face." Lyra met his gaze, her brows furrowed slightly. "You think there's more to it?" Kale nodded. "The palace showed us our pasts, but there's something in the air. Something's waiting for us, and I don't think it's just a coincidence that we were brought here." Arian's eyes flicked over to Kale, his expression unreadable. "You think the palace was meant to show us something more than our pasts?" "Something ahead? I don't know yet," Kale admitted. "But the trials were too specific. The palace wasn't just trying to break us. It was trying to prepare us for something." Lyra shivered involuntarily, her mind racing. "You think it's a warning?" "Maybe," Kale said, his voice low. "Or maybe it's a test we haven't passed yet." They walked in silence after that, the weight of Kale's words hanging between them. The snow beneath their feet crunched softly, the vast expanse of white stretching out before them, offering no clues to what lay ahead. The mountains in the distance, stark and foreboding, seemed to loom closer than before. As though they had been drawn out of the shadows by the palace's trials, as they moved forward, the horizon began to darken, a thick mist rolling in from the distance. The sky, which had once been a pale blue, was now clouded and heavy, swirling with a strange, unnatural energy. "This feels wrong," Arian muttered, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the growing mist. "It's like the land itself is shifting." Kale felt it too, the air growing heavier, the energy surrounding them becoming more oppressive. He had thought that leaving the palace behind would bring them peace, but now it seemed as though they had only taken the first step into something far more dangerous. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the mist, moving toward them with alarming speed. The three of them froze, their instincts kicking in as they braced for an attack. But the figure didn't seem to be a threat, at least not in the traditional sense. It was a woman, draped in long, flowing robes of silver and white that shimmered in the fading light. Her face was obscured by a veil of mist, but her presence was undeniable. She radiated an unsettling calm, as though she were completely at ease in the swirling chaos around them. "Who are you?" Kale called out, his voice steady but cautious. The woman stopped just within reach, her face still hidden in the haze of mist. "I am neither friend nor foe," she said, her voice soft yet clear, carrying across the distance between them. "I am simply the guide you did not know you needed." Lyra took a step forward, her eyes narrowing. "A guide? We don't need anyone's help." The woman's laugh was a soft, melodic sound, like a gentle breeze through the trees. "You may think that now, but soon, you will see how much you still have to learn." Kale's hand instinctively hovered near the hilt of his sword. There was something about this woman that unsettled him, something in the way her presence seemed to bend the world around them. "What do you want from us?" he demanded. "I do not seek anything from you," the woman replied, her tone patient, almost serene. "I am here to offer you the path forward." "Path forward?" Arian echoed, his voice skeptical. "We've just escaped the trials of the Snowflake Palace. What else is there to face?" The woman's eyes, now visible behind the veil of mist, gleamed with an eerie, knowing light. "You have only just begun," she said, the words hanging heavy in the air. "The trials were meant to teach you, but the real test lies ahead. You have not yet confronted the greatest challenge of all." The mist began to thicken around them, swirling with strange, ethereal patterns that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. The woman stepped forward, her robes moving like they were part of the wind itself. "Follow me," she said, turning without waiting for their answer. "The path will not be easy, but it is the only way." Arian exchanged a look with Kale and Lyra. Despite the uncertainty in the air, something about the woman's words resonated with him. There was a gravity to her presence, a certainty in her calm demeanor that spoke to something deep inside him. Kale took a deep breath, his gaze flicking from the woman to the mist swirling around them. "Let's follow her," he said. "We don't have any other choice." Reluctantly, Lyra nodded. "Fine. But if she tries anything, I know," Kale said quietly. "We'll deal with it." The woman continued to move, her silhouette barely visible through the thick mist as she led them deeper into the unknown. With every step, the world around them seemed to shift, the land itself shifting in rhythm with the movement of the woman. The wind picked up, swirling snowflakes around them, creating a blinding storm that obscured their vision. They had entered a new stage of their journey. The Snowflake Palace had broken them down, but it was clear that the real challenge lay ahead. And the woman, mysterious and enigmatic, held the key to whatever awaited them. As they trudged forward, the mist enveloping them, Kale couldn't shake the feeling that they were walking into something far darker than they realized. The trials of the Snowflake Palace had only been the beginning. The snowstorm raged on as the three companions pressed forward, their silhouettes barely visible through the swirling white mist. The landscape ahead was a bleak expanse of frozen earth and towering mountains that seemed to disappear into the sky, their peaks shrouded in an unearthly haze. The winds howled, carrying with them a biting cold that seemed to reach into their bones, but still, they marched on. Kale's mind was preoccupied, 1,000 questions swirling in his thoughts. The journey ahead was fraught with uncertainty. They had faced trials beyond their comprehension, each one pushing them to the very edge of their endurance, and yet, there was still so much more to uncover. The heart of the world, that elusive prize, seemed like an ever-present ghost on the horizon, its true nature unclear. But one thing was certain, it was the key to everything. Cale glanced over at Lyra, walking silently beside him. Her face was determined, but there was a distant look in her eyes, as if she was still sorting through the emotions the trials had stirred within her. The guilt she had carried for so long had been shattered in the halls of the Snowflake Palace, but Cale knew that the path to true healing was never simple. The past was never as easily discarded as they hoped. Arian was ahead of them, his footsteps heavy and purposeful. His quiet demeanor had remained a constant throughout their journey. But Cale knew better than to mistake his silence for a lack of thought. Arian had fought his own battles within the palace, wrestling with the ghosts of his past, and Cale could see the weariness in his eyes. But there was something else there too, something deeper. A resolve. "I think we're getting closer," Lyra said, her voice cutting through the quiet. Cale looked up, his gaze sweeping across the vast, snow-covered plain that stretched endlessly before them. The winds had died down slightly, and the mist that had been thickening now seemed to shift, as though beckoning them forward, closer to what? Arian asked, glancing back at her. The heart of the world? Or something else? Lyra's eyes narrowed, as if she could sense it too, the pull of something unseen, something vast, lingering just beyond the reach of their understanding. "I don't know," she said quietly. "But I feel like we're being led to something, something important." They had no choice but to keep moving. The elements were relentless, and every step they took felt like a battle against the forces of nature itself. The snow began to fall heavier, blanketing the world in a layer of white, erasing any sign of their path behind them. It was as though the land itself was determined to keep its secrets hidden, to erase any trace of their existence. After hours of walking, the terrain began to change. The smooth expanse of snow was replaced by jagged rocks and deep crevices that seemed to rise out of nowhere. The mountains loomed closer, their icy faces casting dark shadows over the land. Cale's heart quickened in response, a sense of foreboding settling over him like a heavy cloak. "Look," Lyra whispered, pointing ahead. Cale followed her gaze. At first, he thought he was seeing things, an illusion formed by the snow and the mist. But then it became clearer, the outline of a structure emerging from the fog. It was tall, grand, and made of dark stone that contrasted sharply with the surrounding whiteness. A palace? No, it couldn't be. The Snowflake Palace was behind them. And yet, this new structure seemed familiar, as if it had been waiting for them all along. Arian stepped forward, his expression unreadable. "What is that?" "I don't know," Cale replied, his voice tense. "But it doesn't feel right." The air grew colder, the temperature dropping even further as they approached the mysterious structure. The stone walls of the palace, if that was what it was, were covered in a thick layer of ice, glistening in the faint light. It seemed almost alive, the frozen surface shifting ever so slightly, as though the building itself was breathing. "It's like the heart of the storm," Lyra said softly, her voice filled with awe and uncertainty. "It feels ancient." They drew closer, the weight of the air growing heavier with each step. The gates of the palace were massive, their carvings intricate and otherworldly. Symbols Cale didn't recognize were etched into the stone, their meanings lost to time. The doors were slightly ajar, as though inviting them inside. Arian hesitated, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Should we enter? Kale stood frozen, his mind racing. Something about this place felt like it was tied to everything they had been searching for. But the eerie stillness, the overwhelming sense of wrongness that radiated from the structure, made him hesitate. I don't think we have a choice, Kale said finally. We need to know what this is. Lyra gave a quick nod, stepping forward. Let's go. They moved toward the entrance, the heavy doors creaking as they pushed them open. A cold wind rushed out from the darkness beyond, sending a shiver down Kale's spine. The air was thick with the scent of something ancient, something forgotten. The inside of the palace was far colder than the outside, a deep chill that seemed to sink into their very bones. The walls were lined with more carvings, more symbols, but they were different this time. These were not of any language Kale had ever seen. They seemed to pulse, faintly glowing in the dim light, this place. Lyra whispered, her voice echoing through the cavernous hall. It feels like it's been waiting. Kale's gaze swept across the room. In the center stood an altar, large and imposing, made of the same dark stone as the palace itself. Atop it was an object, small, delicate, and glowing faintly. It was a crystal, but unlike any Kale had ever seen. It seemed to radiate an energy, a warmth that cut through the cold of the palace. Without thinking, Kale stepped forward, drawn to the crystal. The closer he got, the more the air seemed to hum with energy, the very ground beneath his feet vibrating with an intensity that made his heart race. Kale, wait! Lyra shouted, but it was too late. As his hand touched the crystal, a shock of pure, blinding energy shot through him, overwhelming his senses. The world around him dissolved into white-hot light. For a moment, he felt like he was falling, spinning through endless space, until he slammed back into reality. His body was shaking, his mind reeling as the vision before him came into focus. The crystal glowed brighter than before, casting long shadows across the room. And as Kale's vision cleared, he saw something impossible. A figure stood before him, cloaked in robes of shifting silver. The face was obscured, but the presence was unmistakable. You have come, the figure said, its voice echoing through Kale's mind, as if it were not speaking aloud but directly into his thoughts. Kale staggered back, his heart pounding in his chest. Who are you? The figure stepped forward, and its voice, now clearer, more distinct, replied, I am the keeper of the heart of the world. The figure before Kale shimmered, its robes moving with an ethereal grace, as if made of the very air itself. Its face remained obscured, hidden in the shadows of its hood, but Kale could feel the weight of its gaze upon him. It was as though the keeper could see not just his body but the very essence of his being, peering into his soul with unsettling precision. Arian and Lyra stepped forward cautiously, their eyes wary, but there was a shared determination in their movements. They had come this far, faced so many trials. And now, standing before the keeper of the heart of the world, they would not turn back. The keeper's voice reverberated in Kale's mind, deep and resonant. You are the ones chosen to seek the heart. You have journeyed through trials to prove your worth, but there is one truth you must understand before you can proceed further. Kale's pulse quickened. His hand still tingled from the energy that had surged through him upon touching the crystal. He glanced at Arian and Lyra, both of them equally transfixed by the figure. What is this place? Lyra asked, her voice steady but carrying an undertone of awe. Why are we here? The keeper tilted its head, though the hood remained drawn low. You are in the heart of the world itself. This is the place where the balance of all things is held, a nexus between life and death, light and shadow. And the heart, the keeper's voice grew darker, the heart has been lost. The room seemed to grow colder as the words settled in the air between them. Cale could feel the weight of the statement pressing against his chest, the enormity of it crashing over him like a wave. Lost? Arian repeated, his brow furrowing. But we've come so far. We've faced the trials. The heart has to be here. It was here, the keeper said softly, but it has been taken. Stolen from this place, and with it, the balance of the world has begun to unravel. Cale's heart sank. He had believed that the heart of the world was a tangible object, something that could be found, held, and understood. But now it seemed that it was more than just an artifact. It was the very essence of the world itself, and without it, everything was at risk, taken. Cale echoed. By who? The keeper's form flickered for a moment, and Cale thought he saw something like sorrow in the shifting robes. That, I do not know. The heart's absence has disrupted the natural order, and all who seek it now are bound to a path that was never meant to be. The one who took it has set in motion a chain of events that will lead to destruction. A cold silence stretched between them as the weight of the keeper's words sank in. Cale could feel the magnitude of the responsibility now resting on their shoulders. They weren't just on a quest to find the heart of the world, they were racing against time to prevent the collapse of everything they knew. What can we do? Lyra asked, her voice firm despite the uncertainty in her eyes. The keeper's presence seemed to shift again, its robes now swirling with an energy that felt almost alive. You must go to the places the heart touched. Follow its trail, for the path will lead you to the one who has taken it. Only by confronting this thief can you restore the balance that has been broken, but where do we even start? Arian asked. How can we trace something that's been stolen? The keeper's form seemed to grow even more translucent, as though its very essence was becoming intertwined with the world around them. The heart is not merely an object. It is a force, an energy that binds all things together. You will feel its presence, even in its absence. Its trail will be marked by chaos, by disturbance in the natural order. Follow it, and you will find the one who took it. Cale nodded slowly, the weight of the task ahead settling heavily in his chest. It felt as if the entire world had shifted beneath his feet. They had come for the heart, but now they were entrusted with something far greater. The fate of the world itself lay in their hands, and when we find the thief? Lyra asked. Her voice tinged with a mixture of determination and fear. The keeper's voice darkened, almost imperceptibly. You must be ready. The thief is not merely a person. They are the embodiment of the forces that seek to unravel all that is. Confronting them will not be easy. It will demand everything you have. The air seemed to thicken as the keeper's words hung in the silence. Cale could feel the gravity of what they were about to face. This wasn't just a quest for an artifact, it was a battle against the very fabric of reality itself. Are you ready? The keeper asked, its voice no longer merely speaking but resonating within Cale's chest, in the depths of his bones. Are you prepared to face what lies ahead? Cale glanced at his companions. Lyra's face was set in determination, her gaze unwavering, and Arian, though silent, carried the weight of his own resolve. The trials of the Snowflake Palace had forged them into something new, something stronger. They had faced their pasts, their fears, and now they stood together, ready to face whatever was coming. "Yes," Kale said, his voice steady. "We're ready," the keeper's robes rippled, as if in approval. "Then go. The path is before you." With that, the keeper seemed to dissolve into the air itself, leaving nothing behind but a faint, lingering warmth. The crystal on the altar dimmed, its glow fading until it was just another cold, lifeless stone. The room felt emptier now, as though a piece of its essence had vanished with the keeper. Kale, Lyra, and Arian stood in the silence, their hearts pounding in their chests. The journey was no longer a matter of seeking the heart, it was a race to prevent the end of everything. "We need to go," Arian said quietly, breaking the stillness. "The trail is out there." "We've been given a chance," Kale nodded, his mind already racing through the possibilities. He could feel it, the faintest pull, like a thread weaving its way through the storm, leading them forward. Without another word, they turned and walked out of the chamber, into the blinding snowstorm outside. The world had shifted. And with it, their purpose. The stakes were higher now, the danger greater. They weren't just searching for the heart anymore. They were searching for a way to save everything they had ever known, and as the winds howled around them, the path ahead seemed both uncertain and unavoidable. The snowstorm outside was like a living thing, swirling and battering the land with unrelenting fury. The wind seemed to scream through the frozen landscape, carrying with it the whispers of something ancient and forgotten. But within the cold, Kale felt the stirring of something more, a sense of urgency, of purpose. They had no choice but to follow the trail. "We need to head south," Kale said, his voice barely audible over the howling wind. The pull he had felt earlier, the faint thread tugging at his very soul, was still there, just beyond the reach of his understanding, but undeniable. It beckoned him forward, and he knew the others could feel it too. Lyra, ever perceptive, nodded in agreement. The keeper said the path would be marked by chaos, by disturbance in the natural order. "We need to find where it all began." Arian glanced at the horizon, his sharp eyes scanning the shifting snow for any sign of the path they were meant to follow. His silence, as always, spoke volumes, but Kale could see the determination etched on his face. They had come so far, through storms, through trials, through the haunting halls of the Snowflake Palace itself. Now, their journey was more than a quest, it was a race against time. If they didn't find the thief, the world would fall apart, unraveling piece by piece. The heart of the world was more than an object, it was the essence that held everything together. Without it, nothing could remain whole. "Stay close," Kale said, adjusting his cloak against the biting cold. "If we're to survive this, we need to stick together. We can't afford to get separated." The storm seemed to close in around them, the snow swirling in blinding, chaotic gusts. Yet, Kale couldn't ignore the feeling that the storm itself was guiding them, pushing them southward towards something they could not yet see. They trudged on, the snow deepening with each step, but Kale's senses were alert, his mind focused on the unseen thread that pulled at him. As the hours passed, the storm began to grow less wild. The wind softened, the snow lightened, and soon the sky above them began to clear. It was as if the storm was relenting, allowing them passage, as though the very world was holding its breath. Then, they saw it. In the distance, barely visible through the mist, there was a shadow in the snow, a structure, tall and imposing, rising out of the frozen landscape. It was not the snowflake palace, but something far older, far more ancient. Its silhouette was jagged and twisted, as if it had been shaped by the very forces that governed the storm itself. Kale's heart quickened. This was it. They had found it, the place where the trail began. Do you see that? Lyra asked, her voice tinged with awe. Arian narrowed his eyes, scanning the structure. We've reached something. But what is it? I think this is where we'll find the answers we need, Kale said, his voice filled with certainty. The heart of the world. It's tied to this place. Whatever happened, it began here. The snow around them seemed to hum with energy, the air thickening as they approached the structure. The air grew colder still, and the ground beneath their feet became uneven. Rocky. The once smooth expanse of snow had been replaced by jagged terrain, as though the land itself had been broken apart. As they drew closer, Kale noticed something strange, faint, glowing markings in the snow. They were faint, but unmistakable. Symbols, carved into the earth, just like the ones they had seen in the Snowflake Palace. What are these? Lyra murmured, kneeling to examine the symbols more closely. I don't know, Kale replied, his gaze fixed on the markings. But they're connected to the heart. I can feel it. Arian crouched beside them, studying the markings with the keen eye of someone who had spent years in battle. This is no ordinary place, he said. The markings are like a map. But they're not for our world. These symbols. They don't belong here, Kale nodded, his hand instinctively reaching for the crystal they had brought from the palace. It pulsed with a soft, faint glow, responding to the energy in the air. Whatever this place was, it was tied to the heart. And perhaps, in some way, to their enemy. We need to move forward, Kale said, his voice steady. Whatever this place is, it's the next step in our journey. We're getting closer. They pressed forward, the ground growing even more unstable as they crossed the rocky terrain. The faint glow of the markings seemed to grow stronger, guiding them toward the heart of the structure, as they neared the entrance. A deep, rumbling sound shook the ground beneath them, making them stumble. The air grew thick with an oppressive energy, and Kale could feel a change in the atmosphere, a sense of something ancient awakening, something long dormant. Lyra's voice trembled as she looked up at the looming structure. What is this place? I don't know, Kale whispered, his gaze fixed on the entrance. But we'll find out soon enough. They stood before the structure now, the doorway looming large before them. The air was heavy with anticipation, the silence stretching between them, broken only by the distant howls of the wind. This was the moment. The answers they sought lay beyond that door. Kale stepped forward, his hand resting on the cold stone of the doorway. The surface was smooth, as though untouched by time, yet there was a sense of unease as his fingers brushed against it. It felt alive. Suddenly, the ground trembled again, this time more violently. A deep, resonating voice echoed through the air, though Kale could not tell from where it came. Who dares enter the realm of the forgotten? The voice was ancient, filled with power, and it sent a shiver through Kale's spine. He stepped back, instinctively drawing his sword. Lyra and Arian mirrored his movement, ready for whatever challenge lay ahead. "I am Kale," he called into the darkness, his voice firm. "We seek the heart of the world. We seek the answers to what has been stolen." There was a long pause, the silence hanging in the air like a thick fog. Then the voice spoke again, softer this time, as if considering his words. "The heart has been taken, yes," the voice said. "But it is not the only thing that has been stolen. The balance of all things is at risk. And you have chosen the path of the forgotten." Kale felt a cold chill crawl up his spine. "What do you mean?" The voice echoed once more, a low, haunting laugh reverberating through the air. "You will soon understand," it said, and then the ground beneath them shifted, the entrance to the structure slowly creaking open, as though beckoning them into the darkness beyond. The ground trembled beneath their feet as the entrance to the mysterious structure slowly creaked open. The deep, resonant voice that had spoken to them still echoed in the air, a lingering presence that seemed to draw them forward despite the unease settling in their hearts. Kale could feel the weight of his decision pressing down on him. There was no turning back now. "We've come this far," Kale said, his voice steady despite the cold sweat forming on his brow. "We can't stop now. The answers are inside." Lyra nodded, her face determined but pale, the dim light from the glowing markings casting eerie shadows across her features. Arian stood by, silent as ever, his gaze fixed on the entrance. Calculating, weighing the risks. Together, they had faced numerous trials, but this place, this unknown realm, felt different. It felt ancient, timeless, and far more dangerous than anything they had encountered before. Kale reached out and pushed against the stone door, which groaned in protest as it opened wide enough for them to slip inside. The air within was cold, far colder than the storm outside, and it smelled of something old and forgotten. There was a strange weight in the air, as if the very atmosphere was thick with the remnants of some long-lost power. The walls of the chamber beyond were lined with intricate carvings, glowing faintly in the dim light, their meanings lost to time. As they stepped through the doorway, the sound of their footsteps echoed loudly in the stillness. It felt as if they were intruding on a place that was never meant to be disturbed, but Kale pushed that thought aside. There was no going back. "Stay close," Kale muttered, his voice barely a whisper as he surveyed the vast expanse of the chamber. The walls stretched high above them, disappearing into the shadows, and the floor was covered in a layer of dust that had not been disturbed in centuries. A sudden flicker of movement caught Kale's attention, and he turned sharply, instinctively reaching for his sword. But it was only Lyra, her eyes wide as she scanned the room. She too had felt it, something watching them. Something waiting. "Do you feel that?" she asked, her voice barely audible. "Yes," Kale replied, his gaze narrowing. "We're not alone." The chamber seemed to pulse with an energy that was both unnatural and alive, and Kale could feel it growing stronger with each passing second. It was as though the very walls of the place were breathing, drawing them deeper into its core. "Focus," Arian said, his voice calm but with an edge of urgency. "We have to keep moving." They made their way through the chamber, the glowing markings on the walls growing more intricate, more complex. Each symbol seemed to shift slightly as they passed, their meaning still elusive, but they were undeniably tied to the heart of the world. Kale's grip on the crystal tightened, and he could feel the faintest hum emanating from it, resonating with the energy in the room. The deeper they ventured, the colder it became, until the air itself seemed to freeze around them. And then, ahead, they saw it, a pedestal, raised high on a platform of ancient stone, stood in the center of the chamber. Atop it rested a single, crystalline object, clear and glowing with an ethereal light. It was beautiful, its edges sharp and precise, its shape unlike anything Kale had ever seen. It pulsed with energy, and as they approached, Kale could feel the pull of it, the same thread that had guided them through the storm, through the trials of the Snowflake Palace. This was it. The heart of the world, but as they stepped closer, a voice, an echo of the one that had spoken to them earlier, resonated through the chamber. "Do you truly believe you can restore the balance?" The voice boomed, its tone dripping with disdain. "The heart is lost, and so too is the world." There is no turning back. Kale's heart raced. He had felt the weight of those words before, but now they held a new meaning. It wasn't just the heart that had been taken, it was the very essence of the world that was slipping through their fingers. "We'll find a way," Kale replied, his voice unwavering. "The heart belongs where it was meant to be." The voice let out a hollow laugh, echoing off the stone walls. "Foolish mortals! You cannot return what was lost. The one who took the heart is beyond your understanding. Their power is infinite." The air grew colder still, and Kale could feel the chill seeping into his bones. This wasn't just a test, it was a warning. Whoever or whatever had taken the heart had done so with purpose. And now, they were being drawn deeper into the web of lies and deceit that had caused the world to unravel. Arian stepped forward, his hand on the hilt of his sword. "We don't care who or what took it," he said, his voice firm. "We're here to stop it." Lyra took Kale's arm, her grip tight. "We can't give up." "Not now," Kale nodded, swallowing his fear. They were close, so close. The heart was within their grasp, but they had no idea what would happen once they took it. What if the force that had taken it was too powerful? What if they were walking into a trap, but there was no time to doubt? They had come too far, and the world was slipping away. They had no choice but to face whatever awaited them. "Are you ready?" Kale asked, looking at his companions. Arian nodded. "Always." Lyra gave a small smile, though her eyes betrayed the fear she was trying to hide. "Let's do this." Together, they stepped forward toward the pedestal, their movements slow and deliberate. The heart pulsed with a steady rhythm, and Kale could feel it growing stronger, calling to him. But as his fingers brushed the surface of the crystal, a sudden, deafening crack reverberated through the chamber. The ground trembled violently, and the air was filled with a sound like the breaking of ice, deep and powerful. Before they could react, the chamber was plunged into darkness. The darkness came like a wave, swallowing them whole. It wasn't the absence of light, but something far more oppressive, an ancient, suffocating force that clung to the air. Kale couldn't see, couldn't hear anything but the heavy silence that filled the space around him. His heart pounded in his chest, but the darkness seemed to muffle even that, pressing in on him from all sides. For a moment, he couldn't tell if the world had ceased to exist or if it was merely hiding from him. "Kale." Lyra's voice broke through the blackness, faint but unmistakable. "I'm here," he responded, his voice barely audible in the stillness. He reached out, instinctively searching for her, but the air around him felt thick, as though he were wading through water. The sensation was disorienting, like being caught in the midst of a storm where every sound and every sense was distorted, twisted. He couldn't tell if they were still in the chamber or somewhere else entirely. The ground underfoot was solid, but something felt wrong. It wasn't just the absence of light, it was the absence of everything else. Suddenly, a faint flicker of light appeared in the distance, a pale blue glow that shimmered like a dying star. It was weak, hesitant, but it was there. Over here, Cale called, urging his companions to follow him. He didn't know what the light was, but it felt like their only way forward. Lyra's hand found his arm, and a few moments later, Arian's presence materialized beside them. Together, they moved toward the faint glow, each step bringing them closer to whatever lay beyond the veil of darkness. As they approached, the light grew stronger, brighter, until it filled the space around them. It was an ethereal glow, not from a physical source, but from something intrinsic, woven into the very fabric of the air itself. The temperature dropped even further, until Cale could see his breath misting in front of him, and the weight of the air grew heavier with each step. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the light intensified, and they found themselves standing in a vast, frozen landscape. Before them, stretching endlessly into the distance, was a towering structure made entirely of ice. Its walls shimmered in the light, jagged and sharp, yet impossibly beautiful. The architecture was unlike anything Cale had ever seen, angular, with intricate patterns etched into the surface, as though the ice itself had been carved by ancient hands. It radiated an almost unnatural calm, yet a deep, unsettling cold that seemed to seep into his very bones. "What is this place?" Lyra asked, her voice full of awe and fear. "I don't know," Cale replied, his gaze fixed on the structure. "But I have a feeling we're supposed to be here." The air was still, and the silence around them was almost tangible, as though the world itself held its breath. The distance between them and the icy fortress seemed to stretch impossibly far, but when Cale took a step forward, the ground beneath his feet seemed to shift with him. It was as if the landscape itself was responding to their presence. The voice they had heard before, the one that had warned them against restoring the heart, now echoed again, but this time it was not distant. It was right beside them. Reverberating in their minds, "Foolish mortals," the voice growled, its tone laced with malice. "You think you can restore what has been broken? The heart was never meant to be returned." Cale's heart skipped a beat, but he clenched his jaw, forcing the fear down. "We will restore it," he said firmly. "The world depends on it." The voice chuckled, low and chilling. "The heart is not the world's salvation. It is its curse. You cannot undo what has been done." Suddenly, the ice structure before them began to shift. The frozen walls trembled, and the ground beneath their feet rumbled. From the heart of the fortress, a massive shard of ice, glowing with the same ethereal light, rose into the air. It hovered just above the ground, rotating slowly, its surface smooth and flawless. It was the heart. Cale's breath caught in his throat. There it was, floating before them. The object they had sought for so long. But now that they saw it up close, he could feel the weight of its power. It was alive with energy, radiating a palpable force that seemed to hum in the air, vibrating through his entire body. "Take it," the voice commanded. Claim what you believe is yours. Arian stepped forward, his eyes locked on the heart. We have no choice, he said quietly, his voice resolute. We must take it back. Kale hesitated, a gnawing feeling in the pit of his stomach. He couldn't shake the sense that something was terribly wrong. It was too easy, too simple. The heart was in their grasp, but at what cost? I'll do it, Lyra said suddenly, her voice breaking through Kale's thoughts. She stepped forward, her hand outstretched toward the heart. No. Kale shouted, reaching for her arm. We can't, but it was too late. The moment her fingers brushed against the surface of the glowing shard, the entire structure shook violently. The walls of the fortress cracked, sending shards of ice tumbling to the ground. A deafening roar echoed through the air as the light around the heart blazed brighter, blinding them for a moment. When the light faded, the world around them had changed. They were no longer standing in the icy structure. The ground beneath them was cracked and barren, the once beautiful ice now broken and shattered. The sky above them was a sickly red, swirling with dark clouds. The wind howled like a banshee, and the very air felt heavy, suffocating. The heart, still glowing with its ethereal light, hovered above them, but it was no longer a symbol of hope. It was a weapon, an instrument of destruction. The energy it emanated was no longer pure, it was twisted, corrupted. From the center of the broken landscape, a figure appeared, cloaked in shadow. A presence that radiated cold and despair. You have awakened me, the figure said, its voice hollow, echoing in the void. The heart has chosen its new keeper. Kale felt a chill run down his spine. This was no ordinary guardian. This was something ancient, something far older and far more dangerous than he had ever anticipated. What have we done? Kale whispered, his mind racing. Lyra's voice was full of fear as she looked at the figure. Who are you? The shadowed figure took a step forward, its form becoming clearer with each passing second. It was neither human nor beast, but something between both, an entity born of darkness and ice. I am the one who has waited, the figure said, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. I am the keeper of the heart, and now, you will face the consequences of your actions. The figure before them loomed in the broken landscape, its presence like a cold wind sweeping through the remnants of the ice fortress. Kale's heart raced, but he forced himself to stand tall, his hand instinctively tightening around the crystal that had guided them this far. Lyra and Arian flanked him, both watching the figure warily, their faces pale but resolute. The keeper of the heart had materialized from the very fabric of the shattered world, and with its appearance, the atmosphere had shifted from one of cold awe to one of unrelenting menace. The red sky above churned ominously, the air thick with an unnatural weight, and the ground beneath them seemed to pulse with an eerie rhythm. I am the keeper, the figure said again, its voice like a chorus of whispering winds, cold and ancient. The heart of the world is mine to guard. And now, you have awakened me. Do you truly believe you can control it? Do you think you can undo what has been done? Kale clenched his fists, the weight of the heart in his hand burning hot against his palm, a stark contrast to the cold that now surrounded them. The darkness that the keeper exuded was oppressive, yet there was something else in its voice, something laced with sadness, a deep sorrow beneath the anger. We've come to restore balance, Kale said, his voice steady despite the fear that gnawed at his insides. We're not here to claim power. We're here to fix what was broken. The keeper's eyes, pale and glowing with an eerie light, narrowed, fixing on Kale with a gaze that seemed to pierce through him, through his very soul. Balance, it scoffed, its voice trembling with a hollow laugh. You speak of balance, but you do not understand what you have disturbed. The heart was never meant to be restored. It was meant to remain lost. Lyra took a step forward, her eyes fierce. It's because of the heart that the world is dying. We can't leave it like this. The world is already dying, the keeper said, its voice a low hiss. And you, mortals, are too late to prevent it. The heart's return is inevitable, and its power will not be stopped by the likes of you. Kale could feel the heart's energy thrumming in his hand, its pulse quickening, resonating with the keeper's words. There was something in its aura, a sense of inevitability that he couldn't shake. But he refused to believe it was truly too late. They had come this far, had endured so much. They couldn't stop now. You've been guarding the heart for centuries, Arian said, his voice calm, but his eyes full of suspicion. Why? What is it about the heart that keeps this world bound to decay? The keeper's form seemed to flicker, its shadowy figure flickering like a flame caught in the wind. The heart was never a source of life, it said slowly, almost mournfully. It is the anchor that holds the world together. When the heart was taken, the world began to unravel. But it was not the heart alone that caused the damage. It was the one who stole it, who shattered the balance. The words hung in the air, and Kale's mind whirled. He'd known the heart had been taken, but he had never considered that someone, something, could intentionally tear the world apart. The truth of it was unsettling. Whoever had taken the heart hadn't just stolen a powerful artifact, they had unraveled the very fabric of the world. Who took it? Lyra asked, her voice barely above a whisper, but it was sharp with the same question Kale wanted answered. The keeper's gaze darkened, its form shifting again, becoming more insubstantial. Like smoke drifting in the wind. The one who sought to reshape the world. The one who believed that destruction could give birth to a new creation. The heart was stolen by the Frostbinder, the one who would end all things to start anew. A chill ran through Kale's veins as the name resonated in his mind. The Frostbinder. He had heard whispers of such a being, an ancient entity said to possess the power to control the very forces of winter, to wield destruction with a mere thought. But to hear the keeper name it so directly, the Frostbinder was no myth, no mere legend. It was real. And it was the one responsible for the heart's disappearance. Kale's mind raced, and for a moment he felt the weight of the journey, the impossible task they had set before themselves. The heart wasn't just a key to restoring balance, it was a weapon, a tool in a much larger scheme. If the Frostbinder had stolen it to reshape the world, then what hope did they have of undoing the damage? Lyra's voice cut through his thoughts. Then we have to stop them. If we don't, there will be nothing left to save. Arian nodded, his expression grim. But how? The Frostbinder's power is beyond anything we've ever faced. We'll need more than just the heart. The keeper seemed to sense their hesitation, its eyes flashing with an unnatural light. You are not ready, it intoned. The Frostbinder is beyond your reach. Even with the heart, you cannot defeat them. You would only hasten the destruction. Kale's heart sank, the truth of the keeper's words weighing heavily on him. But they had come so far. They couldn't turn back now. We won't give up. We have to try. The keeper's form flickered again, this time with an almost mournful expression. Very well, it said, its voice growing softer. But know this, the path you have chosen will not be easy. The Frostbinder's power is vast, and time is not on your side. If you seek to stop them, you will need more than just strength. You will need unity, purpose, and the courage to face what lies ahead. Suddenly, the world around them seemed to shift again. The shattered ice that surrounded them began to reform, the jagged edges pulling together with an unnatural speed, as though the landscape itself was alive. The red sky overhead darkened further, swirling with a deepening storm that seemed to mirror the chaos within their hearts. Go, the keeper urged, its voice now distant, fading as the ice began to encircle them. The heart is not the answer. It is the key to your trials. Use it wisely. Kale turned to Lyra and Arian, his mind set. The keeper's words lingered in the air, but they couldn't be distracted now. The Frostbinder was out there, waiting, and they couldn't let the world crumble any further. Let's go, Kale said, his voice steady. We've got work to do. Together, they moved forward, the heart of the world still pulsing in Kale's hand, a beacon of hope and danger in equal measure. The keeper's warning echoed in his mind, but he refused to let it paralyze him. They had come this far. They had no choice but to face the Frostbinder and whatever lay ahead. As they walked, the ice walls closed in behind them, sealing off the broken landscape, leaving only the path forward, and somewhere in the distance, the storm of winter grew stronger. The storm raged as they moved through the fractured world, its icy winds howling around them, threatening to swallow them whole. The landscape they once knew, the beautiful, frozen fortress, had been torn apart, leaving behind only shattered remnants of ice and a desolate wasteland. But they had no time to dwell on the destruction. The Frostbinder was out there, and time was running out. Kale, Lyra, and Arian pressed forward, each step heavier than the last. The heart of the world still pulsed in Kale's hand, its ethereal glow lighting their path, but it felt wrong, like something ancient, tainted by forces far beyond their understanding. The keeper's words echoed in Kale's mind, warning them of the danger that lay ahead, but they couldn't stop now. They had come too far, and the world was crumbling. They had to act. The wind howled with greater fury, tearing at their clothes, pushing against them like an unseen force. The air was so cold it burned to breathe, and the sky above them churned with dark clouds, casting an eerie red hue over everything. Kale could feel the weight of the heart growing heavier with each passing moment, the power of the artifact pressing down on him, urging him to act. We need shelter, Arian said, his voice strained against the wind. We can't keep going like this. Not in this storm, Kale nodded, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Agreed. But we can't stop for long. We're too close. As they trudged through the icy wasteland, they came across a small, jagged cliff, offering some protection from the wind. It wasn't much, but it was enough to give them a moment's respite. They huddled together beneath the overhang, the howling wind muffled slightly by the natural shelter. Lyra shivered, her hands trembling as she held her cloak tighter around her. This place, it's worse than I imagined, she said, her voice barely audible over the wind. The heart, it's causing all this, isn't it? Kale looked down at the glowing shard in his hand. The heart seemed to thrum with energy, as if it were aware of their every move. The cold that had overtaken the land, the storm that raged relentlessly, he couldn't deny that it felt connected to the artifact, like it was feeding off the very essence of the world's destruction. "I don't know," he said quietly. "But I can't shake the feeling that it's more than just the heart. The Frostbinder, they're the one behind all of this." Arian nodded, his eyes narrowed in determination. "We can't let them win. We need to find them before it's too late." They sat in silence for a moment, the weight of their mission pressing down on them. Kale could feel the heart's power growing stronger, its energy shifting, almost as if it were alive. It was a strange, unsettling sensation, one that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. He wondered if the keeper had been right, that they were not ready, that they were too late to stop the destruction, but they couldn't turn back now. "We have to keep moving," Kale said, breaking the silence. "The Frostbinder is out there, and they won't stop until the world is theirs." Lyra looked up at him, her eyes filled with determination. "Then we'll stop them." Together, Arian stood, brushing the snow from his cloak. "Let's get moving. The longer we wait, the stronger the Frostbinder becomes." With one final glance at the bleak landscape around them, Kale nodded. The storm raged louder as they stepped out from the shelter, but they didn't falter. They couldn't. Every step they took was a step closer to their goal, closer to the Frostbinder. They couldn't afford to waste time. Hours passed as they navigated through the frozen wilderness. The storm showed no signs of letting up, and the land around them seemed to grow colder with every passing moment. The heart's glow had dimmed slightly, its pulse slower, but still there, still urging them forward. Kale could feel its pull, a constant tug at his very soul, but it was accompanied by an unsettling sense of foreboding, as if the artifact was leading them towards something they weren't prepared to face. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the storm began to subside. The winds died down, the snow settling around them, and the red sky above seemed to fade into a dull, sickly gray. Ahead, in the distance, they saw a dark silhouette rising from the wasteland, a towering spire of ice and stone that seemed to pierce the sky itself. It was an imposing structure, built from the very essence of the world's coldest depths, and at its heart, Kale knew, was the Frostbinder. The sight of the spire filled him with a mix of dread and determination. This was it. The place they had been searching for, the place where their journey would either end in victory or in destruction. "That's it," Lyra said, her voice barely above a whisper. "That's where they are," Kale nodded. "We're close. But we have to be careful. The Frostbinder is not like anything we've faced before. We can't underestimate them." They made their way toward the spire, each step bringing them closer to the unknown. As they drew near, the ground beneath their feet seemed to tremble. The air growing colder still, until it felt like they were walking through the heart of winter itself. The spire loomed over them, its jagged edges gleaming with a light that seemed to emanate from the structure itself, casting eerie shadows on the ground. At the base of the spire, a large entrance lay open, dark and foreboding. The heart in Kale's hand pulsed in response, its glow brightening, as if recognizing the power that lay within the spire. "This is it," Kale said, his voice firm. Stay close. No matter what happens, we stick together. They entered the spire, stepping into the darkness that awaited them. The cold within the structure was unlike anything they had felt before, an all-encompassing chill that seemed to seep into their very bones. The walls of the spire were smooth and black, their surfaces slick with an unnatural frost that shimmered in the dim light. As they moved deeper into the spire, they felt a growing presence, a sense of something watching them, waiting for them. The silence in the air was suffocating, broken only by the sound of their footsteps echoing through the hollow halls. Then, from the shadows ahead, a figure emerged. It was tall, draped in dark robes of frost, its face obscured by a mask made of ice. The figure moved with the grace of a predator, its presence cold and terrifying. "You've come," the Frostbinder's voice echoed through the spire, a deep, resonant tone that seemed to vibrate through the walls. "You think you can stop me? You think you can undo what's been done?" Kale's grip on the heart tightened, his resolve hardening. "We won't let you destroy this world," the Frostbinder laughed, a chilling sound that filled the air. "You are too late. The end has already begun." The cold inside the spire was unbearable, the air thick with a biting chill that clawed at their skin and froze the very breath in their lungs. Kale, Lyra, and Arian stood before the Frostbinder, who loomed in the darkness like a spectral giant, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. The tension in the air was palpable, and for a moment, Kale felt a surge of doubt. Could they really defeat this ancient being who had been manipulating the world's fate for so long? "You think you can undo centuries of work with your pathetic hearts and dreams?" The Frostbinder's voice rumbled, its icy tones echoing through the spire's hollow chambers. The walls seemed to reverberate with the force of his words, and Kale's resolve wavered for a split second. But then he remembered everything they had fought for, the world they loved, the people who depended on them. They couldn't afford to falter now. "We don't just have our hearts," Kale said, his voice steady despite the fear gnawing at his insides. "We have each other." Lyra stepped forward, her eyes fierce with determination. "We're not here to destroy what you've built, we're here to restore balance. You took the heart, and now the world is dying. We won't let that happen." The Frostbinder's laugh rang out again, cruel and cold. It was a sound that seemed to freeze the very air, chilling Kale's bones. "Balance?" The Frostbinder sneered. "Balance is a lie, a fragile illusion. I have seen the true nature of this world. It is broken, corrupt, and unworthy of saving. I will bring an end to it, and from its ashes, a new world will rise, one forged in ice and fire, where the weak will be erased and only the strong will survive." Kale could feel the weight of the Frostbinder's words, but something inside him refused to yield. "You're wrong," he said, his voice growing stronger. "It's not about destroying. It's about healing. You may think you control the world, but you don't understand its true power." The Frostbinder's eyes flashed with a malevolent gleam, and with a sudden motion, the room seemed to shift. The walls of the spire began to tremble, and the temperature plummeted even further, as though the very core of the world was freezing. The heart in Kale's hand pulsed fiercely in response, its glow flickering erratically. It felt like the heart was trying to warn him, trying to tell him something important, but Kale couldn't focus on it now. The Frostbinder raised his hands, and the very air around them shimmered, rippling like a sheet of ice being struck by an invisible force. A wave of cold, Unnatural power surged through the room, and Kale, Lyra, and Arian staggered back, struggling to maintain their footing as the temperature plunged even further. "You think you can fight me with this?" the Frostbinder hissed, his voice laced with contempt. "I am the master of this world's end, and you are nothing." The spire around them seemed to grow darker, the icy walls closing in as though the very structure of the spire was alive and moving. Kale could feel the weight of the Frostbinder's power pressing down on them, an overwhelming force that threatened to crush their will. But in that moment, something inside Kale shifted. The heart pulsed brighter, its energy thrumming through his entire body, filling him with an inexplicable sense of purpose. "We're not giving up," Kale said, his voice clear and resolute. "Not now, not ever." He could feel Lyra and Arian standing firm beside him, their presence a reminder that they were not alone. Together, they had faced countless challenges. Together, they had made it this far. And together, they would stand against the Frostbinder's tyranny. With a determined shout, Kale thrust the heart forward, the artifact glowing with a brilliant light that cut through the darkness like a beacon. The Frostbinder recoiled, his face twisted in anger, as though the very light of the heart burned him. "You think this will stop me?" the Frostbinder spat, his hands raising to strike, his power surging like a blizzard. But Kale wasn't backing down. He had come too far. He had made too many sacrifices. This was the moment they had been waiting for, the moment to take a stand, to fight for the world they knew and loved. "We don't just think," Kale said. "We believe." As the heart flared brighter, a shockwave of energy burst from it, crashing into the Frostbinder like a tidal wave of light. The spire shook with the force of the impact, and the Frostbinder staggered back, his form flickering as though he were made of ice and mist. The world around them seemed to tremble, the very foundation of the spire cracking and groaning under the strain. Kale's heart raced as he watched the Frostbinder struggle to maintain his footing, his form flickering like a shadow. For a moment, it seemed as though the dark force that had haunted their every step was finally faltering. But then, with a roar of rage, the Frostbinder's power surged once more, his hands rising in a final, desperate attempt to retaliate. The air in the spire grew thick with frost, the temperature plunging even further, until Kale could barely feel his limbs. His breath came in short, shallow gasps, the freezing air suffocating him. Lyra and Arian staggered beside him, but they didn't fall. They stood firm, their hands reaching for the heart as if drawing strength from it. "Together!" Kale shouted, his voice cutting through the icy winds. "We have to unite our will, our power. We can't let him win." The heart pulsed in their hands, its light intensifying as their combined energy surged through it, forming a bond between them. They were stronger than the Frostbinder's cold, stronger than the darkness that surrounded them. Together, they were unstoppable. The Frostbinder's form flickered violently, the ice and shadow twisting around him as he tried to resist their power. But it was no use. The heart had united them, and the force of their will was too much for even him to bear. With a final, shuddering cry, the Frostbinder collapsed, his icy form shattering into 1,000 pieces, scattering like snow in the wind. The storm inside the spire faded, the cold lifting from the air, and the oppressive silence was replaced by a gentle stillness, like the calm after a long, violent storm. Kale, Lyra, and Arian stood in the aftermath, their bodies trembling with exhaustion, but their hearts filled with a sense of triumph. The Frostbinder was no more. The heart had done its part, and they had won, but as Kale looked around, he knew their battle was far from over. The world had been saved from one threat, but there were others out there, forces still bent on destruction. They had only just begun to understand the true power of the heart and what it meant for the future of their world. As the echoes of the Frostbinder's defeat faded, Kale turned to Lyra and Arian, their faces weary but resolute. "This isn't the end," he said quietly. "It's just the beginning," and together, they would face whatever came next, united in their determination to protect the world they had fought so hard to save. The silence that followed the fall of the Frostbinder was deafening. The echoes of his last, desperate cry seemed to resonate through the spire, fading into nothingness. The oppressive chill that had hung in the air for so long was finally lifting, but the damage left in the wake of the battle was far from gone. The spire, once a monument to power, now felt fragile, its icy walls cracked and trembling. As though it, too, could feel the weight of its ancient curse lifting, Kale, Lyra, and Arian stood in the center of the crumbling spire, their breaths shallow from the fight, their bodies weary, but their hearts full of quiet victory. The heart in Kale's hand still pulsed, its light now steady, no longer flickering like it had when they first entered the spire. It was as if it had finally found its place, its purpose. But Kale couldn't shake the feeling that this victory, as hard-won as it was, had come at a cost. "Is it over?" Lyra's voice broke the silence, filled with uncertainty. Kale's gaze drifted to the remnants of the Frostbinder. The ice and shadow that had once formed the formidable figure were now little more than frozen shards scattered across the floor, dissolving into the air like mist. "I don't know," he said quietly. "The Frostbinder's gone, but something feels off. This place, this power, it doesn't feel like it's completely gone. The heart, it still feels like it's waiting for something." Arian, who had been standing in quiet contemplation, glanced at the shattered remains of the Frostbinder. "Maybe it's not just the Frostbinder we've defeated. Maybe it's something much deeper, something tied to this place, to the power that created it." Kale turned to him, a frown pulling at his brow. "What do you mean?" Arian's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. "The Frostbinder was just a tool. His ambition, his thirst for power, it was nothing more than a reflection of the darkness in the world. Maybe this spire, this place, it was never meant to stand. Maybe it was a prison. Maybe the heart was always meant to be freed, but not like this." Lyra shivered, her eyes wide with understanding. "You're saying the heart's power is tied to something even older? Something that the Frostbinder didn't control?" "Yes," Arian replied, his voice somber. "The Frostbinder tried to harness the heart's energy to reshape the world, but what if it was never meant to be used in such a way? What if it was the power of the heart itself that has kept this world in balance, kept it from falling into darkness?" Kale's grip on the heart tightened. It pulsed in his palm, warm and steady now, but he couldn't ignore the nagging feeling that had been growing in him. The fight with the Frostbinder had been a victory, but a hollow one. The heart had come to him for a reason, but for what? What was the true purpose of its power? And why had it called him, of all people, to wield it? "I think Arian's right," Kale said, his voice firm. "The heart isn't just a weapon, it's part of something bigger. Something ancient. And we're only beginning to understand what that means. Lyra stepped closer to him, her gaze intent. Then what do we do now? What happens next? Kale looked up at the sky above them, an endless sea of swirling, dark clouds that had been part of the storm for as long as he could remember. The air still crackled with the remnants of the battle. It was as though the world itself was holding its breath, waiting for something. I don't know, Kale said, the weight of his uncertainty heavy in his chest. But we can't stay here. The frostbinder is gone, but the world is still fractured. We need to find out what else the heart can do, and we need to understand how to restore balance before the damage becomes permanent. Arian nodded. The heart's power isn't just going to fix everything on its own. We have to learn how to use it properly. And if there's more to this than we understand, then we need to find out what it is. Lyra's eyes softened as she placed a hand on Kale's arm. Then we'll do it together. No matter what happens. We'll face it as one. Kale met her gaze, feeling a surge of warmth spread through him despite the cold that still lingered in the air. They had come so far together, and this, whatever was coming next, would be no different. Together, he repeated, his voice resolute. Without another word, they turned toward the exit of the spire. The once imposing structure was now a shadow of its former self, its ice-strewn halls groaning with the weight of the storm. Kale could feel the faint pulse of the heart in his hand, a rhythmic thrum that seemed to call him forward, toward the unknown. They stepped outside into the biting wind, the cold still sharp against their faces. The storm had subsided. But the sky remained ominously dark, swirling with clouds of gray and blue that seemed to writhe like living things. Ahead, they could see the remnants of the frozen wasteland they had crossed, the desolate landscape now marked by the battle that had taken place within the spire. The world still felt broken, but there was hope now, a spark of possibility in the wake of the destruction. We need to get to the nearest settlement, Arian said, his voice low but urgent. There may still be survivors out there, people who need help. Kale nodded. Agreed. We can't waste any more time. But first, we need to understand what the heart's true power is. We need to figure out how it works. Before we use it again. As they walked away from the spire, the world around them seemed to shift. The cold no longer felt as suffocating, but there was still a lingering sense of unease, like the air itself was waiting for something to change. Kale could feel it in his bones. The heart was leading them somewhere, guiding them toward the next step in their journey. But where? What would they find when they followed its pull? The storm had passed, but the true test of their strength was only just beginning. The wind had settled, leaving the world eerily quiet in the wake of the battle with the frostbinder. As Kale, Lyra, and Arian made their way across the frozen landscape, a deep sense of foreboding still hung in the air. The heart, now firmly in Kale's possession, pulsed steadily with a warmth that contrasted with the chill surrounding them, as though it had found its rightful place. But still, there was something elusive about it. Something unfinished. I don't like this, Lyra muttered, breaking the silence. We won, but it doesn't feel like it's over. The heart isn't. It's not right, is it? Kale nodded, keeping his eyes forward as they trudged through the snow. No, it's not. But we've come this far, Lyra. The heart, whatever it is, whatever it represents, it's the key. We just have to figure out what to do with it. Arian, walking slightly ahead, turned to look back at them. His expression was grim, his usual quiet demeanor even more pronounced. "We need answers," he said simply. "And there's only one place left that might hold them." Kale raised an eyebrow. "You have somewhere in mind?" Arian nodded, his eyes glinting with an intensity that Kale recognized all too well. "There's a place, hidden in the frost-bound mountains. An old sanctuary, forgotten by most. It's said to be the last bastion of knowledge regarding the heart's origins. If we can get there, we may learn the truth." The thought of another journey, this time across even harsher terrain, was daunting. But Kale felt an undeniable pull, a whisper from the heart itself urging him onward. "We have no choice," he said, his voice steady. "We need to go." The trio set off, navigating the remnants of the storm, the path ahead steep and treacherous. Their journey was slow, each step sinking deep into the snow, the world around them feeling colder with every passing moment. The landscape stretched out endlessly, the endless white seeming to blur into a vast, silent void. For hours, they traveled in silence, the only sound the crunch of their boots in the snow. Kale couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something was watching them, something hidden just out of sight. He glanced over at Lyra, who seemed equally uneasy, her eyes scanning the horizon, while Arian, as always, kept his gaze fixed on the path ahead. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the mountains began to loom in the distance. Jagged peaks rose from the earth like towering spires, their snow-covered tips piercing the sky. As they drew closer, the temperature seemed to drop even further, the air growing thick with the cold. "We're getting close," Arian said, his voice low and serious. "This is where it gets dangerous." Kale didn't need to ask what Arian meant. The frostbound mountains were notorious for their unpredictable weather, treacherous cliffs, and hidden dangers. But the thought of the sanctuary, of the knowledge it might hold, pushed Kale forward. As they began to ascend the mountain, the wind picked up again, howling through the narrow paths. The snow swirled around them, blinding and disorienting, but they pressed on, their determination unwavering. The heart pulsed faintly in Kale's hand, as though urging them onward. After what seemed like hours of climbing, they reached a narrow ridge that seemed to stretch impossibly far into the mountainside. Arian stopped, holding out a hand to signal the others. "We're almost there. The entrance is hidden behind that rock formation," he said, pointing toward a cluster of jagged boulders that jutted out from the mountain. Lyra squinted into the distance. "I don't see anything," Arian smiled, a faint glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "It's not meant to be seen. Trust me." They made their way toward the rock formation, the snow growing deeper with each step. Kale's breath came in ragged gasps, his body fighting against the cold, but the warmth from the heart seemed to keep him going. It felt as though the heart was alive, reacting to the mountain, responding to something deeper, something hidden within the very stone they were approaching. When they reached the base of the formation, Arian stepped forward, his fingers brushing against the rock. A faint pulse of light flickered from his touch, and the ground beneath them rumbled. The rocks began to shift, moving aside to reveal a narrow passageway carved into the mountain itself. "After you," Arian said with a nod. Kale hesitated, but only for a moment. With one final glance at Lyra and Arian, he stepped into the darkness, the passage swallowing him whole. Lyra and Arian followed close behind, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the narrow tunnel. The passageway twisted and turned, the air growing colder as they descended deeper into the mountain's heart. Cale could feel the heart's pulse grow stronger, more insistent, as though it were calling to something ancient, something that had been waiting for them. His grip tightened around the heart as they continued onward, the path narrowing even further. Finally, after what felt like hours, they reached a cavernous chamber. The walls were lined with strange, glowing runes, their light casting eerie shadows across the stone. In the center of the room, a large pedestal stood, carved from the same black stone that made up the mountain itself. Upon it rested a stone tablet, covered in layers of frost. Arian stepped forward, his expression grave. "This is it," he said, his voice reverent. "This is the sanctuary of the heart." Cale approached the pedestal, the heart in his hand beginning to hum with energy. It seemed to react to the stone tablet, its pulse growing louder, as if it recognized the power that lay before it. With a steady hand, Cale reached for the tablet, brushing away the frost that clung to its surface. Beneath the ice, strange symbols were carved into the stone, their meaning foreign but familiar at the same time. Lyra stepped closer, her eyes wide. "What is it? What does it say?" Cale's fingers traced the markings, and as he did, the heart's pulse grew stronger, vibrating in his palm. The symbols began to shift, rearranging themselves before his eyes. The room seemed to shift with them, the air crackling with energy as the truth began to reveal itself. A voice, ancient and calm, echoed in Cale's mind. "The heart is not just a source of power, but a key to unlocking the future of your world. The heart must be returned to the heartstone, where it was forged. Only then will the true balance be restored. But beware, for to do so will require a sacrifice greater than you can imagine." The words resonated within Cale, filling him with a sense of dread and awe. The heart was more than he had ever realized. It was a piece of something much larger, something that transcended the physical world. He turned to Lyra and Arian, his eyes wide with realization. "It's not just about stopping the darkness. It's about returning the heart to where it belongs, to where it was forged. We have to take it back to the heartstone, but what does that mean for us?" Lyra asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "What do you mean, a sacrifice?" Cale's heart pounded in his chest as the weight of the words settled over him. There was only one way forward, but the cost. It was unimaginable. "I don't know," he said, his voice tight with uncertainty. "But we have to do this. For the world. For everything." The heart pulsed once more in his hand, its light brighter than ever before, as if it, too, had made its decision. The journey to the heartstone awaited, and Cale knew that the true test was yet to come. The cavern around them hummed with the ancient energy of the heart, its pulse growing stronger as the revelation settled into the air. The stone tablet, now bare of frost, seemed to glow with an ethereal light, casting a faint luminescence on the faces of Cale, Lyra, and Arian. The air was thick with the weight of the message they had just uncovered, a message that now lingered like an invisible force, pressing on their minds. Cale's grip on the heart tightened. The feeling of responsibility had always been heavy, but now, it was nearly suffocating. "Return the heart to the heartstone." The words echoed in his mind, each repetition reinforcing the idea that this was the only way forward. the only way to stop the darkness from spreading. But the sacrifice. That was the part he couldn't shake. Arian stepped forward, his eyes scanning the tablet, his brow furrowed in thought. A sacrifice greater than you can imagine. His voice was barely above a whisper, as if the words themselves carried an insurmountable weight. Cale met his gaze, his throat tight. "What do you think that means?" "I don't know," Arian replied, his expression dark. "But I have a feeling it's not just the world at stake here. There's something personal tied to it. The heart doesn't just need to be returned to the heartstone, it needs to be returned by someone willing to give up what they hold most dear." Lyra shivered, her eyes widening. "You think one of us will have to give up something to restore balance?" Cale didn't want to think it, but the possibility clung to him like a shadow. "It's the only thing that makes sense. The heart's power, it's not just about saving the world. It's about setting things right. And sometimes, that requires a cost, but who?" Lyra's voice cracked. "Who's willing to give up everything?" Arian stood still, as if contemplating the enormity of what they faced. "We won't know until we reach the heartstone. And until then, we can't make that choice. But whatever it is, it's something that will change us all. It might be something we're not prepared for." Cale's heart pounded in his chest. The idea of losing something, or someone, was unbearable, but the stakes were far too high to turn back now. He could feel the heart in his hand, its power more alive than ever, and with it, the certainty that they had no choice but to press on. But how could he ask either of his companions to sacrifice something so precious? How could he ask himself? For a long moment, the three of them stood in the cavern, the weight of the decision pressing on them like the cold itself. Finally, Cale broke the silence, his voice filled with resolve, but laced with the unease that lingered in his chest. "We have to go to the heartstone. We'll face whatever comes together. But we need to be prepared for the worst. We can't let fear hold us back." Lyra nodded slowly, her face pale but determined. "If this is what it takes to restore the balance, then we'll do it. We've already come this far." Arian gave a curt nod, his eyes narrowing with focus. "Then let's move. We have a long journey ahead of us, and the sooner we reach the heartstone, the sooner we'll know what we're up against." The three of them left the sanctuary behind, the knowledge they had uncovered still heavy in their hearts. The cavern closed behind them, the passageway now seeming more like a tunnel to the unknown. They had learned what they needed to, but there was still so much they didn't understand. The heartstone was the key, but its secrets were still hidden, buried somewhere deep in the frostbound mountains. As they made their way out of the mountain, the cold seemed to press down harder, the wind picking up again, howling through the narrow passes. Each step was a struggle as the storm intensified, the snow swirling around them like a living thing. The heart pulsed in Cale's hand, its light flickering, and he could feel the force of its pull, guiding him forward. The heartstone was out there somewhere, waiting. Hours passed, or maybe it was days. Time seemed irrelevant in the relentless storm. Every moment felt like it could be their last, the cold gnawing at their bones. The endless white around them threatening to swallow them whole. But still, the heart pulsed, unwavering, steady, leading them onward. It was Lyra who first saw it, a glimmer of light, faint but unmistakable, shining through the swirling snow. "Kale, look," she cried, her voice filled with urgency. Kale turned to see what she was pointing to, and his breath caught in his throat. The light was coming from a massive stone structure, hidden among the peaks of the mountain, its shape barely visible through the storm. It was ancient, its surface covered in layers of frost, but there was no mistaking it. "The Heartstone, we're here," Arian said, his voice filled with a mix of awe and fear. "This is it." The closer they got, the more intense the light became, a soft, ethereal glow that seemed to push back the darkness of the storm. The heart pulsed more strongly now, its light matching the glow of the Heartstone, as if they were both connected, bound together by some unseen force. They reached the entrance, a large archway carved from the mountain itself, its surface etched with the same runes they had seen in the sanctuary. The air around them was charged with energy, and Kale could feel the weight of the Heartstone's power pressing down on them. It was as if the entire mountain was alive, vibrating with an ancient, primordial force. Taking a deep breath, Kale stepped forward. The heart still clutched in his hand. The moment his foot crossed the threshold, the world seemed to shift. The air grew still, the wind dying down as if it had been silenced by an unseen force. The glow of the Heartstone intensified, and Kale felt a surge of energy rush through him, the heart in his hand pulsing in response. He turned to look at Lyra and Arian, but before he could speak, the ground trembled beneath them. A low rumble filled the air, like the groan of an ancient creature awakening from a long slumber. From the shadows, a figure emerged, tall, cloaked in shadow, its face hidden behind a veil of ice and snow. Kale's breath caught in his throat. The figure moved toward them with an unsettling grace. Its presence overwhelming. It was then that the truth struck Kale with the force of a blow. The Heartstone was not a place of salvation, it was a test. And the figure before them was its judge. The figure before them, cloaked in shadows of ice and snow, moved with a chilling grace, its presence overwhelming in the stillness of the Heartstone's glow. Kale's heart hammered in his chest, the warmth of the heart now feeling distant in the face of this new threat. Every instinct screamed at him to turn and run, but his feet felt frozen to the ground, as though the very air had trapped him in place. The figure's presence felt ancient, as though it had existed long before the world they knew had taken shape. Its form was tall, indistinct, a shifting silhouette obscured by an aura of cold that seemed to stretch out from it like a frozen mist. Kale couldn't make out any details, its face, its hands, its feet, everything about the figure seemed hidden beneath layers of ice. But one thing was clear, it was no ordinary being. It was something far older, far more powerful. Lyra took a step forward, her voice shaky but determined. "Who are you?" The figure did not respond immediately. Instead, it reached out a hand, and the air itself seemed to freeze in its wake. The ground beneath them trembled, and the light from the Heartstone flared brightly, illuminating the chamber with an eerie glow. The figure's voice finally filled the silence, low, echoing, and laced with a coldness that seeped into Kale's very bones. "I am the guardian of the Heartstone," it said, its voice like the crackling of ice. "I am the keeper of the truth you seek, and the judge of the price you must pay." Kale's grip tightened around the heart. "You're the guardian? What do you mean, the price we must pay?" The guardian moved closer, its steps unnaturally quiet. The Heartstone does not give its power freely. It does not grant salvation without sacrifice. You have come seeking to restore balance, but the heart cannot be returned to its place without a cost. The one who holds it must be willing to give up something of equal value. A cold shiver ran down Kale's spine. What kind of cost are you talking about? The Guardian's form seemed to shimmer, and for a fleeting moment, Kale thought he saw a pair of glowing eyes hidden behind the veil of ice. The cost of balance is not always one that can be measured in simple terms. You seek to stop the darkness that spreads across the land, but to do so, one must make a choice. A choice that will alter the course of your future, and that of all those you love. Lyra's eyes widened, and she stepped back, her hand instinctively reaching for the sword at her side. You mean, someone has to die? The Guardian's form flickered again, as though amused by the question. Not necessarily. Death is but one form of sacrifice. But the Heartstone's power does not come without its toll. You will lose something precious. Something that cannot be restored. Kale's heart thudded painfully in his chest. The weight of the decision pressed down on him like the snowstorm that had raged outside. He had known, deep down, that the heart's journey would not be without a cost, but to hear the Guardian speak of it so plainly made it all too real. Arian, who had been silent until now, spoke up, his voice steady. And if we refuse? If we decide that the cost is too high? The Guardian's icy form shifted again, its presence growing more oppressive. Then the heart will remain where it is. And the darkness will continue to spread. The world will fall into chaos, and the power of the heart will fade into nothingness, leaving only the cold and the ruin that follows. Kale's mind raced. He looked down at the heart in his hand, feeling its pulse steady and strong against his palm. The warmth was still there, though faint, but it seemed to grow weaker the longer he stood in the presence of the Guardian. We can't just give up, Kale said, his voice firm but shaking. We've come too far. We have to finish this. Lyra nodded, her jaw set with determination. Whatever the price is. We'll face it. We have no choice. The Guardian's silent gaze seemed to pierce through them all, weighing them with an unseen judgment. The air around them grew colder still, and the wind howled as though it too were caught in the power of the Heartstone. Time seemed to stretch as the Guardian regarded them all. Finally, it spoke again. You will make your choice. But know this, only one can bear the heart's final weight. And that one will pay the price, not in death, but in something far more profound. A loss that cannot be undone. Kale's breath caught in his throat. What do you mean? The Guardian tilted its head, a movement so subtle it was almost imperceptible. You will understand soon enough. When the time comes, the heart will choose its vessel. And that vessel will give up something of immense value, something irreplaceable. Only then will the balance be restored. The Guardian stepped back, its form beginning to dissolve into the mist of ice. Go, then. The Heartstone awaits your choice. And once you make it, there will be no turning back. With those final words, the Guardian's presence seemed to vanish, leaving the trio alone in the chamber, standing before the Heartstone. Kale, Lyra, and Arian were left in a suffocating silence, each of them grappling with the weight of the decision they had to make. The heart pulsed in Cale's hand, its glow faint but persistent, as though it was trying to reassure him. But the truth was undeniable. Whatever came next, it would change them forever. Arian spoke first. His voice soft but clear. "What do we do now?" Cale looked up at the heartstone, its icy glow reflecting off the walls like a haunting specter. "We move forward. We have no choice. But we need to be ready. Whatever the cost. We'll face it together." Lyra nodded, though there was a shadow of doubt in her eyes. "We can't know what it will be. But we'll face it. We have to." They stood in silence for a moment longer, each of them considering what lay ahead. Cale could feel the weight of the heart, heavy in his hand, pulsing with life and power. The sacrifice would come, it was only a matter of time, but as they turned to face the heartstone, Cale knew one thing with certainty: no matter what happened. They had come this far, and they couldn't stop now. The time to make the ultimate choice had arrived. The chamber grew colder still, the frozen air wrapping around them like an unbreakable shroud. The heartstone, its icy glow pulsing with an otherworldly rhythm, cast long shadows on the walls of the cavern. Cale could feel the power of the ancient stone, and with it, the weight of the decision they were about to make. The Guardian's words lingered in his mind, haunting him like an echo of doom. One will bear the final weight. One will pay the price. There was no going back now. They had come too far, passed through too many trials, and uncovered too many secrets to turn away. But the thought of losing something, perhaps even someone, filled Cale with a cold dread that threatened to freeze him in place. Lyra's voice broke through his thoughts, soft but resolute. "We knew this wouldn't be easy. We've faced danger together before, Cale. We can do this again." Her words were meant to reassure him, and yet, they only seemed to highlight the uncertainty that now gripped him. Cale looked at her, seeing the same mixture of fear and determination reflected in her eyes. She was brave, too brave for her own good, sometimes, but this was different. This wasn't about fighting monsters or finding lost relics. This was about sacrificing something irretrievable. Arian stood nearby, his gaze fixed on the heartstone. The heartstone has always been a place of power. But it has always come with a price. The Guardian didn't just say we would lose something, he said it would be immeasurable. What does that mean? What kind of loss can we endure? Cale didn't have an answer. He only knew that the heartstone was their last hope. The darkness was still spreading across the land, and if they didn't act soon, it would be too late. The choice before them was impossible to ignore. They had to decide who would bear the heart's final weight, and who would pay the ultimate price. Cale closed his eyes, clutching the heart tighter. Its warmth was still there, though faint. Why me? He had never asked to be the one to carry the heart. But fate had chosen him, and he couldn't back away now. The world depended on him, but the fear of what would happen if he failed, if the price of this choice destroyed everything they held dear, was almost too much to bear. He had always believed in doing the right thing, in standing up for what was just, but this was something else. This was an unknown sacrifice that no one should have to make. The wind howled outside, a reminder of the storm that still raged against the mountain. But here, within the Heartstone's chamber, it was quiet. Almost too quiet. Kale turned to his companions, his voice steady despite the turmoil within. "We need to decide. Time is running out. The Heartstone is waiting." Lyra swallowed hard, stepping forward. "We don't know what the cost is, but we can't leave here without trying. If one of us has to sacrifice something, we'll face it together." Kale nodded, but something in his chest tightened. "We don't have time for together." They needed to make a choice, and it had to be made fast. He looked down at the heart in his hand, feeling its pulse in rhythm with his own heartbeat. It was warm, but the warmth was beginning to fade. "The Heartstone will choose," Kale said, his voice low. "But we still have a choice to make. We decide who bears the weight. Who sacrifices." Arian stepped forward, his hands clenching into fists. "Kale's right. We can't wait much longer. We're running out of time." Lyra looked at both of them, her brow furrowed in concern. "But if we make the wrong choice, we don't have the luxury of waiting," Kale interrupted. "The Heartstone's power is fading, and if we don't act, the darkness will overwhelm everything. We have to move now." There was a long silence, a thick tension settling between them. The three of them stood there, each one fighting their own inner battle. Who would step forward? Who would be the one to sacrifice? Arian spoke again, his voice quieter this time. "We can't be sure of what the cost will be. But maybe we don't need to know. Maybe, we just have to trust that whatever happens, we did the right thing." Lyra nodded, though there was a shadow of doubt still clinging to her eyes. "But the heart doesn't just take things. It demands something. We don't even know if we'll survive." Kale exhaled, slowly and deliberately, his breath turning to mist in the frozen air. "It's true. We don't know what the price will be. But if we don't try, then the world will fall. We can't let that happen." The heart pulsed in his hand, and for the first time, Kale felt something shift inside him, a connection between him and the heart that felt deep, primal. The Heartstone wasn't just a place of power. It was a trial. The heart was calling to him, urging him to make a choice, to take the final step. He glanced at his companions, feeling a mixture of love and fear for them both. The path ahead was uncertain. But one thing was clear, they were bound to this fate together. "We need to move," Kale said, his voice low and determined. "But whatever happens, we stick together. We face this choice together." Without waiting for a response, Kale stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the glowing Heartstone. The stone seemed to hum with life as they approached, its power almost palpable, the air charged with anticipation. As they stood before it, Kale felt an overwhelming wave of energy surge through him. The heart pulsed in his hand, its glow brighter now, almost blinding. The ground beneath their feet trembled, as though the Heartstone itself was awakening. The wind outside howled louder, rattling the stone walls, but inside, the chamber was silent, except for the thrum of the heart. Then, a voice, deep and resonant, filled the space around them. It wasn't the Guardian. It wasn't even a voice from the world they knew. It was the Heartstone itself, choose, the voice intoned, echoing in their minds. Only one can bear the final weight. Only one can make the sacrifice. Cale's heart skipped a beat. The decision had come. The time was now. He turned to Arian and Lyra, each of them standing tense, waiting for him to make the choice. But Cale knew, deep down, that it was never meant to be a decision made by one. They had all come this far together. We all have to decide, Cale said, his voice quiet but resolute. One of us will bear the final weight. But no matter who it is, we carry it together. The Heartstone hummed louder, as if acknowledging their words. The decision had been made, and whatever the cost, they would face it together. The chamber trembled once more as the ancient voice of the Heartstone reverberated in the air, its power overwhelming. Cale, Lyra, and Arian stood together, shoulders squared, eyes focused on the glowing Heartstone at the center of the room. Its light pulsed brighter now. A rhythmic beat that echoed the sound of their own hearts. One of you must step forward, the Heartstone intoned. The voice was neither malevolent nor kind, but simply a cold, inevitable truth. One must bear the final weight, the price of balance, to restore what has been lost. The weight of those words settled over them like a heavy shroud. Each of them knew the gravity of the decision they were about to make. Time was slipping away. Outside the winds howled louder, the storm growing in intensity as if the very elements sensed the approaching end. There would be no more chances to turn back. Cale felt a cold bead of sweat slip down his forehead. His grip tightened around the Heartstone, and its warmth filled his chest. He knew what had to be done, but the thought of it, the sacrifice, still clung to his mind like a shadow, refusing to let go. We've come this far, Cale said, his voice barely a whisper but carrying the weight of everything they had endured. We can't stop now. No matter what happens, we will see this through. Lyra stepped forward, her expression unreadable, but her determination shone through in the way she held herself. She was the first to speak. Cale's right. We've given everything to get here. If one of us has to bear the weight, then we'll face it. Together. Arian looked between them, his gaze dark and troubled, but his resolve was clear. The Heartstone will choose, but it seems we have to make the final decision. If any of us should step forward, his voice trailed off, as if the words themselves were too heavy to bear. Arian had always been the most cautious of them all, the strategist who preferred to plan, to avoid risk. But here, in this place, there were no plans, no contingencies. There was only the choice before them. Do we even know what the cost will be? Arian asked, his voice shaking slightly. We're talking about a price that can't be undone. What if it's too much to bear? What if it tears us apart? Cale met Arian's gaze. He knew the risks. They all did. But there was no other way forward. We'll make it through. Cale said, the words feeling more certain than he had expected. Whatever it is, we face it. But we have to choose who will carry the weight. Who will make the ultimate sacrifice to bring balance. The Heartstone pulsed again, and in that instant, Cale understood something that had been hidden from him until now. The Heartstone wasn't just a force of power, it was a test. A trial, not just of their courage, but of their bond. Their unity would be the key to surviving whatever came next. it wasn't just about one person. It was about them all. Cale looked at his companions, his friends, and saw the same resolve mirrored in their eyes. The decision couldn't be made lightly, but it had to be made now. "I'll do it," Lyra said, stepping forward, her voice steady despite the uncertainty in her eyes. "I'll bear the weight." Cale's heart jolted at the words. He had been preparing himself for the possibility that one of them would make the sacrifice, but hearing Lyra volunteer was a blow he hadn't been ready for. She had always been the warrior, the protector, the one who never hesitated to put others before herself. But this was different. "You can't," Cale said, shaking his head. "I can't let you. This is too much for anyone to bear. I've always been the one to carry the burden. I'll do it." Lyra's expression softened, but there was a fierce determination in her gaze. "No. Cale. This is about all of us. We've been through this together. You've always carried the burden of our decisions. But we can't do this without you. And we can't leave here without fixing the world. I'm ready to make that sacrifice." Arian stepped forward, his hand on Lyra's shoulder. "We all knew the cost. We just didn't know what it would be. But Lyra, Cale is right. This isn't just about one of us stepping forward. It's about the three of us, together." The Heartstone pulsed one last time, and then the voice spoke again. "Then let it be known that the final trial has begun. The Heartstone will decide, and the one who carries the weight shall not walk alone." The temperature in the chamber dropped further, the icy air biting at their skin, and the world around them seemed to freeze. The Heartstone flared brightly, blinding them for a moment, and then it dimmed. Cale could feel it then, the pull of the heart, stronger than ever before. It was drawing them in, pulling them toward the center of the room. The stone was ready, and it seemed to demand action. He took a deep breath, his eyes locked on the Heartstone's cold, glowing surface. "We're ready," Cale said, his voice steady despite the unease in his chest. "We face this together." And then, in a flash of light, the Heartstone's power surged forward, a deep, resonant hum filled the air, and the world seemed to warp around them. Cale felt his body shift as if the very fabric of reality was bending under the heart's immense power. He reached out instinctively, his hand moving toward the glowing core. The chamber seemed to stretch impossibly far, and for a moment, Cale could see nothing but light and ice, an endless expanse of frozen beauty, but also of terrible power. And in the center of it all, the Heartstone shone like a beacon, waiting for the one who would carry the weight. A voice echoed, distant but unmistakable, as if coming from all around them. "The Heartstone has chosen." The light faded, and in its place stood a figure. Cale could barely make out the details, but the form was unmistakable. It was Lyra. Her eyes locked with his, filled with a quiet acceptance, but also an overwhelming sadness. "No," Cale whispered, his voice hoarse. "No, Lyra." But Lyra smiled softly, her expression one of peace. "It's the only way, Cale. You've always carried the weight. Now it's my turn." Before Cale could speak, the Heartstone's power surged once more, and in that moment, he knew, the decision had been made. Lyra had stepped forward to bear the final weight. And as she did, The Heartstone's power enveloped her completely, its glow a brilliant explosion of light and energy. Cale reached out in a futile attempt to stop it, but he could not. Lyra had chosen. And the price was now paid. The light from the Heartstone swirled around them like a violent storm, its energy crackling in the air, sharp and unyielding. Cale's heart hammered in his chest as he reached out, but his hand passed through the light as though it weren't even there. His mind screamed, his body frozen in place. Lyra, his closest friend, his companion through everything, was standing in the very heart of the storm, consumed by its power. She didn't scream. Her eyes met his for a brief moment, and Cale saw something in them that almost made his heart stop. Peace. There was a quiet acceptance there, a surrender to whatever was to come. She had known. She had known from the beginning what this would cost. And she had made the decision anyway. She had stepped forward when no one else could. "No," Cale whispered, his voice barely audible against the hum of the Heartstone. His hand trembled as he reached again, this time more desperately, but it was useless. There was no way to touch her, no way to pull her back. The stone's power was too overwhelming, its energy too raw. Arian was at his side, his face pale, his fists clenched. "Cale, we can't stop it now." "It's done." Cale's gaze remained fixed on Lyra. She stood motionless at the center of the Heartstone's brilliance, her body flickering between the tangible and something ethereal. She was changing, transforming, before their very eyes. The glow of the Heartstone encased her like a second skin, and in that moment, Cale felt the full weight of her sacrifice. He wanted to scream at the unfairness of it all. Lyra didn't deserve this. She had already sacrificed so much, always throwing herself into danger, always giving her all for the cause. But this was different. This wasn't just a fight. This was something that could not be undone. He turned to Arian, desperation creeping into his voice. "What do we do? What happens now?" Arian, who had always been the one to find the words in even the darkest of moments, was silent. His gaze was fixed on Lyra, just as Cale's was. His face, usually so controlled, was now wrought with grief. "I don't know, Cale," he said quietly. "But we can't undo what she's done. We can only move forward and hope it was enough." The Heartstone hummed louder, its vibrations shaking the very air around them. The light brightened, growing almost unbearable. Cale squeezed his eyes shut, unable to look at Lyra any longer, unable to face the reality of what had just happened. The voice of the Heartstone echoed again, but it was different this time. There was no judgment in it, no cold, indifferent tone. It was softer. Almost compassionate. Balance has been restored. The Heartstone has chosen the bearer. The price has been paid. Cale's blood ran cold at the finality of the words. "The price," he repeated, but it was a hollow sound. Lyra's form flickered once more, and then, as if the light had swallowed her whole, she disappeared entirely. The Heartstone's power began to wane, its glow fading into a soft, gentle pulse. The hum in the air subsided. The storm outside seemed to grow quieter, as if the world itself was holding its breath. For a long time, there was silence. Cale stood frozen in place, his heart heavy in his chest. Arian remained beside him, equally still, his gaze lingering on the empty space where Lyra had stood only moments before. We can't just leave her like this, Cale muttered, the words thick with emotion. She can't be gone. Not like this. Arian's voice was quiet, but firm. Cale, we don't know if she's really gone. The Heartstone doesn't take without giving. It's not as simple as we think. Cale swallowed hard, trying to steady himself. But what did she give? What price did she pay? Arian shook his head. I don't know. But I think there's more to this than we understand. The Heartstone has always been a place of balance, of restoration. If it has chosen Lyra, if it has taken her, then it must be for something. But what if she's lost forever? Cale's voice cracked with the weight of the question. There's always a price, Arian said quietly, turning away from the fading light of the Heartstone to face Cale. But I don't believe she's lost, not truly. There has to be more to it. The air in the chamber had grown still, cold, but not unbearable. Cale's breath was visible in the air as he looked around at the silent, empty space. He felt something shift, an energy that had once been so oppressive now fading, leaving behind a quiet calm. Yet it wasn't a calm of peace. It was the calm before the storm. The calm that came when everything had changed, and there was no going back. Suddenly, Cale's gaze snapped to the Heartstone. Its faint pulse had grown stronger once again, but it wasn't the same as before. The light no longer blazed with intense fury. It was gentle now, a soft and rhythmic pulse that seemed to echo in Cale's chest. He stepped forward, drawn by the pulsing energy of the stone. Arian followed, though with more hesitation. The Heartstone, it's alive, Cale said, his voice thick with awe and confusion. Arian nodded slowly. It was never just a source of power. It's always been more. But now, it seems different. Maybe it's waiting. Cale reached out, his hand trembling as it hovered over the stone's surface. His mind raced with questions. What had the Heartstone truly done to Lyra? Had she become a part of it? Had she somehow transcended? As his fingers brushed against the stone, the pulse of energy surged through him, a shock of warmth flooding his body. He gasped, pulling back for a moment before steadied himself. His breath coming quick. Suddenly, a vision flashed before him, a vivid, surreal image that was more than a vision. It was as if he were living it. Lyra stood before him, but she was different. She wasn't the same as she had been. She was glowing, surrounded by a soft, golden light, and her eyes were filled with knowledge, as though she could see through the very fabric of time and space itself. Cale, her voice echoed, distant yet close, as if coming from all around. I am not lost. But I have changed. The Heartstone, it has connected me to something greater. Something beyond our world. Her words reverberated in his mind, and though her form flickered like a mirage, her presence was unmistakable. I am still here, she whispered, but you must continue the journey. The world depends on it. Then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the vision faded, and Cale was left standing in the cold, darkened chamber, the faint pulse of the Heartstone the only reminder of what had just occurred. Lyra was still out there. Somewhere, but now, the real challenge began. With Lyra's sacrifice, the balance had shifted, and Kale and Arian had no choice but to press on, toward an unknown future, armed only with the knowledge that the price had been paid, and no matter what, they would carry Lyra's spirit with them, as they had promised. The quiet stillness of the chamber stretched on for what seemed like hours. The weight of Lyra's sacrifice hanging heavily in the air. The Heartstone's pulse had softened, no longer the blinding storm it once was, but a gentle rhythm, like the beat of a heart that had settled after an intense struggle. Kale stood frozen, his hand still hovering over the stone, his breath shallow and quick as the vision of Lyra faded from his mind. Arian, too, remained silent, staring at the Heartstone with a mixture of confusion and awe. He had felt it, too. Kale had seen the brief flicker of understanding in his eyes, the realization that Lyra was not gone in the way they had feared. Kale's mind raced. What did Lyra's transformation mean? She had spoken to him. No, it had been a vision. But it felt real. Her voice, her presence, had been unmistakable. She was still out there. Somehow, the Heartstone had changed her, had connected her to something greater, something beyond their world. Arian. Kale's voice broke the silence, low and uncertain. Lyra, she's still out there. The Heartstone has transformed her. Arian turned toward him, his brow furrowed in deep thought. I know, Kale. I felt it, too. But I don't understand. What has happened to her? And why did the Heartstone choose her? He paused, his eyes lingering on the Heartstone, still pulsing gently. There's something more here than we realize. But it's beyond us, beyond anything we've encountered. Kale clenched his fists at his sides. He had known that their journey would come at a price, but this was something he had not prepared for. He had always relied on Lyra's strength, her courage, her unwavering loyalty. The thought of continuing without her, of facing the final challenge of their quest alone, felt unbearable, but they couldn't afford to linger in despair. Not when the world was at stake. The Heartstone's power has always been a mystery, Kale murmured, more to himself than to Arian. It has always been a force of balance, of restoration. But this. He took a deep breath, steadying himself. This is something new. Arian's voice was quiet but firm. We'll figure it out. But we can't waste time. We have to move forward. The world is still in danger. Kale nodded, the weight of his decision settling over him. They couldn't stay in the palace forever. They had a mission, to restore balance to the world, to undo the damage that had been done by the forces of chaos. Lyra had sacrificed herself for this cause, and it was up to them to honor that sacrifice by seeing it through. Without another word, they turned and walked toward the exit of the chamber, the faint light from the Heartstone still casting a glow in the otherwise dim room. As they approached the door, Kale felt the cold air from the outside world begin to creep in, a reminder of the storm that still raged beyond the walls of the Snowflake Palace. The wind howled, carrying with it a biting chill that seemed to seep into his bones. Arian glanced over at him. "We're close, aren't we?" he asked, his voice steady but filled with the weight of their journey. "We're almost to the heart of it. The source of the chaos. The place where it all began." Kale nodded, his eyes narrowing as he looked out into the blizzard. I can feel it. We're getting closer. The storm is growing stronger, but so is the pull. The balance is shifting. We have to reach the source before it's too late. Arian gave him a sharp look. And if Lyra's transformation is part of that shift? What if the Heartstone is trying to guide us? What if we're meant to do something more with this power? Kale stopped walking, his thoughts racing. You mean? What if Lyra's sacrifice isn't the end of her? What if it's the beginning of something new? I don't know, Arian admitted. But we can't ignore it. We've always been guided by the Heartstone. Now, it's different. We need to figure out what this means. Kale's gaze shifted to the distant horizon beyond the palace. The storm raged on, but through the swirling snow, he could see the faintest glow, an ethereal light that seemed to beckon them forward, calling them to the heart of the storm. The source, Lyra's transformation, her connection to the Heartstone, it all seemed to be leading them towards something greater. But what? What had they yet to discover? Kale felt a sense of urgency surge through him. There was no more time for hesitation. They had come this far. Now, they had to push forward. Without another word, Kale turned and strode out of the chamber, Arian following closely behind. The path ahead was treacherous, the blizzard making every step feel like a battle against nature itself. But they had no choice but to keep moving, to press on toward the light in the distance. They would find the source of the chaos. They would restore balance. And somehow, someway, they would honor Lyra's sacrifice by completing their mission. The journey was far from over. The storm, though fierce, was not insurmountable. And with every step, Kale felt the growing sense that the Heartstone had more to reveal, more to offer. Lyra's sacrifice was the beginning, not the end. Now, it was up to him and Arian to discover the true power of the Heartstone, and the final test that awaited them. The blizzard grew more violent as Kale and Arian trekked through the swirling snow, the wind biting at their faces, stinging their exposed skin. Each step felt as though they were pushing against the very force of nature, yet the call of the faint, glowing light in the distance urged them forward. They could not afford to stop, not now, not when they were so close to uncovering the truth behind Lyra's transformation, the source of the chaos that had plagued their world. Kale's breath came in short, ragged bursts, the cold air scraping his lungs with every inhale. The snow whipped around them, obscuring their vision, but still, they pressed on. Arian's figure was barely visible through the storm. But Kale could feel his presence, his determination matching his own. How much further? Arian called out, his voice almost lost in the roar of the wind. Kale squinted through the blinding snow, his eyes locked on the distant glow. It seemed to pulse in rhythm with his own heartbeat, an undeniable pull that guided him through the chaos. He didn't know how, but he knew they were close. It wasn't just the Heartstone calling to them, it was something deeper, something ancient and far more powerful than either of them had yet understood. We're almost there, Kale shouted over the wind, his voice strained but resolute. Stay close. Arian nodded, his face grim but determined. They both knew that what lay ahead could change everything. The storm was no accident, it was a manifestation of the imbalance that had taken root in the world. If they didn't stop it, if they didn't reach the source, the consequences would be devastating. As they pressed forward, Kale's mind drifted back to the moment when Lyra had disappeared, her form vanishing into the light of the Heartstone. The vision she had shared with him, the quiet strength in her eyes, it still haunted him. He had promised her they would finish what they had started. He had promised they would bring balance to the world, no matter the cost. But now, that cost was clearer than ever before. She had given everything. And yet, the Heartstone had transformed her, connected her to something greater. Was she truly lost? Or was there still hope that her sacrifice had meaning beyond this world? The light ahead grew brighter, more intense, until it pierced the storm, its glow cutting through the dark night like a beacon. Kale's heart quickened. It was the source, the very heart of the chaos. "We're here," Kale said, more to himself than to Arian. Arian caught up to him, his breath visible in the frigid air. "What now?" Kale glanced at him, his eyes narrowing as the ground beneath them began to tremble. The snow had stopped falling, the wind had quieted, and the air had taken on an unnatural stillness. The only sound that remained was the rhythmic pulse of the light ahead, growing louder with each passing moment. "I don't know," Kale admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. "But we have to go through it. Whatever it is, we have to face it." They reached the edge of a vast, frozen lake, its surface smooth and glass-like, reflecting the eerie light that now surrounded them. At the center of the lake, the glow emanated from a towering structure, an ancient, crystalline palace that seemed to rise from the very heart of the storm. Its spires were jagged, like the shards of broken ice, and the walls shimmered with an iridescent light, casting strange reflections on the frozen water beneath their feet. Kale's heart skipped a beat. He knew this place. They were standing at the threshold of the Snowflake Palace, the fabled stronghold of ancient power, a place that had been lost to legend for centuries. It had been hidden away, its location a mystery even to those who had searched for it. But now, here it was, in front of them. "Is this?" Arian trailed off, his voice thick with disbelief. "The Snowflake Palace," Kale finished for him. "But it's different now. It's been changed." The air around them seemed to shimmer with a palpable energy, as if the very fabric of reality were warping under the intensity of the place. Kale could feel the pull of the palace, its power almost magnetic, drawing him toward it. There was something alive here. Something ancient and powerful that had been waiting for them. "We have to go inside," Kale said, taking a tentative step forward. Arian hesitated, his eyes scanning the eerie, glowing structure. "Are you sure? What if it's a trap?" Kale didn't answer immediately. He wasn't sure if it was a trap or not. He wasn't sure of anything anymore. But the truth was, they didn't have any choice. The storm, the chaos, it was all tied to this place, to the Heartstone, to Lyra's sacrifice. They had come too far to turn back now, "I'm sure," Kale said, his voice firm. "We have to face whatever's inside." The two of them crossed the frozen lake together, their steps sure despite the strangeness of the landscape around them. The glow from the palace seemed to pulse with every beat of Kale's heart, growing stronger as they drew closer. When they reached the entrance, the massive crystal doors stood ajar, as if inviting them in. They pushed open with a soft, otherworldly hum, and the two of them stepped into the palace's interior. Inside, the air was warmer, though the cold of the outside world still lingered at the edges of the chamber. The walls were lined with ancient murals, depicting scenes of long-forgotten battles, powerful beings, and strange rituals. The floor beneath them shimmered with a faint, icy glow, like starlight reflected in water. At the center of the room stood an enormous pedestal, atop which lay a glowing crystal, pulsing with the same energy that had guided them here. The Heartstone's influence was undeniable. This was its source, its origin. Kale's pulse quickened as he stepped forward, drawn to the crystal. Arian followed, his eyes wide with awe. They both understood now, this was what they had been searching for, but as Kale reached out to touch the crystal, a voice echoed in his mind, familiar and filled with power. "You have come far, Kale. But you are not yet ready." The voice was unmistakable. It was Lyra's. "Lyra?" Kale breathed, his voice shaking with disbelief. The voice continued, this time more distant, but still undeniably hers. "The Heartstone has chosen. And it has shown me what lies ahead. The path is fraught with darkness, and the cost of restoring balance is greater than you know. But there is still hope, Kale. You must be strong. The final test awaits you." Kale's hand hovered over the crystal, the energy from it thrumming through his fingertips. He could feel Lyra's presence in the very air around him, her power intertwined with the ancient force that pulsed from the crystal. "What do we do?" Kale whispered, almost afraid to ask. "You must face the Heartstone's final secret. Only then will you understand the true price of balance. Only then will you find your way forward." Before Kale could respond, the crystal flared with a brilliant light, blinding him for a moment. When the light dimmed, the palace around them had changed. The murals were no longer just images, they were alive, shifting and swirling with the very essence of the storm. The ground beneath their feet trembled again, and Kale felt the weight of something immense pressing down on them. The final test was here. The air in the Snowflake Palace was thick with an ancient energy, palpable and heavy, as if the very walls were alive, watching, waiting. The flickering murals that adorned the walls twisted and turned, shifting images of forgotten battles and untold secrets. Kale's breath came in shallow gasps, the force of the storm outside still seeping through the cracks in the walls, adding to the tension in the air. The faint glow from the crystal on the pedestal pulsed rhythmically, as if echoing the beating of his own heart. Arian stood beside him, his expression one of awe and wariness, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, ready for whatever might come. Kale could feel the unease in his friend, but there was no turning back now. They had come too far to turn away. "We're not alone," Kale murmured, almost to himself. The presence that lingered in the palace was undeniable. It was as if the very space around them was alive with the echoes of those who had come before. "Lyra," Arian whispered, his voice reverberating with a mix of hope and sorrow. "She's here. Isn't she? Her presence, it's everywhere." Kale nodded, his mind racing. Lyra's voice had guided him here, through the storm, through the chaos. She had shown him that there was still hope, still a way forward, despite the pain of her sacrifice. But now, with the palace around them alive with its power, he wondered, what did she mean by the final test? What was the Heartstone trying to show them? As Kale stepped closer to the pedestal, the crystal at its center flared with an intense light, so bright that it temporarily blinded him. He staggered back, his hands instinctively raising to shield his eyes. But when the light dimmed, he saw something new, something that made his heart race. The murals on the walls were no longer shifting. They had stopped on a single image, Lyra, standing before the hearthstone, her arms outstretched, as if she were part of the stone itself. Her eyes were closed, but her face was filled with a serene determination. The hearthstone's power radiated from her, casting a soft, golden glow over the room. But it wasn't just the image that had changed, it was the atmosphere. The very air seemed to vibrate with energy. This is the vision I saw, Kale murmured, stepping closer to the mural. She was connected to the hearthstone, but it wasn't just her body. It was her essence. It was like she became part of it. Arian stepped forward. His brow furrowed in confusion. But if Lyra became part of the hearthstone, what does that mean for us? And how do we pass the test? Kale's heart pounded in his chest, the weight of the question settling deep in his soul. He didn't have the answer. But something in the air, something in the way the palace seemed to pulse with a life of its own, told him that they were nearing the point of revelation. The hearthstone had chosen Lyra. It had transformed her. And now, it was up to Kale to understand what that transformation meant. Perhaps the answer is in what she gave up, Kale whispered. Perhaps the test is not just a test of strength, but a test of sacrifice. The words hung in the air, heavy and foreboding. It was true. Lyra had given everything for them to reach this point. She had sacrificed her physical form, her life, to become part of the hearthstone's power. Her essence, her soul, had been bound to its force, to its ancient magic. But why? What had she known that they didn't? As Kale stepped closer to the crystal, he felt the familiar pulse of its energy, like the thrum of a heartbeat beneath his fingertips. He hesitated for only a moment before placing his hand on the crystal's surface. The warmth of its energy surged through him, filling him with an overwhelming sense of peace, but also of something else, something darker, more potent. Kale, the voice was faint at first. A whisper on the edge of his consciousness, but it was unmistakable. Lyra's voice, Kale, you have come far. But you are not yet ready. The price must be paid, and the balance must be restored. The storm outside, it is the reflection of what lies within you. The chaos, the anger, the grief. You must let go. Kale's chest tightened as Lyra's voice echoed in his mind. Let go. Let go of what? The room seemed to shift again, the walls closing in, the air growing colder. He could feel the storm rising, the chaos swirling around him, almost as if it were a living thing. It wasn't just the outside world that was in turmoil. The storm was within him, within his very soul. His eyes flickered to Arian, who was watching him with a mixture of concern and understanding. Arian had been his friend through all of this, had stood by him when the weight of their quest seemed too much to bear. Kale could feel the burden of his own emotions, the weight of everything that had happened, pressing down on him. The hearthstone will not allow you to pass until you understand the cost, Lyra's voice continued, growing stronger, more insistent. You must face your own darkness, Kale. Only then can you restore the balance. Only then can you save the world. Kale's mind raced, his thoughts swirling in a whirlwind of doubt and fear. He had thought that by reaching the palace, by finding the Heartstone, they would be able to end the chaos, to restore order. But now, it seemed like the true test was not just about defeating the forces outside, they had to face the darkness within themselves. He closed his eyes, feeling the pulse of the crystal beneath his palm. The warmth of its energy seeped into his bones, flooding him with memories, memories of Lyra's laughter, her bravery, her smile. The way she had fought beside him, never wavering. He could still feel her presence in the air, still hear the echo of her voice in his mind. But now, the memory of her sacrifice, of her choice to give herself to the Heartstone, felt like a knife to his heart. The grief, the anger, the guilt, it all surged to the surface, flooding him with a tidal wave of emotion. He wanted to scream, to rage against the unfairness of it all. But Lyra's voice stopped him. Let it go, Kale. The Heartstone cannot restore balance if you hold on to your pain. You must face it and release it. Only then will you be ready. A deep, aching sorrow welled up inside him, but he understood now. Lyra had given herself to the Heartstone not just as a sacrifice, but as a means of teaching him something that could not be learned through force alone. It was not enough to battle the chaos outside. To restore balance, Kale had to first restore the peace within himself. With a deep, shuddering breath, Kale closed his eyes and began to let go. He let go of the guilt, the anger, the grief. He let go of the fear that had kept him from fully understanding the weight of his journey. He let go of the need for revenge, the need to control. He let go of everything that had tied him to the past, to the pain of losing Lyra, of losing himself, and in that moment of release, the storm within him calmed, the palace around him seemed to breathe with him, the tension in the air dissipating as he opened his eyes. The light from the crystal flared one final time, blinding him once more, but this time, when it dimmed, he felt different. Changed, he had passed the test. Arian stepped forward, his voice hesitant. Kale. Are you? Kale nodded, his chest rising and falling with each breath. He felt lighter than he had in a long time, the weight of the journey finally easing from his shoulders. It's over. The Heartstone has shown me the way. The storm outside had calmed as well, the chaos slowly receding from the world. Kale turned toward the pedestal, his hand still resting on the crystal. The balance had been restored. But the final challenge was still ahead. The true cost of the Heartstone's power had yet to be fully understood, but for now, the world was safe. And that, Kale thought, was enough. The world outside the Snowflake Palace was quiet now, as if the storm had taken with it all the chaos and discord that had plagued the land. The swirling winds that once howled against the palace walls had vanished, leaving only the soft, steady rhythm of snowflakes gently falling from the sky. The palace, with its towering spires and gleaming walls, seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The air within the palace was calm, yet it was charged with an energy Kale couldn't quite explain. His hand still rested lightly on the crystal of the Heartstone. The warmth of its power had settled deep within him, an unfamiliar but comforting sensation. Kale took a deep breath, the sense of peace surrounding him a sharp contrast to the turmoil that had been his constant companion throughout his journey. Beside him, Arian stood motionless. his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and uncertainty. He, too, had felt the change. Cale could see it in the way his friend held his breath, waiting, as if expecting the world to shift again. For a long moment, they stood in silence, the only sound being the faint crackling of the Heartstone's power in the air around them. Cale glanced toward the center of the room, where the mural depicting Lyra's sacrifice had once shifted and pulsed with energy. Now, it was still, the image of her standing before the Heartstone frozen in time. Her expression was one of peace, and yet, Cale couldn't shake the feeling that something remained undone. He pulled his hand away from the crystal and turned to Arian. "I don't know what comes next. But I feel that the Heartstone has given me something. Something that will help me understand what Lyra did. Something that will guide us." Arian nodded slowly, though the wariness never left his gaze. "But what did she give up, Cale? What was the true cost of her sacrifice?" Cale's thoughts were a swirl of questions, doubts, and growing understanding. Lyra had given herself to the Heartstone, but her power wasn't gone. It lived on within the crystal, within its very essence. It had taken her, transformed her into something greater, something bound to the ancient magic that lay at the heart of the world. The palace around them seemed to react to his thoughts. A sudden gust of wind stirred the air, and the faintest shimmer appeared in the space before them. For a moment, Cale thought he imagined it, but then, the shimmer solidified into a figure, one he knew well, Lyra. Her form appeared before them, as solid as if she were standing in the room with them. She wore the same serene expression as in the mural, her eyes glowing with the same soft light that radiated from the Heartstone itself. But it was her presence that took Cale's breath away. It was as if the very air itself bent toward her, drawn by her power. "Cale," she said, her voice as clear and as soft as it had always been. "You have come far, and you have faced the hardest part of your journey. But there is more you must do. The Heartstone's power is not meant to be wielded lightly. It holds within it the potential for great creation, but also for destruction." Cale took a step forward, his heart racing. "Lyra, I don't understand. What was the true cost of your sacrifice? What did you give to the Heartstone?" She smiled, a touch of sadness in her eyes. "I gave what I could. My body, my life, became one with the Heartstone. But I did not give up my soul. It is still here, in this place, bound to the stone, but it is not lost. And you must now decide what to do with the power that remains." Arian stepped forward as well, his voice thick with emotion. "But what happens now? What will the Heartstone ask of Cale? What will it demand from him?" Lyra's gaze turned to Arian, her expression softening. "The Heartstone asks for balance. It asks for understanding, for the acceptance of the price that must be paid. It will not give its power to just anyone. It requires a heart that is pure, that is willing to sacrifice for the greater good." Cale's pulse quickened. He had known the Heartstone's power was immense, but now it was clear, it wasn't just a weapon or a tool. It was a force that demanded responsibility, that required something of him. He wasn't sure if he was ready, if he could live up to what it asked. But he knew one thing, he had no choice. The fate of the world rested on his shoulders. "I'm ready," Cale said, his voice steady, though doubt still tugged at the edges of his mind. I will accept the responsibility. I will protect this power, and I will use it to restore balance. Lyra nodded, her expression proud yet solemn. Then you must remember what I have learned, what I gave in order to bind myself to the Heartstone. Power, when wielded for the wrong reasons, will consume you. You must never forget that the true strength of the Heartstone lies not in its magic, but in the wisdom to know when to use it and when to let go. Kale swallowed hard, the weight of her words settling over him like a mantle. He had been driven by a need for vengeance, a desire to right the wrongs of the world. But now, with Lyra's guidance, he understood. The Heartstone was not just a means to an end. It was a force to be respected, to be protected. And it was his responsibility to ensure that it never fell into the wrong hands. The figure of Lyra flickered, as though the very fabric of her existence were fading, her form becoming translucent. You will not be alone, Kale. Remember that. The Heartstone will guide you, but it is your heart, your decisions, that will shape the future. And the road ahead will not be easy. The forces that seek the Heartstone will come, and they will stop at nothing to take it from you. With those final words, Lyra's figure disappeared, leaving Kale and Arian standing alone once more. The room felt emptier now, as though the weight of her presence had been lifted. But in its place, a new determination settled in Kale's chest. Arian's voice broke the silence. What do we do now? Kale turned to face him, his mind clearer now than it had been in days. We protect the Heartstone. We keep it safe, and we use its power to restore the balance that has been shattered. But we must be careful. We can't let it fall into the wrong hands. Arian nodded, his expression grim but resolute. And we'll stand with you, Kale. We've come this far together. We're not stopping now. Kale's gaze shifted to the Heartstone, the soft, pulsing glow of its crystal seeming to promise him that he was not alone in this. He had a purpose now, a responsibility that went beyond himself, beyond even Lyra's sacrifice. The road ahead would be fraught with dangers, but he was ready. He had to be. With one final glance at the now still mural, Kale turned away from the pedestal. It was time to leave the Snowflake Palace behind and face whatever awaited them outside. The world had changed, and it was up to him to ensure that the change was for the better. The storm had passed, but the true battle was just beginning. The first rays of dawn filtered through the ancient, frost-coated windows of the Snowflake Palace. The light was faint, barely more than a whisper against the harsh, cold landscape outside. Yet, within the palace, Kale felt something stir, a glimmer of hope that had been absent in the darkness of his journey. He stood at the grand staircase, the weight of his decision heavy on his shoulders but his resolve unwavering. Arian had gone ahead to gather the others. He had not yet fully understood the enormity of what they were facing, but his loyalty had never faltered. Together, they would find a way forward, no matter the cost. As Kale descended the stairs, the palace seemed to come alive. The ice crystals adorning the walls shimmered in the sunlight, reflecting a myriad of colors, casting dancing patterns across the marble floors. It was as though the palace itself had felt the shift in the air. The promise of a new beginning. Kale reached the bottom of the stairs and walked toward the Heartstone, which still rested at the center of the vast hall. The stone's energy hummed in the air, more subtle now, but still potent. Lyra's presence was gone, yet her words echoed in his mind, steadying him. The true strength of the Heartstone lies not in its magic, but in the wisdom to know when to use it and when to let go. He approached the stone cautiously, placing his hands on the cold surface. Its pulse quickened beneath his touch, and for a moment, Cale felt as if it was speaking to him, urging him forward. He drew in a deep breath, preparing himself for what came next. The path ahead was unclear. But one thing was certain, he could not face it alone. Footsteps echoed behind him, and Cale turned to find Arian entering the hall, followed by the rest of their companions. Cora, the healer, whose quiet wisdom had been a guiding light throughout their journey, Rhyme, the skilled archer whose sharp eyes had always been their first defense, and Dorian, the warrior whose loyalty and strength had been the foundation of their group. They had all come, drawn together by a shared purpose that had withstood the tests of time and battle. "We're with you, Cale," Arian said, his voice firm. Cale met his gaze and nodded. "I know. But the path ahead won't be easy. Lyra's sacrifice was only the beginning. There are forces out there who want the Heartstone for themselves, and they won't stop until they have it." Cora stepped forward, her eyes filled with a quiet determination. "We've already faced so much. We'll face whatever comes next together." Rhyne and Dorian echoed her sentiment, and Cale felt a small but growing warmth in his chest. He had found something here, something more than power or strength. He had found a family. The Heartstone's glow intensified, its pulse echoing in the stillness of the hall. Cale knew they could no longer stay here. The longer they lingered in the palace, the more likely it was that their enemies would find them. The time had come to leave the safety of the Snowflake Palace and step into the unknown. "We need to move quickly," Cale said, his voice steady. "The Heartstone's power is a beacon, and it won't be long before the wrong people notice it. We need to take it somewhere safe, somewhere hidden." Arian nodded. "Where do we go?" Cale hesitated, his mind racing. Lyra had spoken of balance, but what did that truly mean? Where could they hide the Heartstone where it would be safe from those who sought to control it? The answer came to him, sudden and clear. The caves beneath the Frost Spire. It was a place he had only heard of in legends, a labyrinth of ancient tunnels and chambers hidden deep within the mountains. The Frost Spire was said to be the birthplace of the Heartstone itself, where its power had first been harnessed. If there was any place that could contain its power, it was there. "We'll go to the Frost Spire," Cale said, his voice resolute. "It's the only place where we can be certain the Heartstone will be safe." Arian raised an eyebrow. "The Frost Spire? That's a long journey, and we don't know what's waiting for us there." "We don't have a choice," Cale replied. "It's the only place that holds the secrets of the Heartstone. If we're going to protect it, we need to understand it completely. We need to go to the source." The group exchanged uncertain glances but ultimately nodded. They trusted Cale, and they knew that no matter where the journey led, they would follow him. Together, they had faced impossible odds, and this time would be no different. The palace doors creaked open, and the cold wind of the outside world rushed in, biting at their skin. Cale stepped forward, leading the group out into the snow-covered landscape. The path ahead was treacherous, the mountains towering like silent sentinels in the distance. But Kale's resolve was unshakable. The Heartstone's power had to be kept safe, and it was his responsibility to ensure that it remained untouched by those who would use it for destruction. As they walked into the biting wind, Kale couldn't help but glance over his shoulder one last time at the Snowflake Palace. It had been a sanctuary, a place of peace in the midst of chaos, but it was no longer their home. The world was changing, and so too was Kale. He was no longer just a boy caught in the tide of fate, he was a protector, a guardian of the Heartstone's legacy. And the road ahead would test everything he had become. They moved forward, each step a reminder of the uncertainty that lay before them. But Kale knew, deep down, that they were ready. Whatever trials awaited them in the Frost Spire, they would face them together, and so, their journey continued, into the heart of the mountains, where the secrets of the Heartstone awaited. The future of the world hung in the balance, and Kale was determined to see it through. The journey to the Frost Spire was not one Kale had ever imagined embarking upon. The winds howled across the frozen plains, biting at their skin and threatening to slow their progress at every step. The snow-covered peaks of the mountains loomed in the distance, a silent reminder of the perilous path ahead. But Kale's mind was fixed on only one thing, the Heartstone. They had no choice but to reach the Frost Spire, no matter the cost. Arian walked beside him, his footsteps light in the snow, though his gaze never strayed far from the surrounding wilderness. Rhine was on the far side of the group, her keen eyes scanning the horizon, while Cora and Dorian brought up the rear, their presence a constant comfort in the harsh conditions. The snow crunched beneath their feet, the silence of the world around them only broken by the occasional gust of wind. Yet, even in the midst of the cold, Kale felt a growing warmth within himself, a strength that came from the bonds of trust and loyalty that tied them all together. As the day wore on, the air grew colder, and the wind more fierce. Kale's breath misted in the air, the chill seeping deep into his bones. But he refused to stop. He couldn't afford to. Not when the Heartstone's power was so fragile, so easy to lose to the wrong hands. "We need to make camp," Arian said, his voice cutting through the wind. He gave Kale a pointed look. "We're not going to make it to the Frost Spire before nightfall. If we push too hard, we'll only exhaust ourselves." Kale hesitated, his gaze fixed on the distant peaks. The Frost Spire seemed so close, yet it felt as though it were a world away. But Arian was right. They had already traveled for hours, and the snowstorm was growing more dangerous by the minute. He nodded grimly, motioning for the group to stop. Cora quickly moved to help set up camp, the familiar rhythm of their preparations a comfort in the chaos of the wilderness. Dorian and Rhine worked together to set up a perimeter, ensuring that they would be safe for the night. Kale stood apart from the group, his thoughts a whirlwind of uncertainty. What lay ahead in the Frost Spire? Was it truly the safe haven they hoped for? Or was it a trap, one that would reveal more dangers than they could handle? The Heartstone weighed heavily in his pack, its subtle warmth a reminder of the responsibility he carried. Lyra's words echoed in his mind. The true strength of the Heartstone lies not in its magic, but in the wisdom to know when to use it and when to let go. He had accepted that responsibility, but as the days passed, he felt the burden grow heavier. The power of the Heartstone was like nothing he had ever encountered, so vast, so ancient, yet so fragile. He couldn't allow it to fall into the wrong hands. Kale's thoughts were interrupted as Rhine approached, her bow slung over her back. Her expression was unreadable, but Kale could see the concern in her eyes. "We're not alone," she said quietly. "I've seen movement in the distance. Something's out there. I don't know what it is, but it's watching us." Kale's heart skipped a beat. They couldn't afford to be discovered. Not now, not when they were so close. "How far?" he asked, his voice low. "A few miles to the west," Rhine replied. "But they're moving closer." Kale turned to Arian, his expression serious. "We can't stay here. We need to move." Arian nodded, his eyes narrowing with the same fierce determination that had been with them from the start. "I'll keep watch. The rest of you pack up. We'll head out as soon as we're ready." Without another word, Kale turned to help Cora and Dorian. The urgency in the air was palpable, and their usually calm and methodical preparations were now frantic. The warmth of the campfire flickered against the growing darkness, and the sound of the wind howling around them only added to the tension. Within moments, they were packed and ready to move again. Kale gave a final look to their hastily abandoned campfire, its warmth already vanishing into the cold night air. The distant mountains loomed larger as they pushed forward, each step an effort against the deepening snow. As the hours passed, the landscape grew eerily quiet. The only sound was the crunch of their boots in the snow and the occasional call of a distant bird. But Kale couldn't shake the feeling that they were being followed. The air felt thick with unease, as if something was closing in around them. Rhine moved ahead of the group, her eyes darting back and forth as she tracked the movements in the snow. Kale stayed close behind, his senses heightened. The wind had died down, but the temperature had dropped even further, the cold seeping into his bones with every step. The first sign that they were being hunted came with a faint noise, barely audible, yet unmistakable. A low growl echoed through the trees ahead, and Kale's heart skipped a beat. He motioned for the group to stop. Arian's voice was barely a whisper. What was that? Kale's hand instinctively reached for the sword at his side. I don't know, but we're not alone. Stay close. The growl came again, closer this time. Then, from the shadows of the trees, figures began to emerge, dark shapes moving with predatory grace. Kale's heart pounded in his chest. Wolves. But not ordinary wolves. These were larger, their eyes glowing with an unnatural, malevolent light. We're surrounded, Rhine hissed, her bow already drawn. They're closing in fast. The wolves circled, their movements swift and coordinated. There were at least a dozen of them, their teeth sharp and glistening in the faint moonlight. Their eyes were locked on the group, unblinking, waiting for the right moment to strike. Kale's grip tightened on his sword. Stay together, he said, his voice steady despite the rising panic in his chest. Do not break ranks. The wolves lunged forward in a sudden blur of motion. Kale swung his sword with all his strength, narrowly missing one of the beasts as it darted to the side. Dorian was already in the thick of the battle, his sword crashing into the side of one of the wolves. Rhine's arrows flew through the air, striking with deadly accuracy, while Cora called on her healing magic to shield the group from the worst of the blows. Kale's heart raced as he swung his sword again, the blade cutting through the air with a sickening thud as it met its target. The wolves were relentless, but Kale could see the determination in his companion's eyes. They weren't going to let these creatures stop them. The battle raged for what felt like hours, the wolves growing more frenzied as the group fought back. Kale's breath came in ragged gasps, his muscles burning from the exertion. But as the last wolf fell, silence descended on the snowy landscape. The snow, once untouched, was now stained red with blood. Kale lowered his sword, his chest heaving as he looked at his companions. They were battered, bloodied, but alive. They had survived. Rhine let out a breath, her shoulders slumping. That was too close. Kale nodded, wiping the sweat from his brow. We need to move, now. They were just the beginning. The wolves had been sent by someone. Or something. The enemy was closer than they had realized. As they continued their trek toward the frost spire, Kale's thoughts turned darker. Whoever sought the Heartstone would stop at nothing to get it. And now, they were truly in the fight of their lives. The silence after the battle was suffocating, as if the world itself was holding its breath. The bodies of the wolves lay scattered in the snow, their once glowing eyes now dull, their vicious snarls silenced forever. The group stood in a loose circle, catching their breath, the weight of the encounter pressing down on them. Kale wiped the blood from his blade, his mind racing. The wolves had been unlike any he had encountered before, larger, faster, and more aggressive. He had seen their unnatural eyes, the way they seemed to move with a purposeful, coordinated grace. It was as though they were being controlled, directed by some unseen hand. That wasn't just a random attack, Kale muttered, his voice low. Someone is directing them. Someone who knows we're here. Arian looked around, his brow furrowed in thought. It's not just wolves hunting for food. These beasts were after us specifically. Whoever's after the Heartstone is closing in. Rhine, ever the sharp-eyed scout, scanned the horizon, her senses still alert despite the exhaustion on her face. There's something more. I can feel it. We're not alone. Kale's gaze hardened. The attack had been too precise, too deliberate to be random. Their enemies were closing in faster than he had anticipated. And they were beginning to feel the weight of that truth. It was no longer just a matter of reaching the frost spire, it was about surviving long enough to get there. We move out, Kale commanded, his voice firm. We can't risk lingering here any longer. The group nodded in unison, a shared understanding between them. They had faced countless dangers together, but this was different. This was not simply about reaching their goal. It was about staying alive long enough to protect the Heartstone and its power. The night was growing colder, the air sharp with the bite of the wind. The light from the full moon barely pierced through the thick clouds above, casting the world in a ghostly, silver hue. As they trudged through the deep snow, their pace quickened, the urgency of their situation pressing them forward. Cora walked alongside Kale, her face pale but determined. She had always been the quiet strength of their group, the healer who had mended wounds both physical and emotional. Now, her hands were wrapped around a staff, her expression one of concentration. We need to find shelter, Cora said softly, glancing back at the others. The storm's only getting worse. If we don't find cover soon, we'll be at a disadvantage. Cale nodded. He had been thinking the same thing. The cold was beginning to seep into his bones, the wind biting at his exposed skin. The frost spire was still miles away, its jagged peaks barely visible through the swirling snow. "We'll keep going," Cale replied, his voice resolute. "We're not far. Just a little farther." But even as he spoke, his gut twisted with doubt. The heartstone pulsed faintly in his pack, a reminder of the burden he carried. They were being hunted, and time was running out. Every step they took toward the frost spire felt like a step closer to an inevitable confrontation. But with every step, his resolve hardened. He would do whatever it took to protect the Heartstone, and the people he had come to call family. Hours passed in a blur of snow and wind, their footsteps leaving a trail behind them in the white expanse. The temperature dropped further, until even Cale's breath turned to ice in the air. His muscles ached from the cold, but he pushed forward, ignoring the protests of his body. The frost spire was close. He could feel it. As they neared the base of the mountains, the landscape began to change. The ground beneath their feet grew rocky, the snow thinning out in patches as they climbed toward the high cliffs that bordered the frost spire. The wind howled around them, but there was no turning back now. Cale's thoughts were fixed on the mountain ahead, his gaze locked on the path that led deeper into the heart of the range. "We're close," he muttered, mostly to himself. Ryan, who had fallen into step beside him, nodded. "I can see it too. The entrance. We're almost there." Ahead of them, the jagged cliffs of the frost spire loomed, their dark silhouettes cutting through the swirling storm. The entrance to the mountain was barely visible, a narrow opening between two towering spires of rock, framed by the icy winds that seemed to twist and claw at them. It was a place of ancient power, a place where the Heartstone had first been forged. Cale quickened his pace, his heart pounding in his chest. They were so close now, closer than they had ever been. But as they approached the entrance, a strange feeling crept over him. A sense that something was waiting. Something ominous. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the wind, low and menacing, "Foolish travelers." The group froze, every muscle tensing in unison. Cale's hand instinctively went to the hilt of his sword. He scanned the shadows, trying to locate the source of the voice, but saw nothing but the swirling storm around them. "Who's there?" Cale called, his voice strong, but his heart racing. From the darkness, a figure stepped forward, tall, cloaked in black, with a mask covering their face. The figure's presence was overwhelming, an aura of coldness that seemed to freeze the very air around them. Their eyes, hidden behind the mask, glowed faintly with an eerie light. "I see you," the figure said, their voice almost a whisper, carried by the wind. "You think you can hide from me? You think you can protect the Heartstone?" Cale's grip tightened on his sword. "Who are you?" The figure tilted their head, as though considering the question. "I am but a servant," they replied cryptically. "A servant of a greater power. And you, Cale, are nothing but a pawn in a game you cannot comprehend." The group stood tense, the wind howling around them, as Cale's mind raced. A servant of a greater power, Ryan's voice cut through the silence. "We won't let you have it." The figure's lips curled into a smile, though it was difficult to see beneath the mask. "You don't understand. The Heartstone is already mine. It's been mine since the moment you took it." Kale's heart sank. He didn't need to ask for clarification. The figure's words made it clear, the enemy was not just a shadow. They had been aware of them from the very beginning. And they had been waiting for them to come this far. The wind whipped around them, howling like a beast hungry for its prey. But Kale stood firm, his resolve unshaken. "You're wrong," Kale said, his voice steady. "The Heartstone will never fall into your hands." The figure laughed, a sound that sent a chill down Kale's spine. "We shall see, Kale. We shall see." As the figure turned and melted into the shadows, the storm grew fiercer, as though the very mountain was rejecting their presence. Kale's heart raced, but he refused to let fear take hold. He had come too far to turn back now. The frost spire awaited. The mountain's winds howled like the roar of a great beast, gnashing its teeth against the world. The air grew colder with every passing second, and the storm that had chased them for days seemed to grow angrier, more relentless. Kale's breath hung in the air like steam, his fingers stiff from the biting cold. But despite the storm's fury, they were no longer afraid. The enemy had made their presence known, and the time for hesitation had passed. "We can't let this delay us," Kale said, his voice cutting through the wind. "We need to press forward." The others nodded, their faces determined, even as their bodies ached from the relentless cold. Arian's sharp eyes swept over the darkened mountainside, and Ryan's hand was ever near the hilt of her bow. Cora's usual serene expression was clouded with concern, but her steady presence was a silent reassurance to the group. Even Dorian, ever the realist, was quieter than usual, his eyes scanning the shadows ahead with palpable suspicion. The figure from before, Kale continued, wasn't just a threat. "They're connected to the Heartstone. I can feel it in my bones." "Whoever they are," Arian said, his voice grim, "they've been waiting for us. They knew we'd come for the Frost Spire." Ryan's eyes narrowed as she glanced toward the towering cliffs of the Frost Spire. "And they're not the only ones." They all knew it now. The mountain itself seemed to hold secrets older than time. The Heartstone was not just a source of immense power, it was tied to something far greater, something ancient. The longer they stood at the threshold of the Frost Spire, the more it felt like they were walking into the jaws of some unfathomable darkness. And yet, they had no choice but to press forward. The narrow pass into the Frost Spire loomed ahead, a jagged crack in the mountain where the wind seemed to churn like a living thing. Kale's pulse quickened as they neared it, the path growing steeper and more treacherous with every step. Snow clung to the rocks like ancient frost, and the air seemed to shimmer with an unsettling energy. "Stay close," Kale warned, his hand on the hilt of his sword. He could feel something more than the wind. A sense of being watched, of being hunted. As they entered the pass, the storm raged behind them, but the cold still crept under their skin, its icy fingers seeking any weakness. The darkness ahead swallowed them, and the passage narrowed, forcing them to move in single file. "This place feels wrong," Dorian muttered, his voice barely audible over the wind. "Like it's been waiting for us." not just waiting. Kale replied, his gaze flickering over the dark rocks. Luring us. Ahead, the path twisted, leading them deeper into the heart of the mountain. Every step seemed to bring a sense of foreboding. The walls of stone towered above them, closing in like a prison. But it was not the physical space that felt claustrophobic, it was the unseen presence, the feeling of eyes upon them, watching, waiting. They came to a clearing where the path opened into a wide cavern, the ceiling high and adorned with icy stalactites. At the center of the cavern stood an altar, its surface covered in ancient runes that glowed faintly, casting an eerie light over the room. The air was thick with the scent of cold stone and forgotten magic. Kale could feel the power of the heartstone drawing him closer, an invisible pull tugging at him like a thread woven into his very soul. "This is it," Rhine whispered, her voice tense. "This is where the heartstone was hidden." Kale nodded, his eyes locked on the altar. But something was wrong. The runes on the altar pulsed with a cold, unsettling energy, and the ground beneath their feet seemed to tremble. It was as if the mountain itself was coming alive, reacting to their presence. Before he could say anything, a voice echoed through the cavern, low and menacing, "You should not have come." The figure from before appeared at the far side of the cavern, stepping from the shadows as if they had been waiting for them all along. Cloaked in black, their mask glinted with the faintest glow, hiding the true features beneath. But Kale could feel the malice radiating from them, could feel the weight of their dark presence pressing against him. "You think you can claim the heartstone?" The figure continued, their voice a whisper in the vastness of the cavern. "It was never meant for you." Kale's hand tightened around his sword. "We're taking it," he said, his voice resolute. "It's the only way to stop the chaos spreading from the heartstone's power." The figure chuckled, the sound sending a chill through Kale's spine. "You still do not understand. The heartstone's power is not to be controlled. It will consume you. It will consume all of you." A shadow stirred in the corner of the cavern, moving with unnatural speed. Kale barely had time to react before the first of the wolves, the same beasts they had encountered earlier, emerged from the shadows, their glowing eyes fixed on the group. Rhine was already knocking an arrow, her aim swift and sure as she released the first shot. But the wolf dodged, its speed almost unnatural. Another beast appeared, and then another, until they were surrounded. "Fight!" Kale shouted, drawing his sword as he faced the nearest wolf. "Do not let them get close." The wolves attacked with a frenzy, their jaws snapping like traps as they circled. Kale's sword flashed in the dim light, cutting through the air in powerful arcs, each strike bringing down a beast. But for every one he felled, two more appeared to take its place. The air was thick with tension as Kale fought, his mind racing. These wolves weren't just animals. They were being controlled, guided by the same unseen force that had been pursuing them. And the figure in black was their master. "You're too late," the figure taunted, their voice seeping into Kale's mind like poison. "The heartstone is already mine. You cannot stop what has already begun." The ground trembled again, this time more violently, and Kale felt a surge of dark energy flooding the cavern. The walls seemed to shift, the runes on the altar glowing brighter. "Pulsing with a terrible power, we'll see about that," Kale said, his voice cold. He turned to face the altar, his eyes narrowing. The heartstone, it was close. He could feel its presence, feel the power it exuded. It was pulsing, calling to him. But as the wolves closed in and the figure's laugh echoed through the cavern, Kale realized the battle was far from over. They had only just begun. The air in the cavern had thickened, growing heavier with each passing second, as if the very mountain was preparing for something inevitable. The wolves circled them, their glowing eyes fixed with an unyielding hunger. The growls echoed off the stone walls, a deep, reverberating sound that filled the space like a growing storm. Kale's breath came in sharp, controlled bursts, his sword held steady in his grip. He could feel the power of the heartstone drawing him closer, beckoning like a siren's call, but the creatures around them, creatures of darkness and twisted magic, made the path impossible to tread. "We need to get to the heartstone," Kale said, his voice urgent. "If we don't, this fight is pointless." Arian, his sword already slick with blood, nodded. "Then we have no choice but to push through. We can't let these creatures slow us down." Rhine fired another arrow, her aim flawless as it pierced one of the wolves in the heart, but the creature didn't fall. Instead, it let out a blood-curdling screech. A wail that seemed to reverberate through the very stone. The arrow shattered against its body like ice against steel. The creature didn't even flinch, its glowing eyes still locked on her, a deep hunger behind them. "These wolves aren't ordinary," Rhine muttered, her brow furrowed. "They're enchanted." The figure in black, standing still in the shadows, spoke again, their voice like a chill wind sweeping through the cavern. "You see. You begin to understand. These creatures are bound to the heartstone, as am I. I have been waiting for you to come here, to lead me to what is mine. But you will not leave with it." Kale's grip tightened around his sword. "We will not let you have it," he declared, his voice laced with determination. No matter the cost. The figure's laugh was soft, like the sound of ice cracking underfoot. "You think you can defeat me? You think you can stop the heartstone's power? You are nothing but ants before a storm." The wolves lunged, their massive bodies moving with terrifying speed. Kale swung his sword, cutting down one of the beasts, but more came, emerging from the shadows like a wave. Each strike, each kill seemed to have no effect, as if the wolves were born from the very darkness around them, were being overwhelmed. Cora cried out, her staff glowing as she sent a wave of healing energy to protect them, but even her magic seemed to barely hold back the onslaught. "Keep fighting," Kale shouted, stepping forward with purpose. The heartstone was close, so close that he could feel it. But this was no longer a battle just for the heartstone, it was a fight for their lives. And with every passing moment, the danger grew, not just from the wolves, but from the malevolent force that controlled them. "We can't hold out much longer," Dorian said, his voice strained as he parried another wolf's attack. "They're too strong. We're outmatched." Kale's eyes never left the figure in black. Their presence was oppressive, suffocating. They had been waiting, watching, and now they had revealed their true hand. But there was something more, something in the figure's cold, dark eyes that unsettled him more than the wolves ever could. They were not just here to stop them, they were here to end them. "I'm not giving up," Kale said, his voice cold as ice. His sword flashed once more, taking down 2 more of the beasts. We fight to the end. As the battle raged around him, Kale's mind raced. The Heartstone was calling to him, but it wasn't just the power that it held, it was something more, something tied to the very soul of the mountain. The connection between them was undeniable, and the closer he got to it, the stronger the pull became. But the figure, the dark force behind the wolves, was standing between him and his goal. The figure in black moved forward, their cloak billowing around them like shadows themselves. They spoke again, their voice almost a whisper that seemed to vibrate through Kale's bones. "You do not understand, Kale," the figure said. "The Heartstone's power is not something to wield, it is a force that controls. It will bend you, break you, reshape everything you hold dear. Your quest is meaningless. I am the one who was meant to claim it." Kale stepped forward, his heart pounding in his chest. "You're wrong," he said, his voice unwavering. "It's not about control, it's about protection. The Heartstone isn't meant to be used for destruction." The figure paused, and for a moment, Kale saw a flicker of something, anger, perhaps, or fear, in their eyes. It was gone as quickly as it appeared, replaced by an icy calm. "You misunderstand," the figure said, their tone now colder than ever. "The Heartstone is a key to a power beyond your comprehension. I have seen what lies beyond, and I will take it. You are a fool to stand in my way." Before Kale could respond, the figure raised their hands, and the ground beneath them rumbled with a deep, ominous growl. The walls of the cavern shook, and the runes on the altar began to glow with a blinding light, casting everything in an ethereal glow. Suddenly, a bolt of energy shot from the figure, streaking through the air toward Kale. He barely had time to react as it struck him in the chest, throwing him back against the cold stone wall. The impact knocked the wind out of him, and for a moment, his vision blurred. "Kale." Arian's voice cut through the haze, but it was distant, as though muffled by water. Kale gritted his teeth and pushed himself to his feet, his body aching from the impact. His hand instinctively went to the sword at his side, his fingers trembling slightly as they wrapped around the hilt. The Heartstone was still close, still calling to him, but now, more than ever, he realized the truth. It was not just the Heartstone that would determine the outcome of this battle, it was his will to fight for it. With a growl, Kale took a step forward, summoning all the strength he had left. The wolves surged toward him once more, their glowing eyes like fiery coals. But this time, something within him had changed. The bond with the Heartstone, the one that had been pulsing quietly inside him, grew stronger. A flash of blue light burst from his chest, illuminating the entire cavern. The wolves recoiled, their glowing eyes dimming in the sudden light. Kale's grip on his sword tightened, and for the first time, he felt an unspoken connection with the Heartstone, felt the surge of power that it held within it. The figure in black faltered for just a moment, their eyes widening. "What is this?" they whispered, the realization dawning on them too late. Kale took another step forward, his sword raised high. He wasn't just fighting for the Heartstone anymore. He was fighting for the future, for the balance that could be destroyed if this force was allowed to win. He would not let it happen, and with that, he charged.